Welcome to Getting on the Internet Easy. The Internet is the network of networks that links users around the world. It's complex and even mysterious because few people know everything about it. But there are some basics about the Internet that are relatively easy to learn. The Internet. This program is for anyone who will use the Internet. We've simplified commands and processes so you'll get a feel for what the Internet is all about. But it takes time spent cruising on the net to really get proficient. So take the time now to watch this program all the way through. Then go online and use what you've learned. Here's what we'll cover. Some history and description of the Internet, then the big picture. We'll also look at some commercial access providers and costs and talk technical about modems and communication software that link your computer to the net. Then we'll get to the good stuff, the networks you can access and some tools you use to find information. Finally, we'll cover netiquette and talk about the importance of guarding against viruses on the Internet. The Internet began in the late 60s. Communications and data experts at the Department of Defense created a way for computer networks to connect to each other without a central control mechanism. The absence of central control would make it impossible for enemy countries to disrupt U.S. communications in the event of a nuclear war. That's why today there is no Internet company that you simply dial up. The Internet is a network of networks, university, government, commercial, and other networks that are all connected worldwide. There's more than 30 million users and an estimated million more users going online every month. The big picture. So how do you get on the Internet? Well, you have your computer's modem dial up a commercial data network like SprintNet or MCI's TimeNet. At the login prompt, you enter the name of your Internet access provider, then your username and password. The Internet provider will have the powerful, high-speed hardware and software that's needed to talk with the Internet networks. There are ways for individuals to access the net directly, but they require some significant expense and technical expertise, and are beyond the scope of this program. In general, individual users access the net through an access provider. Once you connect to the net, you can send messages to other people on electronic mail, also called email, often download software for free, join news groups to stay up to date on issues you're concerned about, or research a school project by accessing files at a university. And you can connect your PC with a remote computer, so you're a virtual user at the remote site. Some people already have access to the net at their schools or workplace. If you don't, you'll probably subscribe to a commercial or public provider. Some online services don't provide full Internet access. That is, they may offer email and news groups but not software download or file search services. We're listing only full Internet access providers. First, commercial providers. All fees quoted are current at the time this video is being produced. Delphi, the service we'll use when we go online in a few moments, has a 5-hour free trial offer and immediate access with a valid credit card. After your trial period, you'll pay $10 a month for the first 4 hours of use each month. Additional use is $4 an hour. Note there's a $9 an hour weekday surcharge for the telephone link and a $3 a month charge for Internet services. To talk with a representative, call Delphi at 1-800-544-4005 for more information. UltraDial provides full Internet access for $20 a month for individual users, with a startup charge of $99. There's a $3 per hour access charge to one of Alternet's U.S. points of presence, or $9 per hour to their 800 number. To talk with a representative, call UltraDial at 1-800-488-6384. The Institute for Global Communications, or IGC, is a non-profit group that provides Internet access on 4 interrelated networks. When you subscribe to their services, you support a computer system that supports peace and environmental issues. There's a $15 one-time sign-up fee plus $10 a month and $7 per hour on weekdays or $5 per hour on evenings and weekends. Their number is 415-442-0220. These are just a few commercial providers. In some areas of the U.S., free nets are available. Not all of them have full internet access, but they're worth knowing about because, like everything about the internet, they're getting more sophisticated every minute. As the name says, service is free. The hitch is there may be a limited number of lines allocated for community use, and session time is usually limited, say an hour at a time. We'll see a list of free nets later in this program. We like Delphi because of their 5-hour free trial. And you can subscribe to Delphi and start using internet services right away. Delphi also provides easy menus that save a lot of time in finding and accessing information. To begin, it's pretty obvious you need a computer with an 80-column display. We're using QuickLink Gold, which is operating in the Windows environment. You also need a modem, the device that lets your computer communicate with other computers over telephone lines. The modem's speed may range from 300 to 14,400 bits per second. The faster the better, especially if you'll be downloading software. Our modem speed is 14,400 bps. Your communications package should let you set the connection speed to correspond with your modem speed, set terminal emulation, and support file receive protocols, including X modem, Y modem, and Z modem, as well as Kermit and text transfers. These parameters are fairly standard for communication software. At the setup menu for your communication software, set these parameters. Terminal emulation at VT100 or higher, VT102, VT220, or VT320. 8 data bits, no parity, and 1 stop bit. If possible, turn off auto line feed and carriage return line feed settings. If your modem is 2400 baud or less, set X on, X off handshaking to on and set duplex to full. If your modem is higher than 2400 baud, set handshaking to hardware. If you have a synchronous mode, turn local echo off. Again, we're using Delphi. Settings for other internet providers may vary. All set? Now, dial Delphi by modem at 1-800-365-4636. At the connection, you may have to press return more than once. The password is CCLU46. You'll see the Delphi welcome screen, then be prompted for your name, address, and phone number. Then you'll be given a choice of member or user names to select. The next screen will describe Delphi's fees in detail. You'll be asked for a credit card number, your mother's maiden name, and a password. Now Delphi will help you find a local access number and will summarize your username, password, and sign-on steps. Do a print screen or copy this info down and keep it handy. Delphi will then sign you off and you'll call back using the access number you selected earlier. If you have questions about connecting with Delphi, you may talk with a customer service rep at 1-800-695-4005. We'll take a short break from this sign-on procedure to talk about uppercase and lowercase commands, as well as help and FAQs. Internet commands are case-sensitive, and most are typed in lowercase letters. Be careful when you type commands or enter information that you are typing in lowercase or uppercase, and that you are typing the exact letters that are specified, or your procedure may not work properly. In this program, we assume that lowercase is used for all commands, and we specify uppercase when it's required. Also, a word about help. Delphi gives you lots of help screens, which are customized for each area. Simply type HELP for more information. FAQ is the acronym for Frequently Asked Questions, and you will see them everywhere on the Internet. FAQ menus will list questions and answers for many common questions and are very helpful to newcomers on the Internet. Now back to our sign-on process. When you connect via your access number, you'll be asked for your password. Then you'll select a new one for extra security. You'll get a brief introduction to Delphi, then see the main menu. At the What Do You Want to Do prompt, type Go Internet Registration, or just Go, INT-REG, since you can abbreviate most commands in Delphi to the first 2 or 3 letters. Read the terms of use, pricing info, and access policy. Then enter the registration menu. When you agree to the terms of use, you are registered to use Internet services. We urge you to read Tips on Using Delphi on Delphi's main menu to learn about commands and capabilities. Information on the net is found in computers that are located at sites or addresses. Domain names tell us the category of institution. Some common ones are EDU for school or university, GOV for government, or COM for commercial network, MIL for military installation, and ORG for other organization. And each computer system has its own unique name. For example, you can send email to the President at whitehouse.gov, the computer system that receives his email. As you cruise the Internet, you'll see many computer addresses. Internet utility and search tools. In this section, we'll discuss some tools on the net. Then we'll talk about newsgroups, email, and finally about netiquette and viruses. Here are just a few of the many tools you'll use. FTP, or File Transfer Protocol, lets you download a file from a distant site. You will use FTP to find and download shareware or freeware to your own computer, or use FTP to download the text of a report from a university research library. Gopher scans directories for the file names. It's a good tool to use for a general search on a subject. Archie searches too, but only finds files at sites which allow file transfer, FTP sites. With Telnet, your computer connects with another computer system, so you can look for information online in that remote computer. FTP. Let's start at the Internet Special Interest Group, or INT menu. You can access sites directly using FTP from here, or use Delphi's Gopher menu and select 8 for downloadable programs. FTP is primarily designed to download software. Let's look for some MS-DOS software using the Oak Software Repository. Item number 11. Select 10 for MS-DOS. Press Enter to read this list online. Number 38 is a program for calculating. Select it by typing 38. We'll pick number 3 and yes to download. We're using Z modem, which we selected to coordinate with our communications software. You should use what's compatible with your modem. The file is about 35,000 bytes, so it will take a minute or two to download. The program on calculating is now saved to our workspace in Delphi. We'll retrieve it a little later. In Delphi, Control-Z is the usual exit command from any area. We press Control-Z to go back to the Internet INT Gopher menu. Gopher. Gophers retrieve text-based information rather than binary files. We select Search Utilities 16, then Gophers by subject area number 3. Let's look for some educational information. We select number 19. There are 9 screens to choose from, and on page 3 we see a publication called EduPage. So we select number 49 and press Enter to read. We could download this file if we wanted to, using the same procedure we used just for calculators. We see EduPage's index, and then the articles start. Press Enter or type More to see the rest of the article. Then Control-Z until we get back to the Internet INT menu. Telnet. Another powerful Internet tool is the Telnet command, which connects your computer directly to a distant host computer. Let's look for a book at a library in Denver, Colorado. Type Telnet, then pac.carl.org, the name and internet address of the Colorado Alliance of Research Libraries. Type PAC. To identify our terminal, we choose number 5, which is VT100. Now press 1 for library catalogs. Then 11 for Denver Public Library, or DPL. 1 begins a search in DPL. Let's look for books on the Internet. Type W, then Internet at the prompt. We see there are 53 books about the net in the library system. After paging through a couple of screens, we type //exit to leave Carl. Archie. The Archie command searches file names at FTP sites. Let's get to it by selecting the Gopher main menu. Then 16, Search Utilities. Then number 1, the Archie Search Utility. We'll start a search for Internet information at the Internet Network Information Center, or Internic, so we select 1. At the Archie prompt, we log in as Archie. Prog is the Archie command to search for files with a specified search name in them. We type prog space internet for a list of files about the Internet. The first segment on the screen tells us there are files named. internet-drafts at the ds.internet.net computer. We jot this down and Control-Z back to the main Internet menu. Now we'll FTP to those files. In our previous example, we used Delphi's Easy FTP menu to find a file. Delphi set up this menu to access sites where it knows FTP is allowed. You can also FTP directly to sites from Internet Special Interest Group menu, but not all sites allow access, especially during business hours. Type FTP and at the address prompt ds.internet.net. The default is anonymous, so we press return. Delphi provides our username and we hit return once again. Type dir and see the internet-drafts file listed on the far right. On the far left, we see AD at the beginning of the string, so we know we're looking at the directory. Now we change directory, CD, to internet-drafts. Then dir for a list of the files. There's many files. To stop scrolling in FTP, type Control-0. To retrieve a file in FTP, type get space and the name of the file in quotes. Let's read one of the text files. Type get quote draft -ietf -isn -faq -02 dot txt quote space uppercase T uppercase T We see now that the file is about using Internet in schools. If we'd wanted to save this file to our Delphi workspace, we would not have typed uppercase T at the end of the get command. Delphi provides more detail on utilities and search commands in their help menus, so we suggest you read them thoroughly. These are just a few of the many search tools available on the net. We encourage you to explore the Delphi and Internet Special Interest Group menus thoroughly, because there are many ways to find useful information. And remember, these are our examples. You can search for anything in the Internet. Just use your imagination. To exit, Control-Z until you get to the Delphi main menu. Email. We've spent the first part of this tutorial connecting to computers to find information. Let's talk now about some ways to connect with people on the Internet. First, electronic mail. Let's send ourselves a test message. From the Internet INT menu, type MA. At the mail prompt, type send. At 2, type Internet. Open quote your username. about sign, Delphi dot, com quote. This tells email to send the message to the person with your username located in the Delphi commercial system. At subject, type test email message. Then a short message like, congratulations, you're on the internet. To send the message, press Ctrl-Z. It's that easy. We'll come back to mail in a few minutes to read the message. For now, Ctrl-Z back to the main Internet menu. Usenet newsgroups. Usenet newsgroups are another popular way to communicate with people on the Internet. Newsgroups are arranged by category of interest, reading messages to find out what other people have to say about a particular topic. You may even want to post a message to voice your own opinion. However, we strongly urge you to become familiar with a specific group and spend time reading their messages before you post one to the entire group. At the main Internet menu, type USE to select the Usenet newsgroups, and then NN to access the Usenet network. Uppercase G starts the listing of newsgroups to select from. After reading the list, at the prompt, type news.announce.newsusers. The group for news users, and press return. You'll pick a letter in the far left column to read a message. The next column to the right lists the name of the person who posted the message and the size of the message. Let's read answers to frequently asked questions, FAQs. Press lowercase c, the letter for FAQ messages. You'll see that it's been selected by the asterisk next to it. Press the space bar to read messages. Type uppercase G again to look for news groups about another topic. How about school? Keep pressing N to see all the news groups with school in their name. To read one, simply type Y at the name of the news group. To exit from newsgroups, type uppercase Q. Electronic mail and file retrieval. Let's read the email message we sent earlier. Ctrl-Z back to the Internet main menu and then type MAMA. We see the prompt that says we have a message. So we type dir/new for some detail. Type read1 to read it. There it is. If this were a message from someone else, we could reply simply by typing reply, then our answering message. Ctrl-Z to send it, then Ctrl-Z to exit out of mail. Now we'll go to our workspace to retrieve the file on calculators that we got by FTP a little while ago. At the Delphi menu, type Workspace. Do a dir command to see what's there. We chose Z modem as our transfer language to send the file to us over the net. We are receiving or downloading this file to our computer, so at the WS prompt, we type download. The instructions for this part of the process vary depending on your communications software. You should be able to designate a path for the file at this point and download it from your workspace in Delphi to your home computer. Now choose Z modem. Type mail.mai. Now type Control-Z to exit out of the workspace to the Delphi main menu. Now type INT to return to the Internet main menu. Let's find some Freenet information. At the Internet main menu, select Gopher. Choose the Freenet menu and then number 1 to read it. While some of these Freenets have limited access, they are available at no cost, so you might want to check out access for any that are in your area. Netiquette. Etiquette is necessary anytime people in a community interact with each other. Good manners make life more civilized. On the Internet, a virtual community, netiquette is essential, especially for newcomers. Even if you've watched this introductory tape, there's still a lot to learn about the Internet. So be sure to read the lists of FAQs, or frequently asked questions, anytime you get into a new area. If you join a news group or mailing list, read the messages for a few days. This so you get familiar with the style of the group before you post a message yourself. When you do send email or other messages, don't shout, that is, type in all uppercase. And don't get angry, or at least don't use angry words if you feel you must reply to someone you don't agree with. You could get flamed, sent nasty messages by hundreds of people who think you were in the wrong. If someone's behavior is really obnoxious, they could be banned from a particular news group, or at the extreme, lose their online privileges altogether. Also remember that the Internet began as a place without central control or authority. So many of the people who use it have a freewheeling sense of propriety. You may find topics that offend you. Just ignore them and pursue areas you feel comfortable with. Viruses. Finally, a word about viruses. Several years ago, a person on the Internet unleashed a virus that caused computers to crash all over the country. Don't let this happen to you. Be sure you run an antivirus program on your computer regularly, so your computer doesn't catch one or send one out over the net. A good program that tests downloaded software is Dr. Panda Utilities from Panda Systems in Wilmington, Delaware. It costs $79.95. Ask your videotape retailer for more information on videos about computer security as well as viruses. Thank you for joining us for an introductory look at Internet. Remember that our examples are just that, examples. You will use your own subjects to find software or information about everything from apples to zebras. We've clearly marked each section of this tape with special graphics so that after rewinding, you can fast forward to any section for a brush-up. Good luck on the Internet. Just remember to take your time. Read your FAQs, use those help screens, and most important, have fun.
Hello, I'm the Video Professor, and you are about to learn software by means of a creative new concept in the computer industry. I'll take you step by step through learning your new software package. On the screen now are some other tapes available in my series. With them, you can watch and learn at your own speed. Stop and practice anytime you want, and review topics you don't understand. I suggest that you view each tape in its entirety. Then go back through the lesson with your computer and your software and practice each step. All of my tapes are designed to get you up and running quickly. Once you have viewed and practiced everything that is on these tapes, I think you'll find your software manual much easier to understand. And now, let's get started. Welcome to the Video Professor's Introduction to the AppleWorks Database Program. After this short lesson and with a little practice, you will be able to use the database to keep track of information that would typically be stored in list or on file cards. But because database programs are actually more versatile than simple list, you will also know how to use AppleWorks to arrange your database in meaningful ways and to find or isolate information contained within the database. Before we start this lesson, let me tell you about some equipment and software assumptions that I will be making. AppleWorks operates most efficiently if your computer has at least 128 kilobytes of memory. If you have an Apple IIc or an Apple IIgs computer, it already comes equipped with enough memory to run AppleWorks. However, if you have an Apple IIe computer, it may not already have 128 kilobytes of memory, so you should consider upgrading its memory to this minimal amount. In addition, your computer should have 2 disk drives. Although 2 disk drives are not a necessity, it is much easier to run AppleWorks with 2 disk drives, and I will assume that you are using 2 disk drives. A printer is another equipment item that you should have, since you will want to print all of the wonderful documents that can be created with a database. Also, we'll be using AppleWorks version 2.0. If your AppleWorks program has a version number less than 2.0, don't worry. You can still use it to follow along, but a few of the screens you see in this lesson may appear different than yours. By the way, you cannot use the original AppleWorks disk to run the program, so make a copy of your original AppleWorks disk onto a working disk. Besides your AppleWorks working disk, you will need to format a blank disk. This disk will be used by you as a data disk on which you can save the database files we will create in this lesson. Finally, I will assume that you understand some important introductory concepts about AppleWorks. You should already know how to start up AppleWorks, how to use AppleWorks menus and basic commands, how to save, retrieve, and print files, and how to properly prepare AppleWorks to take full advantage of your disk drives and your printer. If any of these concepts are new to you, I suggest that you consult your manuals or see some of my other Video Professor lessons before you go any further. If you are unsure how to copy your AppleWorks disk or how to format disks, see my lesson entitled Getting to Know Your Apple II Computer. If you would like to acquire a beginning knowledge of AppleWorks, see my lesson entitled Introduction to AppleWorks. Now that we have some of the technical requirements out of the way, let me introduce you to our students. They will be learning about the AppleWorks database along with you. And if you need to review a topic, we never get tired of repeating ourselves. Okay, are there any questions before we get started?
Professor, what exactly is a database?
A database really isn't anything new. In fact, you are probably already familiar with some kinds of databases. If you've ever looked up a telephone number in a phone book, you've already used one kind of database. A phone book contains hundreds or thousands of names, addresses, and phone numbers organized into lists. To help you find the number you are looking for, the lists are arranged alphabetically in columns. Each line in a column contains information about a single individual or family. Another database that you may also know about is the kind that can be kept on individual cards. Many people keep their recipes on cards that are contained within some kind of filing box. To make it easier to find a certain recipe, the cards are likely to be arranged in categories. For instance, the recipe for a chocolate cake is probably arranged alphabetically in the dessert section of the file. You might think of a computerized database as a set of file cards, similar to the recipe cards I just described. Each card contains information about a single entry from a collection of many things. The collection could be names and addresses of club members or information about your valuable computer disks. In a computerized database, each file card is called a record. Similar information is entered on individual records. To ensure consistency in recording information, each card is imprinted with identifying names to indicate what information is to be entered there. In a computerized database, those names are called categories. Once information has been entered onto the individual records, the computer can perform a variety of tasks to organize the database in meaningful ways. For instance, the computer can arrange the records alphabetically according to the entries in any of the categories. Also, the information contained within one or more of the categories can be displayed in list of records. The computer can even search through the entire database and retrieve only the records containing similar information. This retrieval is usually so rapid that hundreds of records can be searched within a few seconds.
Professor, I like to keep in touch with my friends, but how do I create a database of their addresses and phone numbers?
Well, it's often said that the best way to learn about something is to jump right in. So, to find out about the AppleWorks database, let's get it up and running. Remember, I assume that you know how to start AppleWorks, so I will wait for you to get your program running. While you are starting AppleWorks, I will display this screen to summarize the startup steps. Pause the tape now and restart the tape when your program is running and it displays the main menu screen. This screen, referred to as the main menu, is your gateway to all of the things you can do with AppleWorks. Like any menu, you can make selections from it. You make selections by using the up or down arrow keys to move the highlight bar to one of the choices you see on the screen. Once the menu choice you want is highlighted, select it by pressing the return key. Okay, we want to learn about the database, so if you have moved the highlight bar, move it back to the first choice on the menu called Add Files to the Desktop. This is the main menu selection that you use to enter the database. By the way, the reference to files and a desktop is AppleWorks' analogy for having something you create remain in the computer's memory. To illustrate what I mean, imagine that your computer's memory is the top of a desk. On the desk are file folders, each holding records created with the database. You may work with the records in only one file folder at a time, but you can safely close that file folder and open another. Since the file folder you had just been working in remains on the desktop, the information it contains is intact. You can reopen that file folder later, and the document within will be the same as when you left it. Once you have highlighted this choice, Add Files to the Desktop, press the return key. The screen that you see now is a sub-menu of the main menu. It is called the Add Files menu, and it gives you two alternatives for adding files to the desktop. Let's take a close look at this menu to understand it better. First of all, notice that the menu is divided into two sections, each with its own heading. The two menu selections under the heading Get Files help you to recover a database file that you have previously saved from your desktop onto a data disk. The first choice underneath this heading, the current disk, is the one you will most often use to recover a database file. The three menu selections under the heading Make a New File allow you to create a brand new database file and add it to the desktop. We haven't created any database files yet, so that means that we have no database files to retrieve from our data disk. Therefore, we will enter the database by making a new file. Move the highlight bar until it is on top of Make a New File for the database. Now, press the return key. The screen that you see here is called the Database submenu. You are offered four possibilities for making database files from this menu. The choice already highlighted, From Scratch, is the one you must use to create a brand new database file. The other options displayed here allow you to add a file that was created by a variety of word processor, database, or spreadsheet programs. I'll teach you how to use some of these selections in my Video Professor lesson entitled AppleWorks, Putting It All Together, so we don't need to discuss them here. Okay, let's create a database file from scratch. Highlight the From Scratch choice and press the return key now. Notice that the menu has changed slightly. There is an arrow pointing at the selection you have just made, and the text in the line at the bottom of the screen is different. The line of text at the bottom of this screen is called the prompt line, and you are being advised to type a name for this file. That means that before you can add a database file to the desktop, you must give it a name. The name you use is your choice, but it should be descriptive of what you intend to type in the database. For instance, a database about names, addresses, and telephone numbers might be called Address Book.
Professor, this database is going to contain information about friends. Instead of address book, couldn't I just call my file friends?
Yes, you can use any name you want as long as it has meaning to you. You should keep in mind, however, that the name should also be descriptive of the type of information you want to keep track of in your database. Okay, let's use friends as our file name. Type in friends now. It doesn't matter if you type the name in upper or lower case. And if you mistype something, simply use the delete key to erase the error and then retype your text. Once you are satisfied that you have typed the name correctly, press the return key. Congratulations, you have just added the database file Friends to the AppleWorks desktop. This is the Change Name Category screen, and it is here where you design your database. Let's take a few moments now to think about what it means to design a database. Each time you design a database, there are 3 important steps you must follow. First of all, decide exactly what information will go into your database. If the database is to be about your friends, you should consider what is important to know about them. Besides their names, would you also like to know about such things as their addresses, their telephone numbers, and their birthdays? Then, after you know what information your database will contain, decide what categories will go into your database and what their names will be. For instance, your database about friends might have category names like name, address, city, state, zip, phone, and birthday. Finally, fill out the Change Name Category screen by typing in the names or your categories. Remember, I said that a computerized database is similar to a file card, and that each file card is called a record. When you type in the category names, you are specifying what information can be added to each record. Okay, let's take a close look at the Change Name Category screen before typing in any category names. The upper left corner of the screen displays the name of the file which is currently open on the desktop. Once you have a file open on the desktop, you do not need to create it again. It remains in the computer's memory until you remove it or you quit AppleWorks. The top middle of the screen displays Change Name Category. This is the place in AppleWorks where you design your database. The upper right corner of the screen suggests that you can press the Escape key to go to the Review, Add, Change screen. That's the place where you change information once it has been entered into the database. The lower left corner of the screen suggests that you can initiate certain commands by using the Open Apple key in conjunction with some other key on the keyboard. The left half of the screen, between the line of equal signs and the dash lines, is the place where you type in your category names. The right half of the screen, also between the line of equal signs and the dash lines, suggests several things you can do while typing in your category names. Okay, let's type in some category names now. Notice that your cursor is positioned underneath the first letter of the words Category 1. This is a name that is suggested by the computer to make sure that at least one category is in your database. Obviously, this isn't a very good name for a category and really ought to be changed. You can delete this unwanted category name by pressing the 2-key combination of Open Apple Y. This is a special editing command of AppleWorks that deletes text from the cursor position to the end of the line. Press Open Apple Y now. Notice that the suggested category name has disappeared from the screen. You can now type in a category name of your own to replace the one you just eliminated. The first category name you type should be the most important one in your database. Since this database is about your friends, the most important category will be the one where you enter their names. Take a moment to consider what this category should be called. It might seem logical to use name as your category since the database is about your friends, but doing so will cause problems. A computerized database like AppleWorks can sort information by categories. If the computer sorted the names in this category, your friends would be arranged according to their first names, not their last. It would be better to separate your friends' names into two categories, like this. That way, you can have the computer arrange your friends in alphabetical order according to their last name. If, for any reason, you would like the computer to re-alphabetize the database according to first names, you can do that too. Let's begin typing category names. You should use short, descriptive category names, so type LAST and press the return key. There, you've just finished typing the category where your friends' last names will be entered into the database. The next category should be for first names. Type FIRST and press the return key. For the next category, type BDATE and press the return key. This category will be for your friends' birthdays. Notice that this category contains the word date. For the final category, type PHONE and press the return key. Here, you will enter your friends' phone numbers. You could type many more category names here. However, for the purpose of learning about the database, these four are enough. Press the escape key now. Congratulations! You have just defined your database. The message that is displayed here informs you that some information must be entered into the database before you can go any further. Do as the prompt line at the bottom of the screen indicates and press the space bar. This is the Insert New Record screen. You will see this screen each time you choose to type in more information into the database. Let's enter some information about 3 people into this database. Type ROBERTS into this category. This is the last name of one of the people in the database. Now press the return key. Next, type STERLING and press return. For the birthday, enter numbers and slashes. Type 5/10/72 and press the return key. Look at the date you just typed. Instead of the numbers you entered, AppleWorks redisplayed them in a standard date format. This is because the category name you created had the word date in it. When AppleWorks encounters date or time in the category name, it converts any numbers you enter into a standard format. This makes comparing and sorting easier. Okay, finish entering information into this first record by typing the phone number 987-2234 and press the return key. You have just finished entering all of the information you can into the first record. Notice that the category names are once again empty, and the message just above the row of equal sign displays Record 2 of 2. This means that the AppleWorks is waiting for you to type information into Record 2 of the database. Enter information about another person now. For the category named last, type Smith and press the return key. Now type Brett and press the return key. For the birthday, type 9/6/72 and press the return key. Finally, type 2340978 and press the return key. Now that you have completed entering information into Record 2, try one more with me. Once again, type Smith for the last name and press the return key. Type Brian for the first name and press the return key. For B date, type 987-2/23/71 and press the return key. And for the phone number, type 987-2112 and press the return key. I think you have a good idea about how information is entered into the database now. There are 7 more records that you need to enter, but I want you to type them in yourself. Here are the rest of the names, birthdays, and telephone numbers for you to enter. Remember, after you have typed each entry, press the return key. Stop this tape now and type in the data. When you are finished, restart the tape. Well, now that you have finished entering all of the records in your database, let's review what you've learned so far. A computerized database can organize information in a fashion that resembles lists in a phone book or cards in a card file. Computers are efficient managers of such databases because they can sort the information in a variety of ways and search through hundreds of records in a matter of seconds. With AppleWorks, you can enter the database in 2 ways. If you already have a database with records in it, you can retrieve it from your data disk. If you want to start a brand new database, you must create it from scratch. If you create a database from scratch, you must type in the category names. Category names should be short and descriptive. Remember to have a separate category name for any information that you want to sort. Entering new information into a record is easy. Just type the data into the empty categories and press the return key when you have finished typing. Since the computer can sort your records for you, it doesn't matter if you don't create your records in alphabetical order. Okay, enough review. Press the Escape key now and then press Open Apple 1. I'll explain later how these keys are used by the database. The next thing that you need to know about is the 2-screen layouts that AppleWorks provides for you to view your data. Let's see just how easy it is to switch between layouts so that you can see your data as a list or as a single record. AppleWorks uses the 2-key command Open Apple Z to switch between screen layouts. As the letter implies, each time you press Open Apple Z, you zoom to either a single record or to multiple records of your database. The screen layout that you see right now is called the single record layout. You see the information for only one of the 10 records in the database that you just typed in. Now press Open Apple Z. Notice that your database has just been redisplayed in a new kind of layout. This new screen is called the multiple record layout. Let's take a closer look at this layout to see how it differs from the single record layout. The first thing that you should notice is that the category names are displayed in a row near the top of the screen in this layout. Underneath each category name is the information for several records that you entered there. For example, all of the last names you typed are displayed in a column underneath the category named Last. Each record in your database is displayed in a single row underneath the category names. For example, the row that is highlighted here is the first record that you typed in. Okay, now let's see how you can move around in this layout. If you have been following along with me so far, you should notice a flashing line called the cursor under the R in Roberts. That's the first entry in the category named Last. With a few simple keystrokes, you can place this cursor anywhere in the database so that you can change information in any category. Moving from one category to another is accomplished with the Tab key. Also, the Open Apple key, in combination with the Tab key or the number keys 1 through 9, will move the cursor between categories. Try pressing the Tab key now. Observe how the cursor jumps to the next category of the first record. Keep on pressing the Tab key and you will see it continue to jump to the next category. When the cursor is in the last category of any row, pressing the Tab key once more jumps the cursor to the first category of the next record below. Try pressing Open Apple Tab now, and watch the cursor jump categories in the opposite direction. Keep on pressing the Open Apple tab until the cursor is back underneath Roberts in the first record. Now try pressing the Open Apple key and the number 9. Notice that the cursor jumped to Hudson, the final name in the column named Last. The number keys are called the ruler line in AppleWorks, and use them to move the cursor in fractional increments within your database. Press Open Apple 5 and you will see that the cursor has moved back to the middle of the database. Finally, press Open Apple 1 and the cursor will be placed back at the beginning of the database. You can also use the arrow keys to move around, but 2 of these keys have special functions in the database. Try pressing the right arrow key. Notice that the cursor moves within the category, not to another category. Keep on pressing the right arrow key until you hear the computer beep. The right and left arrow keys are for moving the cursor within a category so that you can make changes to the information that may be there. Now use the left arrow key to move the cursor back. Keep pressing it until you hear the beep. Try pressing the down arrow key. Notice that the cursor moves down 1 record at a time. You use the up and down arrow keys to move the cursor to a specific record in the layout. Keep on pressing the down arrow key until you hear the beep once again, and the cursor is in the last record of the database. Well, that's how you move about in the multiple record layout. The cursor movement keys work similarly in the single record layout. Press Open Apple Z now so that you can try out cursor movements in that layout. Now that you are in the single record layout again, notice that record 10 of 10 is being displayed. That's because the cursor was in the last record of the multiple record layout when you zoomed back to this layout. Had the cursor been in the first record when you zoomed in, you would see record 1 in the single record layout. Okay, try pressing the right arrow key again. Notice that in this layout, the right and left arrow keys still move the cursor within a category. Now press the up arrow key. Again, the up and down arrow keys work the same. Finally, press the Open Apple 1. Notice that the record the cursor was in has changed to record 1 of 10. That means that the number line works the same too, but remember, you can only see 1 record at a time in the single record layout.
Professor, what if the phone number of one of my friends changes? Is it easy to type in the new phone number?
Well, that's easy now that you know how to move the cursor. Let's assume that your friend Brett has just changed his phone number to 987-1212. Press the down arrow key until the cursor is under Brett Smith's name, and move the cursor under Brett's phone number. Once you have placed the cursor in the correct category, you can make the change. Press Open Apple Y to eliminate the information in the category. Type in the new phone number, 987-1212, and press the return key. Finally, press the up arrow key to place the cursor back in the record with Brett's newly changed phone number. That's all there is to changing the information in a category. By the way, you can follow these same steps when you want to change category information in the multiple record layout too. As you can see, changing information is easy. But what if you notice that you are typing information in the wrong category? Or you decide that you don't want to change the information after all? Press the Open Apple Y to eliminate the phone number you just typed. Now, look at the upper right corner of your screen and you will see the message, Escape, Restore Former Entry. That message means that you can use the Escape key on your keyboard as a safety valve. Press the Escape key now, and you will see that the phone number you eliminated with Open Apple Y has just been restored to that category. As a general rule, you can use Escape to restore any information you are editing, as long as you don't press the return key first. Alphabetizing, or sorting as it is sometimes called in computerized databases, is easy and quick with AppleWorks. Before you try any alphabetizing, however, press Open Apple Z to zoom to the multiple record layout. Since the last names in this database are all out of order, let's sort them first. Your cursor should still be on Brett's phone number, so press Open Apple tab until you have placed the cursor back in the column of last names. Okay, once the cursor is where it belongs, press Open Apple A. This is the AppleWorks command for arrange, and the screen you see now is called the Arrange Sort screen. Take a few moments to study the information that you see on this screen. Notice the name of the category that is going to be arranged. That's the one called Last, and it will be arranged because the cursor was in this category when you pressed Open Apple A. Notice also the order that information in this category will be arranged. If you want to change how this data will be arranged, use the up or down arrow keys to move the highlight bar to the choice you desire. We are going to arrange the last names in ascending order, so be sure the bar highlights the first choice in this list and press the return key. There, all of the last names have been arranged in alphabetical order. That's not the only way that the information in this database can be arranged. For instance, if you want to list your friends in order from youngest to oldest, you can arrange the birthdays in the B date category. Try arranging the birthdays. Press the Tab key 2 times to place the cursor in the column of birthdays. Now press Open Apple A once again. Notice the category name and the arrangement order. The B date category is being arranged now. The data will be arranged chronologically because the cursor is in a date category. Okay, press the return key now. The database has been rearranged. Notice that the birthdays in this column have been arranged in order from youngest to oldest. You might also be interested in the fact that Brett Smith and Mike Aarons share a common birthday, and you will have to send a birthday card to both of them. Well, arranging the records according to birthdays is useful, but let's rearrange the records by last names. In doing so, I'll show you a minor problem that you may encounter when you arrange records in an AppleWorks database. Use the Open Apple tab keys to place the cursor back in the column of last names. Now press Open Apple A to arrange the records according to the last names in this column. Go ahead and press the return key because the category and arrangement order are correct. Once again, all of the records are arranged alphabetically according to the last names. However, notice that Brian Smith and Brett Smith are no longer in the correct order in the database. That's because AppleWorks only allows you to arrange records in one category at a time. To correct this problem, you will need to arrange the records according to the first names, and then arrange the records according to the last names. Rearranging the records to correct that problem will take more time than we have in this lesson. I trust that you know enough about arranging the AppleWorks database so that you can fix this minor inconvenience on your own later.
Professor, I have a lot of friends, so I'll have quite a few records. If I want to find the birthday of just one friend, how can I find just a single record?
AppleWorks, like most computerized databases, makes it easy for you to find specific records. As the amount of information in your database increases, you will soon appreciate this capability. To learn how AppleWorks can find a specific record, let's assume that your friend, May Freeze, is soon to have a birthday. You want to find the record that contains information about May so that you can send her a birthday card. The basic command that helps you to find specific records is executed by pressing Open Apple F on the keyboard. Okay, let's find May Freeze record. Press Open Apple F now, and notice that the screen has changed. This is the Find Record screen, and it is used to display all records that contain the specific information that you are seeking. It is also the place where you specify the information that you want to find. Look closely at the message in the bottom left of this screen. This prompt is suggesting that you type the word or phrase that you want the database to find. Since we want to find May Freeze, let's have AppleWorks find her by her last name. Type her last name now, F-R-I-E-S. Before you press the return key, look at what you just typed. Even though freeze begins with a capital F, AppleWorks should still be able to locate the name when all the letters are lowercase. Also, if you made a typing mistake, now is the time to correct it. Once you have determined that you have typed the information properly, press the return key. There, that was easy. As soon as you pressed return, AppleWorks displayed only the record that you were looking for. You now know when May should receive her birthday card. Let's try one more example of finding records with Open Apple F. This time, imagine that today's date is May 1st, and you want to find all of the records of your friends who have birthdays during this month. Press Open Apple F to initiate the Find command. Now, since you want to find all records with birthdays in May, press Open Apple Y and type M-A-Y. Once again, be sure that everything is properly typed and press the return key. There. You now see a display that shows all of the records that contain the month of May in the B date category. But wait, take a closer look at these records. Notice that May Freeze is listed in this display even though her birthday is in October. The explanation for this curious listing is that the Find command is used to find all occurrences of a word or phrase in the database. It makes no difference to the Find command in which category the word or phrase resides. If it exists, AppleWorks will display its record. Remember, our original goal was to display only the birthdays in the month of May. Record Selection Rules, AppleWorks' method of displaying data that occurs only in a single category, will achieve our goal. Before we learn about this new way of displaying records, however, let's redisplay all 10 of the records in the database. If you look at the message displayed in the upper right corner of the screen, you will see that you can press the Escape key to return to the Review, Add, Change screen. Press Escape now, and you will see all of the records in the database redisplayed. We want to use Record Selection Rules to find only the May birthdays. The keys that initiate this command are Open Apple R. Press Open Apple R now. The screen that you see here is called the Select Records screen. Look closely at the information and the choices displayed here. With Record Selection Rules, you literally build logical rules that specify exactly the information you want to find. As you construct the rule, it will be displayed on this part of the screen. While the rule is being built, AppleWorks provides a list of choices to help you. With Record Selection Rules, you'll always begin the rule by specifying the category where AppleWorks is to look for data. AppleWorks will prompt you with suggestions to help you complete the rule. Sometimes, as you will see, you must type in some specific information. Okay, begin this record selection rule by moving the highlight bar to Choice 3, B Date. Once you have highlighted that choice, press the return key. Notice how the record selection screen has changed. You have specified that the search will begin in the B Date category. Therefore, B Date has become part of the selection rule. Also, you see a new list. This list suggests several ways that AppleWorks can search for the information that you want to locate. The choices in the list makes it easy for you to be specific about how AppleWorks should search. If you are searching for an exact match of something, use equals in your rule. The next two choices, is after and is before, are useful if the information you seek has value. For example, if you want to find the birthdays of all friends who were born after December 31st, 1970, use is after in your selection rule. This choice, contains, helps you find information that may be only a part of the category. For example, we want to find only May birthdays. We want to find records that contain the word May in the B Date category. These two choices, is blank and is not blank, are useful when a category is empty or when you want to display any record that contains information in a certain category. Now that you understand how each of these choices works in a record selection rule, move the highlight bar to Choice 4, Contains, and press the return key. Once again, the Select Record screen has changed as you add a new part to your rule. The rule has become more specific. And the prompt line is now requesting that you type in the word or phrase that you want the database to find. We are looking for the word May in the B-date category, so type M-A-Y. Be certain that you typed this word correctly, and then press the return key. The screen again has changed to reflect how your record selection rule has been improved. Look closely at the rule now. The rule B-date contains May is very specific. In fact, it is exactly the rule that will find all of the May birthdays. Once a rule is complete, you simply press the escape key to display all of the records that the database can find. Press the escape key now. That's all there is to building a record selection rule, and after the rule is complete, the database displays exactly what you specified. As you can see, using record selection rules is usually better than using the find command to display information of a specific nature.
Professor, shouldn't we save this file now?
That's always a good idea. An old saying about computers is to save early and often. The saying is no less true when you are using a database. Before we save, however, let's set the record selection rules so that all of the records are once again displayed. When AppleWorks saves a database file, it remembers what the current record selection rule is. By changing the rule to display all records, you will be able to see all of the records the next time you retrieve your database. Press Open Apple R to create a new record selection rule. Notice that the database has remembered the current record selection rule. The prompt line now offers two choices. If you choose no, you can continue to build a new selection rule. If you choose yes, the database will redisplay all of the records in the database. That's what you want to do, so highlight yes and press the return key. There, the entire database has been redisplayed and you can save now. If you saw my video professor lesson, Introduction to AppleWorks, you already know how to save. Saving the database file on the desktop is easy to do. Simply get the formatted disk I told you to have as a save disk. Now place it in your disk drive and press Open Apple S. That's all there is to it. When you see the Review Add Change screen reappear, you will have successfully saved your file.
Professor, how can I print out my database?
You can print your database in two styles, label style and table style. Printing either of these two styles is not quite as straightforward as printing from the word processor, however, because the printer controls are not embedded in the database records. Therefore, you must create a report format before you can print your database. A report format describes how the database will be printed, what categories will be printed, and where the categories will appear on the printout. In any database, there can be 8 different report formats, and each report format can be either one of two styles. A label style looks like a single record layout. A table style looks like a multiple record layout. Let's print a table style report that shows the telephone numbers of all your friends. To begin printing, you press the 2-key combination of Open Apple P. Press Open Apple P now, and the first screen that you will see is the Report menu. Notice that the highlight bar is highlighting a choice called Create a New Tables Format. Since you haven't defined any kind of report format up until now, AppleWorks' best guess is that you want to create one. All right, to create a table-style report, press the Return key now. The report format must be given a name. Name this report Phone. That's short enough and descriptive enough to remind you about the contents of this report should you ever want to use it again. Type Phone and press the Return key. The screen displayed here is called the Report Format screen. This is where you define a table-style report. Notice that the screen is divided into 3 parts. The top third of the screen displays information about the database file, including its name and the current record selection rule. The information in the middle of the screen displays some Open Apple commands that help you customize the report. For example, Before you print, you can set record selection rules, delete unwanted categories, and select special printer options. The bottom of the screen shows a few lines of the database. This provides a preview of how the report will look as you define the report format. Notice that the column headings display letters under your category names. These letters will not appear in your printed report. Also, at the bottom of the screen, just to the right of the last column displayed, is the current column width of the report. You can compare this number with the number of columns your printer is capable of printing. You have all of the help you need to customize a report format, so you're going to print a report that looks like this. Notice that the first name, the last name, and the phone numbers are listed here. Also, the birthdays do not appear in this report. The first thing that you can do to customize the report is to switch the category named Last, which is currently in column A, with the category named First in column B. A quick look at the middle of the screen shows how you can switch category positions. The keys to use are the Open Apple key and the less than and greater than keys. On the keyboard, you will use these keys to switch category positions. The less than key is the one with a comma on it. The greater than key is the one with the period on it. Now, notice that the cursor is already in column A. To switch column A with column B, simply press Open Apple along with the greater than key. Good! That puts the first name before the last name in this report. Next, let's widen the columns for the first and last names. You widen columns by pressing the Open Apple key and the left or right arrow keys. Use Open Apple right arrow to widen column B. Press this two-key combination 10 times. Move back to column A by pressing the left arrow key. Press Open Apple right arrow 10 times to widen this column also. Remember, if you forget about any of these keys, you can look to the middle of the report format screen for help. There! 2 columns of the report have been widened. By the way, as the columns got wider, you may have noticed that AppleWorks reported how many columns wide the report had become. The final step in defining the report format is to delete the B-date column. Press the right arrow key 2 times until the cursor rests in column C. Now press Open Apple D, and this category is deleted from the report. In case you are concerned that you have just deleted the B-date category from your database, don't worry, it's still there. It's only been deleted from this report format. If you would like to put the B-date category back into your report, simply press Open Apple I to insert it in again. You can, if you wish, move the cursor to any column in the report before you reinsert the deleted category. Congratulations! You have just defined your first report format for this database. You are ready to print your report, but you should save your database file first. Press Open Apple S now to save your database. There are 2 reasons why you should save your file at this point. First of all, you have just created a brand new report format. When you save this file, this format gets saved along with it, so that you can use it again. Secondly, should something go wrong with your printer while you are printing, you may need to restart AppleWorks. To protect yourself, always save before printing. If all has gone well, and you have successfully saved your database file, you should now be back in your original database. You will have to press Open Apple P to print the report. Go ahead, press Open Apple P now. Here again is the report menu screen. This time the highlight bar is on Get a Report Format. Since this choice is highlighted, press the Return key. The choice highlighted here is the report format that you recently created. Press the Return key to get this report. Your report format named Phone has reappeared in the report format screen. From this point, you can either change this report format or print the report defined by this format. Printing is what you would like to do now. To do so, simply press Open Apple P. This new screen is called the Print the Report screen. Just use the arrow keys to select from the list of printers that are attached to your computer. Notice that one of the choices is called Screen. If you want to preview how your report will look, select this instead of your printer. Go ahead and select your printer. We will use the screen as our printer. When you have highlighted your choice, press the Return key. One final task before you print is to set the correct date. This is so your report will show the most recent date when it was printed. Entering the date here is optional, but for this lesson we'll type it in. Press the Return key when you have set the correct date. If you have chosen one of the printers from the printer menu, you will see this prompt requesting the number of copies you would like to print. Just press the Return key for now. Success! Your report should now be printing. If you specified your printer, it is being printed there. If you selected the screen, you will see it appear on the screen like this. Okay, when your printing is finished, press the space bar to return to the report format screen. Finally, press the Escape key 2 times to return to your original database, which is displayed on the Review, Add, Change screen.
Professor, this is exactly what I wanted to be able to do with the database. But how do I remember all the commands that you taught me?
That's an easy question to answer, because AppleWorks has help screens to remind you of the database commands you need to remember. Anytime you see this message at the bottom of your screen, Help is available. Press Open Apple ? now, and I'll summarize the help you can get. Use Open Apple A to arrange a file in alphabetical order. If you arrange on a date category, it will be arranged chronologically. Use Open Apple F to find a word or phrase in your database. Remember, the database will attempt to find each occurrence of the data you seek, no matter which category it is in. Use Open Apple P to proceed to the Report menu from the Review, Add, Change screen in your database. After you have defined a new report format or retrieved an old one, Open Apple P prints your report. Use Open Apple R to change the rules for selected records. AppleWorks will only display the records that match the rule exactly. Use Open Apple Z to zoom to the single record layout or the multiple record layout. Press the Return key whenever you have finished entering or revising a category entry. In the single record layout, the cursor will move to the next category. In the multiple record layout, the cursor will move to the next entry in the category. Press the Tab key to move the cursor forward through the categories. Open Apple Tab will move the cursor backward through the categories. Use the right and left arrow keys to move your cursor within categories. The up and down arrows move your cursor up or down in the database. Use the number line in combination with the Open Apple key as a ruler line. With these 2 key combinations, you can move the cursor proportionally throughout the database. Press the Escape key now to return to the Review, Add, Change screen. That's all the time we have in this lesson. Before we close, however, don't forget to save this database. Press Open Apple S to save the database as a file on your disk. Well, what do you think of the AppleWorks database now?
I really like this database now that I understand how to use it.
Yes, Professor, you've taught us a lot. I can't wait to try out some of my own ideas.
Thank you. You were good students. As you may have guessed, there is still a lot to learn about this database. If you would like to learn more about useful ways to print list and mailing labels, how to create calculated categories in your printouts, and how to share data between other database files on the same desktop, see my Video Professor lesson, AppleWorks Database Level 2. You might also like to see my other Video Professor lessons to learn about the AppleWorks Word Processor and Spreadsheet. Introduction to the AppleWorks word processor will teach you how to create typewritten documents, how to revise and edit your writing, and how to print your finished document. AppleWorks Word Processor Level 2 will teach you many useful applications for this word processor, more about printer options, and how to use the clipboard. Introduction to the AppleWorks Spreadsheet will teach you how to create a simple spreadsheet, to write simple formulas, and to print the spreadsheet. AppleWorks Spreadsheet Level 2 will teach you about many built-in math functions, how to build spreadsheet templates, and how to share data between other spreadsheet files on the same desktop. AppleWorks Putting It All Together will teach you how to share data among each of the 3 integrated programs, including how to create mail merge form letters using both the database and the word processor. Well, have fun for now. Experiment. And once you feel comfortable with the introductory concepts presented in this lesson, delve further into the many powerful ways you can use the AppleWorks database. And remember, there is always more you can learn from me, your video professor, in this and many other lessons.
The computer is an important part of today's world. Software and computer technology continue to grow at an ever-increasing pace. VIA Graphics Corporation is here to help. Now, more than ever, it is important to keep abreast of the changes in our high-tech society. VIA Graphics Studios produce video training tapes that combine the best of traditional learning methods. VIA Graphics is proud to present this video tutorial, Programming in C, with your instructor, Bob Webster.
Hello, I'm Bob Webster. I'm going to be telling you about C programming today. When you've looked at this tape, you will not be a C programmer. This tape is an overview of the C programming language. In order for you to learn to program in C, there's only one way to do it, and that's to practice. Read the manual and write programs. We will cover several aspects of the C language, starting with simple items, progressing up through some fairly complex features of C. First, let's take a look at a simple C program. This is our C program. If you'll notice at the beginning, there are several include directives. These are to include the C libraries in with the program so that we can make calls to the built-in C functions. Down past those, there's a main statement. This means that this is the main procedure of our program. The bracket, the curly bracket above, and the curly bracket or brace below define the statement block that makes up the main procedure of our program. The int statement defines a variable j to be an integer. This statement, assign 20 to variable j, is a comment. It begins with a /* and ends with a */. In any programming language, it's a very good idea to include comments so you can read your program and so other people can read your program easier. Next, we have an assignment statement, j equals 20. This takes the value of 20 and assigns it to the variable j. Then we print the value of j with the printf statement. This is the printf procedure. It's a built-in function with the C language that allows you to print the value of variables on the screen. With the printf function, there's a string. In this case, we have \n, %i, \n. And this string contains formatting information. The /n are used for new lines. The %i means that we're going to output an integer variable. J is the integer variable we're going to display on the screen. Now let's try running the program. If you look at the screen now, you'll see the variable 20, or the value 20, printed out above the elapsed time message. This is a result of the printf function. Let's go back to the program now and see. And we can see the program assigned a value of 20 to the variable j and printed it out. If you'll notice, we were using the Microsoft Quick C compiler when we ran that simple program. Throughout this tape, we will be using Quick C. However, everything we do should be compatible with other C compilers, such as Turbo C or Microsoft C. The C language we're using will conform to ANSI C, which is the American National Standards Institute version of C. The advantage of using C this way is that you can move your C program from one system to another with very little or no changes. Let's take a look at another program. We will look at the program control statements for the C language. This program counts from 1 to 10. Something very simple, but it gives us an idea of how to use the while statement in C. Again, we have the include statements. These include statements are very important in some program. It's a good idea to include these statements in every program that you write. It can prevent a lot of time-consuming errors. Down in the program, again, we've got the main procedure with the curly brace at the beginning and the end of the statement block for the procedure. We indent 2 spaces just for readability. In C, you can put any statement anywhere on any line, and you can even divide statements between 2 lines. But when you program, it's important to make your program easy to read and easy to maintain. So it's a good idea to get in the habit of some uniform spacing conventions. Anyway, back to the program, we've got int j to define j to be an integer. Then we set j equals to 1. And now the while statement. The while is a new statement. It says, perform the following statement or statement block while j is less than or equal to 10. We have another set of curly braces here defining a statement block. The printf statement and j equals j plus 1 statement are inside this statement block, and they will be executed repeatedly until j is less than or equal to 10. First time through the loop, j will be 1 will be printed. Second time j will be 2, and so forth until it gets up to 10. Then j will be incremented to 11, and the loop stops. Let's try running the program. Here we see the numbers from 1 to 10. It did exactly what we expected. Now let's go back to the program and try making some modifications. One common error in programming, no matter what the language, is the infinite loop. If we remove the statement j equals j plus 1, this loop is executed until j is, or as long as j is less than or equal to 10. Since there's no way to increase the value of j, the loop goes on forever. Let's try it and see. We will recompile the program. Now when the program runs, number 1 is printed over and over and over until we hit break or otherwise exit the program. Similarly, if we increment j by 2, the program will count by twos. Let's try this one. Now, this is another common error in C. We have j equals j plus 2, but it says j is undefined. In the C programming language, everything is case sensitive. This means that the lowercase j is not the same variable as the uppercase j. So what we need to do is change the uppercase j to lowercase and recompile. We can see here that the program counts 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. The last time through the loop, j is incremented from 9 to 11. It goes back up to the while statement, and 11 is greater than 10, so the loop is exited and the program is finished. The assignment statement, when we had j equals 20, takes on the form of variable, equals, and expression. The expression can be any mathematical expression, no matter how complex or simple. For example, if we wanted to say j equals square root 17 times 4, this is okay. This takes the square root of 17, multiplies it by 4, and takes that value and assigns it to the variable j. This is similar to many other programming languages, such as BASIC, Pascal, and most common languages. This is an arithmetic expression. The valid mathematical operators that can be used in an arithmetic expression are plus, minus, times, divide, and percent sign for mod, which stands for modulus or remainder. Any of these can be used in conjunction with parentheses to develop any mathematical formula, and in addition to that, you can use any of the mathematical functions supported by the C language. In our last program, we had a while statement, and in parentheses, we had a relational expression. A relational expression is an expression that can be evaluated to true or false. J is less than or equal to 10 is either true or it's false. In C, a relational expression is an arithmetic expression separated by a relational operator and another arithmetic expression. For example, we can have j is less than 10. We can have j is greater than 10. We can have j is equal to 10. Now this is something very important. When I said j is equal to 10, I put two equal signs in here. If you only put one equal sign in there, the result will always be true. And this is not what you want in your program. Be sure and put two equal signs for equals in a relational expression. If you don't do that, you won't get an error message, but you will get the wrong answer. This will save you possibly hours. In this program, we will look at the if statement. The if statement has the word if with a relational expression, j is greater than 23, and then another statement or block of statements. Printf greater than 23. Again, the \n stand for new line. In addition to the if statement, we can have an else immediately following the if. This means if the if statement was not satisfied, then we go to the else. If j greater than 23 is true, then the first print statement is executed. Otherwise, the second if statement is printed. Up here, we have the scanf statement. This is a way of inputting a variable from the keyboard in C. The scanf statement has a string which determines the format. The %d means integer decimal format. In other words, we're going to be reading a value into an integer decimal. We're going to read it into the variable j. The ampersand is necessary to designate the address of the variable j. We will go into this more later. For right now, scanf reads a variable j, and if j is greater than 23, we print the first message. If otherwise, we print the second message. Let's try running the program. Now we compile the program. Now the program is waiting for our input. We will input 25. And the message that is printed is greater than 23. Now let's run the program again. This time we'll enter 15, and it says less than or equal to 23. If we look at the for statement, we see the word for, then j equals 1, semicolon, j is less than or equal to 10, semicolon, j equals j plus 1. Now there are 3 statements inside the parentheses following the word for. The first statement is the initialization statement, j equals 1. This performs the initialization for the loop. Then we have the test, j is less than or equal to 10. This is an expression which can be evaluated to true or false that determines when the loop is going to be ended. Then we have the increment statement or statements, j equals j plus 1. This increments the value of j at the end of each loop. What the statement does, it starts j at 1, executes the following statement, printf, and then increments the value of j, and does the same thing again until j is less than or equal to 10. Let's run the program and then go back and look at the for statement and see exactly what happened. We'll compile it. You can see the program printed the numbers from 1 to 10. Now let's go back and look at the program and figure out why. We have j equals 1, j is less than or equal to 10, and j equals j plus 1. When we have j equal j plus 1, it adds 1 to the value of j at the end of every loop iteration. Then we print the value of j each time through the loop. So the first time through the loop, it prints 1. The second time through the loop, it prints 2, and so forth until we get to 10. Let's try changing this. Let's go up to 30. J is less than or equal to 30. And then here we say j equals j plus 3. When we run the program now, it will count from 1 to 30 by 3s. Here at the bottom of the screen, you can see where it counts 1, 4, 7, 10, on up to 28. And the last time it adds 3 to 28, gets 31, and exits the loop. In programming, it is very common to have the need to execute a statement or a set of statements a certain number of times. The for statement is one of the most powerful and most commonly used program control statements in the C language. In addition to the simple initialization statement, you can have more than one statement here separated by commas. If we needed to assign the variable k a value of 5 here, we could do that. If we needed to increment k at the end of every loop by 5, we could add another statement at the end. At the initialization section of the for statement, you can have more than one assignment statement separated by commas. At the increment part of the assignment statement, you can have more than one statements separated by commas. These statements may or may not be related to the loop itself. Here we have a program similar to the last one, but you'll notice at the end of the for statement, instead of a printf function, we have a curly brace followed by two statements and another curly brace. The curly braces designate a statement block. This statement block will be executed after the for statement in each loop iteration. The for statement is just like we saw before: j equals 1, j is less than or equal to 10, j equals j plus 1. Above the for statement, we initialize the variable k to 0, and inside the loop, we we add 4 to the value of k each time through the loop. Let's run this program and see what happens. Two numbers are printed out each time through the loop, the value of j and the value of k. Let's look again at the program. In the for statement, it's very, very important to notice at the end we do not have a semicolon. C statements are generally ended with a semicolon. However, if you put a semicolon at the end of the for statement, the following statements are executed only after the loop has finished. Let's see what happens when we put a semicolon here. You'll notice that there will be no error messages generated, but what we had planned will certainly not take place. Here you see the value 11 and 4 have been printed. Let's see why. The for next loop was executed 10 times, but that's all that was executed 10 times. The value of the variable j went from 1 to 10, and it even went up to 11 at the last iteration, and then the loop was exited. After the loop was finished, the value of j was 11. Then k, which is still 0, was incremented to 4, so when we got to the print statement, j was 11, k was 4, and that's all that happened. Remember, if you want to execute the statement or statement block following the for statement, leave off the semicolon. That's very important. In the for statement, the initialization statement can be j equals 1, or it can be anything, like we mentioned before. Let's change this to j is less than or equal to 1100. And we'll change this one to j equals j times 2 instead of plus 1. We'll run this program and see what results. This time we went through the loop 11 times. J had a value of 1, 2, 4, 8, and so forth, doubling every iteration through the loop. K was incremented by 4 each time through the loop as it was before. Let's change the for loop back from j equals 1 to 10, back to j equals 1 to 10, incremented by 1 each time through the loop. Where we have j equals j plus 1, we can replace that with j plus plus. This is a shorthand way of incrementing a variable by 1. Use whichever method you prefer. The code generated by the compiler is exactly the same in each case. It's just a shorthand way of accomplishing the same thing. Now in this loop, we will look at a couple of other program control statements. There is a break statement that can be used to exit a for loop, a while loop, or other loops. To do this, we will use the if statement. If j is greater than 5, break. With this inside our loop, j will get up to a value of 5, and then the loop will stop. Let's try this. This time, J went from 1 to 5, and when the if statement was encountered and J was 6, the loop was exited. Let's look again at the program. The continue statement passes control of the program to the end of the loop, skipping over everything from the continue statement to the end of the loop. For example, if we change our program so that J mod 2 equals 0, this causes the k equal k plus 4 and the print statement to be skipped every time J is an even number. Again, let's look at the percent sign. Percent sign is the mod operator in C. This means J divided by 2, and it gives the remainder of that division. For example, every time J is an odd number, this will return 1. Every time J is even, it will be equal to 0, so we will continue every time J is equal to 0 and skip over these two statements. Let's try running this and see. Here you can see the value of J is 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. The value of K goes from 4 to 8 to 12, the same way it was incremented before. The value of J, since it was incremented inside the for statement, increases each time, even those iterations that were continued and skipped over. The value of K was incremented only every other time through the loop. In C, we have a set of logical operators that are used to combine complex relational and logical expressions. For example, the double ampersand is the AND operator, two vertical lines are the OR operator, and the exclamation point is for not. Now these vertical lines are not the number 11. They are not two lowercase l's. On your keyboard, they look like two split vertical lines. On the screen, they look solid. It's in the upper right-hand corner of your keyboard, but these are used for the OR operator. Let me give you an example. If we have an if statement, if J less than or equal to 10, or K greater than 5, then the statement. This causes the following statement or statements to be executed if J is less than or equal to 10 or if K is greater than 5. Now let's take a look at it in a program. In this program, we have a for loop for J equals 1 to 10 by 1, then an if statement. If J is equal to 4, or if J is equal to 6, then print the value of J. Notice again that in this if statement we use the double equal sign for equals. We don't use the assignment operator. Let's run the program and see what happens now. You can see that it printed the value 4 and the value 6. As it went through the loop, if J was equal to 4, then it printed J, and if J was equal to 6, then it printed J. This is not very practical, but it does illustrate the use of the OR logical operator. The AND operator can be used in a similar manner. There are several assignment operators in the C language. ++, which we used earlier, is used to increment the value of a variable by 1. There's also -, which is used to decrement the value of a variable by 1 or subtract 1 from a variable. There's +=, which is used to add something to a variable, -=, and so forth. There are several others. You can look in your C manual to see all of them. The most common are the ++ and the plus equals. Let's take a look at a program using some of these. Here we have the same program we used last time, except in the for next loop we use j++. This adds 1 to the value of j and makes it easier to write than j equals j plus 1. Now we'll look at another program. In this program we use several of the assignment variables. We start out with j equal to 10, then we use j++ to add 1 to the value of j. Then we use j plus equals 10. This means this is the equivalent of writing j equals j plus 10. You notice I put this statement inside a comment field so it's not actually used by the compiler. Now the j times equals statement is the equivalent of putting j equals j times 10. Now let's run this program. We have, remember, j started at 10, and then we added 1 to j to get 11. We added 10 to that to get 21, and then we multiplied 21 by 10 to get 210. The assignment operators are a shorthand way of accomplishing the same thing. It may be faster and easier to type it into the program, but the code generated is exactly the same as it is if you don't use this shorthand form. Use whichever way is more convenient for you and easier for you to understand. There are several C data types. A data type is the type of a variable or constant. In the programs we've run so far, we used integer data types, or int. The int data type is a 2-byte variable, and its value can range from negative 32,768 to positive 32,767. In C, there's also the character data type, called char, long int, which is a long integer, float, which is floating point, single precision, and double, which is floating point, double precision. Char, int, and long int are all integer type data types. This means that only whole numbers can be represented with these. Float and double are floating point data types. This means that fractions can be represented with these. The character data type is normally used to represent characters or strings. We will go into that in detail later. The most common data types are probably integer and float for normal integers and normal floating point numbers. Floating point numbers are also called real numbers. The character, integer, and long integer, you'll notice, go from negative to positive in each case. Sometimes it's desirable to go to an entirely positive range. For example, 0 to 255 instead of negative 128 to 127. In this case, you can put the word unsigned in front of the data type. For example, unsigned int produces a variable type, or a data type, that goes from 0 to 65,535. An unsigned integer corresponds to the Pascal word data type. The character data type uses 1 byte, you can see by the 1 square. Integer data type uses 2 bytes. The long integer takes 4 bytes, floating takes 4 bytes, and double precision takes 8 bytes of storage. Up until now, we've been using the printf statement, or printf function, but we haven't said much about it, how it's used, and what options there are. With the printf statement, there are two sections. One section is the string which contains the format information. The other section contains one or more variables. Here we have the variable j, an integer, and the variable x, a floating point or a real number. In addition to variables, you can put constants in this area. Let's look at the format section first. We have j and x. This is going to be displayed as a message. Every time there is a % sign in the printf format section, it designates a format specification. In other words, the %d means we're going to output a decimal integer. %f means we're going to output a floating point number. After the % sign and before the format specifier, you can add a length field, as shown here. We will have an 8 for the integer, then an 8 for the real number, and then the 0.2 means to add 2 digits after the decimal point in the floating point number. Since the integer is always a whole number and has no decimal point, you don't need the 0.2. Down here, we've changed it to 0.0 for no digits after the decimal point. Then we have a 0.4 to specify 4 digits after the decimal point for the x in the fourth statement. If you'll notice, we have 8.3 for the variable j here. This means that there are going to be 3 digits displayed, even if some of them are 0. Let's take a look and see. The first time, we have j and x displayed at 10 and 20. 20 has 6 digits after the decimal point because we didn't specify. There's one space separating the 10 and the 20, just as there was in the format specification. The next line has 10 and 20, each one occupying 8 spaces on the screen. The 20 has 2 decimal places, just like we specified. In the third line, we have 10 and 20 with 0 decimal places. And on the fourth line, we have 0, 10, because we had the 0.3 after the specifier for the j. Let me show you back on the main program again. We have 8.3 for j, and the 0.3 meant to use 3 numbers to display the value of j, regardless of how many were required. Even though we only needed 2 digits to display the 10, it used 3, displaying 0, 1, 0. In addition to the D and the F, there are several other format specifications for the printf command. Some for strings, some for characters, some for hexadecimal display, and some for long integers. See your C manual for details on this. One of the most powerful and flexible features of C is the ability to use functions and to define functions. Almost every non-trivial C program is made up of several functions. The first function, of course, is the main function, like we've seen before. In addition to that, though, we can define functions throughout the program to perform a variety of tasks. Let's take a look at a simple function. In this program, we define the function called sub to print out a message. At the beginning, we have the prototype for the function. What this amounts to is a declaration of the function. This is allowed in ANSI standard C, but is not required. Good programming practice, though, means that you should always put a prototype at the beginning of the program. The reason for this is that if you use the wrong type or number of variables for a function, it will display an error message. Otherwise, you will not see an error message, but the results will be unpredictable. So you should always use a prototype for your functions. This amounts to the function definition at the top. Now our function name is sub. The void at the beginning is a special word meaning that the function does not return anything. Then we have two parentheses next to each other. There's nothing inside the parentheses, and this means that there are no parameters for the function. In other words, when the function is called, program execution is transferred to the function, but nothing is passed either direction in the way of values. Let's take a look at this. To call the function, we use the name of the function with the parentheses and any required parameters inside the parentheses. We have a for loop for j equals 1 to 10, and each time in the loop we call the function sub. When we call the function sub, there's a print statement, and it says this is printed in the function sub. Let's run this and see what happens. We get the message, this is printed in the function sub 10 times. Each time in the loop, the function was called and the statement was printed. This is a very simple example of a function. The function returned no value, so we had the void statement at the beginning of the function definition. There were no parameters for the function, so we used two parentheses next to one another to specify this. Now we'll look at another simple function. In this program, we use the function distance to find the distance between 2 points, two x and y coordinates. The formula for the distance is given in the function distance. Now at the beginning of the function definition, or the prototype, we have the word float. That means the function distance returns a floating point value. Inside the parentheses, we have float x1, float y1, float x2, and float y2. This means that we have 4 floating point variables as arguments or parameters for the function. When we call the function, again, we just specify the function name, but since the function returns a floating point value, we can assign that to a variable in the main program, in this case, the variable d. Up here, we define all the variables in the program, or declare all the variables in the program to be floating point. We assign xa to be 10, ya to be 10, xb and yb both to be 20. You will notice in the assignment statements above that the ya and xa statements are on the same line. Like we mentioned before, you can have any number of statements on any number of lines in C programming. You can even have one statement that covers more than one line. Now we have the d equals distance statement. It takes the value of distance with these parameters and assigns it to the variable d. Then we print the value of d in the printf statement. Let's run the program and try it out. The distance is 14.14. That is the correct answer. We mentioned before that you should always have the include statements in your file. Here we have the include math_h. This is the file that declares or contains a prototype for the square root function. If we didn't have this, the square root function would return an integer value for some reason, because that's what it defaults to. If we remove this statement from the program and run it again, you'll see we get no error messages, but we do get the wrong answer, 114. It is very, very important to include all prototype definitions in your program. The correct answer here was 14.14, but you can see we got the answer 114 and still didn't generate an error message. Be sure to declare all functions in prototypes, either with the include or with explicit prototypes. In the program, when we call the distance function, we used variables. It's also possible to use constants here. For example, we can use 10, 20, 30, and 40 here instead of the variables. When we run the program now, we get the answer 28.28, which is correct. The distance function itself works like this. It takes the variable dx and assigns it the value of x2 minus x1. It assigns the variable dy the value of y2 minus y1. Now in the main program, we don't have any variables called x2, x1, y2, and y1. Well, what do these refer to then? They're positional parameters. The first parameter in the call to distance is going to be x1. In this case, the 10 will be x1, the 20 will be y1, the 30 will be x2, and the 40 will be y2. Notice here that these constants look like integers, but since we have a prototype up here and declared this to be floating point, the C compiler automatically converted these constants to be floating point constants so we could get the correct answer. If we did not have the prototype, that wouldn't be the case. Variables in a function are local to the function. In other words, in the function distance, we have variables dx and dy declared in the float statement. These variables cannot be used in the main program. For example, if we put an assignment statement up here in the main program, dx equals 17, and compile the program, we get an error message. It says dx is undefined. While dx is in fact defined in the function distance, it's not defined in the main program. By the same token, if you have a variable by the same name in a function as you do in the main program, in this case maybe xa, that variable is not the same variable as the one in the calling program. If we print the value of xa in the main program, and if we change the value of xa in the procedure, we will find that the value of xa in the main program is still its original value, 10. One other thing to be aware of, inside the procedure, if you change the value of a parameter, x1 for example, and up here we'd say xa, xya, xb, and yb, if we change the value of x1 to 243, when we print out the value of xa in the main program, it will not change. It is still 10. The reason for that is that the normal parameters are value parameters. The value of xa is passed to the function distance, not the address of the value. If we wanted to pass the address of the value and modify it, we could use the ampersand, which designates an address, and on x1 we could put an asterisk, which designates pointer. Now we've gone through the program and changed the occurrences of x1 in the distance function to asterisk x1. This means we're referring to the pointer x1 instead of the actual value x1. In the calling statement to distance, we use ampersand xa instead of just plain xa. And in the float statement, we use asterisk x1 in the prototype as we do in the actual function. When we run the program now, you can see the value has changed to 243. Pointer parameters and addresses can be a very complex part of C programming. You may not comprehend all this the first time through the tape or the first time through the manual, but it's very important to go through the tape and manual until you completely understand the use of parameters and functions as well as pointers. We will cover a little bit more on pointers as we go along. Now we'll try another test with functions. We have a function called test with one parameter, an integer x. In the function, we assign x the value of 30 and then print it. Before the function, we assign x the value of 20, print it, call the function, and print the value of x again. Let's see what happens. On the first print statement, x is 20. Inside the function, where we have c, x is 30. Back after the function call, x reverts back to 20. In the program, this x is local to the main program. In the procedure, the value of x is passed rather than the variable itself. If we want to permanently modify x from within the function test, we need to pass the address of x or the pointer of x. To do that, we can change the function. Instead of x1, we will put asterisk x1 on the prototype and on the function definition. I mean x1 or x, it doesn't matter which, in the prototype. In the function call itself, we need to use the ampersand to designate the address of x instead of the value of x. And then within the function itself, everywhere we use x, we need to change it to asterisk x, which means the value at the address of x. Within the function test, x represents an address, and we have to use the asterisk to get to the value at the address of x. Let's run the program and see what happens now. Now you can see that the last print statement outputs a 30 instead of 20 because the value of x was changed in the function. Now let's take a look at arrays. An array is a series of variables represented by a single name. Each individual element of an array can be addressed with a subscript. In this program, we have an array called A. It has 10 elements. The elements of the array A are addressed as A0, A1, A2, and so forth up to A9. This is very important to remember. We have A10 in the declaration, but the actual addressing goes from 0 to 9. If you try to address array element 10, you'll address an area outside the array, but it will not generate an error message in C. This can cause disastrous results within your program. You should always be very careful to address an array only within its bounds. Here's an example of how you can use an array. We have in a for loop from 0 to 9, we have 0 and j less than 10 instead of less than or equal to 10, so it only goes up to 9. We assign aj the value of j times 2. So the element 0 will be 0, element 1 will be 2, element 5 will have a value of 10, and so forth up to number 9 having a value of 18. In the next loop, we print out the values of the array A, along with J. Now let's look and see what happens when we run the program. We see on the left column the numbers 0 to 9. These are the elements of the array. On the right column, we have 0 to 18, or the element number times 2, which we assigned. Arrays are a very important part of programming in any language. With an array, you can assign a large number of variables and use a single name with an index to access these. One of the most common uses for arrays in C programming is to represent strings, character strings. A character string in C is just an array of characters. Here we have an array called string. You notice we have 81 elements in this array. A character string in C consists of an array of characters, and the string is a set of characters ending with a character 0, or a null character. That's why we have 81 here. In order for us to have a character string of length 80, we have to have 81 elements in the array, the 81st element being a 0. In this program, we don't use J and K, but they're there. We copy A, B, C, D, E, F, G, the character string, to the variable string. On the next line, we print this out. The %s is the printf format for strings. When we run this program, it should print A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Let's see if it does. Above the elapsed time statement, we see A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The program does work. Now you may be tempted when you program to use a simple assignment statement to assign a value to a string, such as this. This is not possible. Since a string is an array, it's not possible to assign 7 elements, in this case, to an array at one time. The string copy function does this for you, but it's not possible to do it this way. Let's try it and see. We get the error message, in this case, the left operand must be L value. That seems a little bit cryptic. What this means is that the identifier to the left of the equal sign is not legitimate. In other words, string, the word string without an array is actually an address of the string, and it's not legitimate to be assigned the values A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. When you see this error message, this is the reason, or possibly something similar to it. Let's change this back to the way it was with the string copy statement. And in the print statement, instead of the S, we'll use C for the character format. And in string, we can print out a particular element of this string, or a particular letter. The third letter will be a 3, because the third letter of the string A, B, C, D, E, F, G is C. Let's try that. We have a D. Now, why did we get that? The 3 here at string does not mean the third element. It actually means the fourth element of the array. We start with 0, 1, 2, and 3 in C. Remember, in C, all arrays are character-based. If you put a 3 for an array element, you are talking about the fourth element in the array. There's another common problem when you use strings in C. If you define a character string to have a length of, say, 20, and then you assign it a string that has a length of 20, it's invalid. It does not cause an error message, but it does cause a program error. Since every string in the C language ends in a null character, you have to add 1 to the maximum string length when you're declaring the string. This has to be 21, otherwise the null character will be written over the variable j in this case. Again, when you do this, you do not get an error message, but you do get improper results in the program. In this program, we input a string from the keyboard using the getS statement. The getS is a C function used to read a string from the keyboard. It's a simple program. We just read the string and print it out. We'll try it. Now I'm typing a message. And after I type the message, this is a string from the keyboard. It was printed from the printf statement. And we can return to the program and see. Now suppose we want to type a number and use it in arithmetic. For example, we want to read a number from the keyboard, multiply it by 10, and then print that number. There are a couple of ways to do this. One way is with the ATOI statement, or ASCII to integer conversion. This converts a string to a number. We say J equals ATOI string, and when we print it, we'll print J times 10 with a decimal format. Notice on the printf statement, I use J times 10 instead of just J. It is possible to use expressions in the printf statement in addition to the actual variables or constants. We'll run the program and enter number 45. 450 is printed out. There's another way to read numbers from the keyboard that we haven't mentioned yet, and that's the scanf statement. We can enter scanf with a format, decimal format, and ampersand J. Then we don't need the conversion statement. Now when we run the program, we should get the same result. And we do. One of the big differences between the scanf statement and the getS statement is that the scanf statement requires formats. If you're going to input a number, you have to have a %D for every number. And whenever you press a space or a tab character, the input for that variable is terminated. With the getS statement, the string is read until you get to the end of the line in every case. It may be more consistent for you to use getS statements and some of the other conversion functions in your programs. An array is a single variable with several elements. In this case, we have 10 elements in the array A. The first element is designated by A0 with square brackets. Then we have A1, A2, on up to A9. To declare this array, we would say, give the data type, and the array name, followed by the number of elements in the array. A10 means we can go from A0 to A9. Remember, when you declare an array, you specify the number of elements in the array, not the maximum element. If we declare A10, that means we go from 0 to 9. This means it's 0-based. Arrays in the C language are always 0-based. Now I'd like to say a couple of words about pointers and addresses. If we declare a variable x as int x, it may have a value of 5. An ampersand x may have a value of 37,423, or some arbitrary address. The ampersand means that we're talking about the address of x. And if we go into the computer's memory at this location, we'll find the value of 5. If we declare x to be asterisk x, that means we declare x to be a pointer or an address. To keep this straight, remember this. A pointer is an address. A pointer is an address. That's all you need to remember. We declare x to be a pointer. That means x is an address. Whenever we want to find out what is at that address, we put the asterisk in front of x. So asterisk x may give us a value of 10, whatever the value happens to be at this location in memory. It's very important when you use pointers and addresses to keep them straight. As you can see here, an address is probably a pretty useless number. What you want is the actual value, whether it is the address or whether it is the value pointed to by a pointer, or if it's the actual value of a variable. Review this in your C manual, and if you don't understand it, read it again until you do. Here we have a program that opens a file, saves a line to disk, closes the file, opens it again, and reads the same line from disk. Disk file I/O is common. Almost every non-trivial program reads and writes data to and from the disk. Let's take a look at this program in detail. First, we declare a file. Notice that this is in capital letters. If you'll remember at the beginning of the tape, we said that in C, every identifier is case sensitive. The word file has to be in capital letters. Then we have a pointer variable. In this case, we're calling it F1. The asterisk means that it's a pointer variable, and then F1 is what we're going to refer to the file with. We have 3 strings, AS, BS, and F1S. We're using the underscore S here to designate strings, but that's an arbitrary idea. We have a print statement, enter the file name, then a get statement to read the string F1S. This statement, the fopen statement, is the one that opens the file. We call the fopen function with the string containing the file name, and then a string with W, meaning to open the file for writing. F1 contains the file handle or the file reference number. If it's equal to null, then the open statement failed and we must have had a bad file name. We print a message. Remember the if statement. If F1 is equal to null, then we execute the statements in the block represented by the curly braces. Then we use the string copy statement to copy this is a line for the file into the variable BS. We use the fputs statement to output the variable BS to F1. Now there is an easier way we can do this. We could put the constant in the fputs statement, but in most cases you will be outputting a variable to a file. So for now, we will leave it like this, even though it may not be the most efficient way to do it. After we have output the line, we close the file, then we open it again with the same fopen function, except this time we use R to open it for reading. We use the fgetS statement, which reads a line from the file. 81 is the maximum length of the string to be read. If you'll notice up above, we declare the variables to be 81 in length. So we read 81 maximum, file F1, and the variable we're reading it into is BS. Then we print out the value of BS to make sure it was the same thing we saved on the file. We'll run the program now and see if it works. It says enter the file name. We'll use file name of X. And it prints this is a line for the file. And if we go back to the program, we printed BS, which was read from the file, and which was saved at the file here. But just to make sure, let's exit the C program and list out the file name X. And sure enough, inside that file name, it says this is a line for the file that we saved. So our program does work. Let's go back to the program. Let's go back to the program and review the statements we used to open and write to the file. To open a file, first we need to declare a file variable. In this case, it's called F1. Then we need to have a name for the DOS file name. In this case, we read that name using the getS statement. That reads a string from the keyboard. After we have the file name, F1S, we call the fopen function and pass it a W for writing. Let me mention here, if we used a constant here, that's acceptable. Or C\test. This means on the main directory we have a file test. However, when you use a string constant in the C language, if you want to use a backslash in that constant, you have to put two of them there. Remember that. Otherwise, you will get an error, a DOS error message most likely. At the minimum, the program won't do what you want it to. The reason for that is if we happen to have an N here for the first letter of our file name, it would cause a new line. The \N is what you use for a new line in C. If you use a \T, like we had before, that stands for the tab character. It would insert a tab character in our DOS file name. If a backslash is the only way to get a backslash in a C constant. This is true in the fopen function, in the printf function, or in any C constant. Let's go back to the way we were. If F1 equals null, we exit. Whenever you call a C built-in function, you should always check the return code to see if there was an error. Otherwise, your program may do almost anything upon an error. Your program should always handle errors in a decent way. Now we use a string copy statement to copy a string constant into a string variable. We use the fputS statement to output this string variable to the file. FputS is similar to the putS statement, except it outputs it to a file. If we change this to putS and took away the file variable, this would just output the string to the screen. We'll change it back the way it was. Now we close the file. Before you can reopen a file in a different mode, you have to close it. We use the fclose statement to do that. Then we open it for reading, which is what the R stands for, and use the fgetS statement to read a line from the file. Up here we used getS to read a line from the keyboard. The fgetS statement is the same thing. It reads a line from the file until you get to a carriage return and then stops reading. The printf statement you should know using the %s means string, and it outputs the variable of bs to the screen. If we wanted to make this simpler, we could use putS and get rid of the format information. It would do the same thing. Now we'll look at a more practical program for C, just as an example. We have gotten a bunch of quotes from CompuServe for stock prices, and we want to read this data into CapTool investment software. However, the formats are not compatible. We want to write a program to convert the format of the file to a format more acceptable by CapTool. Here are the file formats. The input file has a stock name, price, change, the date, and the volume. The output file should have the date first, and the date on the input file doesn't have the year. We need to add the year to this date. Then the stock name, the letter S, a volume, which we have here, except we need to divide the volume by 100. And then the price, which is the same. The data needs to be reorganized, and two fields, the date and the volume, need to be modified. Not every field will be converted. For example, we don't need the change. Let's take a look at the input data file now. This is the input file. You can see we have the file name, then the price, the change, a couple of words on that we will ignore, the date, the volume followed by the word share, which we will ignore. The output file will look like this. You can see we have the date first, then the name, the letter S, followed by the volume, 3 commas, and then the price. Now let's look at the program to do this and go through it step by step to see what is involved. This is the program used to do the file conversion. First, we have the include statements. Remember, always put these at the top of your program. Then we have the prototype for the function called substring. It's a character function, and it returns a character pointer, and these are the parameters. We'll talk about this in detail shortly. Then we have the main function. First, we declare 2 file variables, F1 and F2. These variables represent the input and the output file name. We have a number of strings. F1s and F2s are the input and output file names. In this statement, we print the message that says enter the input file name, and then we get the file name from the keyboard. We ask for the output file name, and then we get it from the keyboard. We open the 2 files, and if the open was not successful, in other words, if the F1 and F2 variables are equal to null, it means there was an error when we tried to open the files. So we print an error message and exit, which terminates the program. Then we have a while loop. While not FEOF F1, we will execute everything in this statement block. Now the FEOF function tells us when we are at the end of the file. In other words, we are reading from the file F1, and when we have come to the end of the file, the function FEOF will become true. While the FEOF function is not true, it means that there's more data to be read in the file. We use the fgetS statement to read the string AS from the file F1, or our input file. This statement checks AS sub 32, which is the 33rd position in the string AS, to see if it's a slash. There should be a date at this position in the file, and there should be a slash there separating the day and the month. This is one way of telling us that this line has valid data on it. If this slash is not there, or if this string is less than 32 characters in length, then we want to continue and read the next line in the file. This continue statement means that we will skip all the way down from here to here and go back up to the getS statement to read the next line. Now there's one new function here that we haven't talked about, the string length function. strlen gives us the length of the string AS. Now we have the string copy statement, and we copy substring of AS 35 into BS. BS is the target string, and what we are copying is a portion of the string AS, beginning at character 30 and continuing for 5 characters. In other words, we want to take the 5 letters at position 30 in the string AS and copy that to string BS. Then we have the string concatenate function. This adds something to the end of the string. For example, in this case, we add /90 onto the date that's already in BS. Now we add the portion of AS beginning at the first character and going for 7 characters, and we add that to BS. This is the name of the stock. Then we add the letter S, and at this point we have the date, the name of the stock, and the letter S in the string BS. Now we're going to take the volume from the string AS, which is at character 39 and goes for 7 characters. We'll take the substring to get that volume. Then we use the ATOL function, or ASCII to long integer function, to change the volume in the string into a number. So from this point to this point, we have the volume as a long integer. We divide this value by 100 and assign it to the variable h1. So we have taken the volume from the input string, divided it by 100, and saved it in variable h1. Now we convert h1 to a string a1s and add that to bs. So after the letter s in string bs, we have added the volume. Next we add 3 commas. We add the substring as at 8 for 8 characters, and this is the price. And we add a new line character. The reason we add the new line character is that the fputS function does not add a new line character when you output a string. This is important. If we did not add this character, all the data we output to this file would be in a single line, not terminated by an end-of-line character. After we've done this, we go back up and read the next line if there's one available. If there's not one available, then this will become true and not FEOF will be false, and we'll exit the loop and exit the program. Now let's look at the substring procedure. We'll go up to the top of the file, look at substring and how it was declared. It's a character with a pointer at the function name. This means it returns a pointer to a character variable. The first variable is a pointer, which is source, or the source string. Then we have an integer for the position and an integer for the length. Now let's go down to the function and go through it. We have a similar declaration here, except remember, do not put a semicolon at the end of the true function declaration. Then our curly braces define the statement block that's going to make up the function from here to here. And we define static character target 81. This is the same as defining a character of length 81, except we'll use the word static here because we are going to return a pointer to this variable. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We have integers I, j, and n. And to do the substring function, we set n equals to the length, and here we make sure that n is not too long. If n goes beyond the end of either string, we shorten it. First of all, if n is greater than 80, we know that that's too much for the target string, so we cut it back to 80. Now, if n plus the position minus 1 is bigger than the source string, we can see that we will go beyond the end of the source string. This is not good, so we'll cut n back to the length of the source string minus the position plus 1, which is the maximum legitimate value for n relative to the source string. This is the actual part in which we assign the variables, or assign the letters from the source string to the target string. Remember, in the for statement, you can have more than one initialization statement. Here we set the variable I to IPOS, which we're going to use in the source string, and we set j to 0, which we're going to use in the target string. We want to continue while j is less than the length. And each iteration through the loop, we want to increment j by 1, and we want to increment I by 1. Again, we have two statements here to be used at the end of the loop. The loop itself consists only of target j is equal to source I. This takes the letter in the ith position of source and assigns it to the jth position of target. When we're finished, we set the last or the next character of the target string to 0 to signal the end of the string, and then we return target. Notice when we return target, there are no subscripts with the target variable. This means that we are actually returning a pointer. This is something that's significant in the C language. Whenever you leave off the subscript of an array, you are actually referring to a pointer to the first element of the array. The word target here is exactly the same as if we used the address of the first element of the array target. But we will go ahead and do it this way since that is more conventional. And this gives us another reason, or brings up the reason, we use the word static up here. When we return, we are returning the address of the variable target. In a C function, variables are normally allocated whenever the function is called. In other words, before this function is called and after the function returns, the variables I, j, and n do not exist. They're merely part of the free memory that the operating system or the C heap or stack has. So I, j, and n do not exist. If we return a pointer to one of these dynamic variables, as soon as we exited the function, that variable would no longer exist, and we would have a pointer to an invalid variable. So we declare the variable to be static, and this means that the variable hangs around or stays whenever we exit the function, and it means it is already there before we call the function. That way, when we return the pointer target to the target string, when we go back up into the main program and use this substring, we have a legitimate value here for the substring. This covers the program, and if we want to try it out and see if it works, we will compile it. And it automatically runs. It asks for the input file name. We have one called TMP already made up. The output file name is TMP1. And it runs okay, or it seems to. Let's exit Quick C and look at the destination file name. We'll list the destination file name we call TMP1, and it looks correct. The program we just looked at is not a trivial program. Just glancing over it, you may not understand everything that's in it. What you should do, though, is get a copy of the program from the disk that's enclosed with your tape and play with it. Make modifications to it. See how it works.
Hello, I'm Kurt Gwartney with VIA Graphics Corporation. Bob has shown you how to program in C. This training tape is designed to familiarize you with C programming. But as with any skill, the more you practice, the better you become. We at VIA Graphics would like to thank you for choosing our company for your computer training needs. Remember, if you plan to program in C or learn any other software, there is no better way than video training.
Hello, I'm the Video Professor, and you are about to learn software by means of a creative new concept in the computer industry. I'll take you step by step through learning your new software package. On the screen now are some other tapes available in my series. With them, you can watch and learn at your own speed. Stop and practice anytime you want, and review topics you don't understand. I suggest that you view each tape in its entirety. Then go back through the lesson with your computer and your software and practice each step. All of my tapes are designed to get you up and running quickly. Once you have viewed and practiced everything that is on these tapes, I think you'll find your software manual much easier to understand. And now, let's get started. And welcome to my tape on getting started with your personal computer for people using DOS 5.0 or higher. For this lesson, you'll need a few things. 2 new 5 1/4 or 3 1/2 inch floppy disks. We assume you have a computer with at least one floppy disk drive and a hard drive with DOS 5.0 or higher installed, and some kind of software program like a word processor already installed. We also assume you have a mouse. Before going further, I'd like to introduce you to my student helper, Lisa. Ready to get started, Lisa?
Hello, Professor. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, let's start off by learning the basics of how a computer works. You've probably heard the words hardware and software before. Well, the information on the floppy and hard disk is referred to as software. The computer parts such as the monitor, CPU, keyboard, and printer are referred to as hardware. The main part of the system is the CPU, which stands for Central Processing Unit. It contains all these computer chips and circuit boards and is the factory for processing data. It is the brains of the system. The one bank of chips I would like to point out here is the RAM chips, which stands for Random Access Memory. These chips take into their memory information or data that is stored on a floppy or hard disk and keeps it there while you are using it. For example, if you were to load a game into the computer, the information on your game disk would be put into the RAM chip so you could play the game. The thing to remember here is once you turn the computer off, the information stored in these chips is lost. The information on your disk, however, is permanent. So when you want to play the game, you just load it into the computer again. The keyboard is the main component for entering data into the system. It is similar to a typewriter, however, the added keys makes it possible to do many more commands. All keyboards have the same types of keys, but vary as to where these keys are located. They all have function keys which can be located on the left of the keyboard or along the top. These keys, usually marked with an F on them, have many purposes. Each program you run will use them in different ways. Some programs come with templates that fit over these keys, showing what they are used for. All keyboards have arrow keys which help you point and move to different parts of the computer screen. The Enter key, sometimes referred to as the return key, is the most used key of all. It usually has a bent arrow on it. This key is used to tell the computer to accept commands we want it to do. We will demonstrate how some of these keys work when we have something on our screen to work with. The monitor is where you see displayed the programs and data that is entered into the computer. They vary widely as to the resolution, meaning the sharpness of the image and how many colors they can display. Monochrome monitors have one color, and some monitors can display millions of colors. Printers also vary widely. The three basic styles are dot matrix, which print with little dots and makes letters look a little ragged. These printers have the capability to print graphic designs. Daisy wheel printers, also referred to as letter quality printers, print with solid letters like a typewriter and prints high quality letters but is limited to one style and size of its letters. The laser printers also print very high quality letters, but unlike the daisy wheel, can print all different sizes and styles of letters and print out all kinds of graphic designs. All of these components are worthless without programs to run with them. The programs that allow you to do things with a computer are always originally stored on a floppy disk. A floppy disk comes in two different sizes, 5 1/4 and 3 1/2 inch. They get the name floppy because the actual disk is floppy, even though the floppy disk in the 3 1/2 inch size is enclosed in a hard case. These disks hold lots and lots of information. It's kind of like the way a cassette works, which stores and plays sound. The diskette stores and plays data. When inserted into the computer can read the information on that disk and display it on the screen. Games, computer programs, and even letters to a friend are all stored on these disks and are referred to as data. Taking care not to damage a disk is very important. You should always put them in their protective sleeve and store them in a safe place. A hard shell, dust-free container is best. Keep away from heat and sunlight, drinks and cigarette smoke, magnetic sources such as telephones and TV sets, physical damage such as bending them, and don't touch the exposed area of the disk. There is another type of disk called a hard disk. The hard disk is a much thicker disk, usually located inside the computer itself, and can hold many, many times the data a floppy disk can hold. And a newer disk called the CD-ROM disk can hold even more data than the hard disk. Other than the speed and amount of information these disks hold, there is no difference in the way information is stored on them. Since the hard disk drive are internally mounted and can hold much more data than floppies, it has become the practice to take information stored on floppy disk, such as computer programs, and store them on the hard disk. To keep these stored programs separated on the hard drive, you create what is called directories for each of these programs so you can tell them apart. The first thing you need to store on your hard disk is DOS, and when you installed DOS 5.0, it created its own directory on the hard drive. Again, we assume your computer already has DOS 5.0 installed on your hard disk. If you have an earlier version of DOS and are upgrading to DOS 5.0 and haven't installed it yet, simply put your installed disk in drive A. Type install at the A prompt, enter, and follow the directions. Answer yes to let DOS 5.0 make the changes it wants to make to your computer's configuration. If you are familiar with DOS and are upgrading to DOS 5.0, you may want to view my tape Upgrading to DOS 5.0, where we cover what's new with the program. DOS stands for Disk Operating System and is the program that makes your computer work. In other words, you cannot run any software programs on your computer without first loading DOS. And what is a disk operating system? Quite simply, an operating system is a translator. You see, you have your computer hardware, that is the CPU, monitor, and keyboard, and you have your software, that is the word processors, games, or other programs. The operating system takes instructions from these programs and translates them into instructions the hardware can understand. Computers are very simple machines. They need system software such as DOS to transform high-level commands like copy this letter into simpler instructions the computer can understand. Okay, Lisa, let's turn the computer on. Make sure to turn your monitor on too. With DOS already installed on your hard disk, this is all you need to do. This starting action is also called booting up the computer. The disk drive will activate and you will see a light blinking on the hard drive as DOS is copied from the hard drive into the system memory or RAM in the CPU. You will hear a beep in a few seconds. Some information about your DOS and computer system will appear at the top of your screen. You may then see a request for the date and time. Some computers are set up with an internal system for keeping track of this automatically, so you won't see this. You can skip entering the date and time by hitting the return enter key twice. Let's do that. Simply press the enter key twice. That is the one with the bent arrow on it. I must emphasize that entering the date is very important. Once you've started working with programs and documents on your computer, you should now see a C:, followed by a backslash and a greater than sign, followed by a short blinking line. Don't worry if yours looks a little different. This is known as the command line or the DOS prompt. If you don't see this, your computer has probably been set up to start running some sort of shell or software program. You need to exit any of these programs and join us at the C prompt. Most of these programs will tell you somewhere on the screen how to exit or have a file menu where exit will be located. So we can all be starting at the same place. Everyone type CD / and enter. This action takes us to the root directory. We'll discuss what we just did later. With the C prompt displayed, DOS is waiting for you to enter a command. There are all kinds of commands you can type here to ask DOS to do different things. We'll cover some of these commands, but first let's see how to enter them. Notice the blinking line after the prompt. This line is called the cursor and marks the spot on the screen where information or data will be placed when you start typing. Lisa, try typing your name. Notice how the cursor moves over a bit to mark where each letter will show up next. If you make a mistake here, you can correct it using the backspace key, which is usually located near the top right area of your keyboard. It has a straight arrow pointed to the left on it and sometimes has the word back on it. Try this. Hold down the G key for a couple of seconds. Notice how the letter keeps repeating itself. Now press the backspace key and notice how the characters are erased one at a time from the cursor position to the left. Okay, hold the backspace key down until all the text is erased, and we are back to the C greater than sign. The current drive that is shown at the DOS prompt, drive C in our case, is called the default drive. Default is a computer expression meaning until you tell DOS otherwise, every action you perform will go to or come from the default or C drive like a home base. For example, a default color could be a background color you wanted to have on the screen every time you wrote a letter. Then, every time you started your word processor to write that letter, the screen would change or default to that color. If we had an A prompt on the screen, all our information would default to or from our A drive. Here is how you can change the default drive. You must first insert any kind of program disk or disk you know contains some sort of data in the A drive. If you use a new disk, you won't see any results because it doesn't contain any data yet. You are now looking at a floppy disk drive which is located on the CPU. The floppy disk drive has an opening for the disk to go into and a little handle called a drive door. On a single drive system, there is no problem finding drive A because it can only be drive A. But on a two-drive system referred to as a dual drive system, the second drive is drive B. The A drive is usually the top drive, but not always. You may have to check with someone to make sure which is drive A. To insert the disk in the drive correctly, make sure you have the smooth side up, the side with a label. Make sure the end with the disk exposed in the oval hole goes in first. And close the drive door. At the C prompt, type A:, and press Enter. We now see our DOS prompt is A:, and all data will be written to or read from our new default drive, the A drive. Okay, everyone type C:, Enter, and we are back to our C drive. It's possible your computer's hard drive is partitioned into more drive names. Your system may have a D drive and possibly an E drive. If you're not sure, you can find out by typing D or E:, and pressing Enter. If not, you'll get a message saying invalid drive specification, and return to the active drive. You can have up to 26 different drives. Again, at the C prompt, DOS is waiting for us to give it a command. Usually you would be starting some kind of program like a word processor here, but this lesson is about learning what DOS does, so let's take a look at some DOS commands. One of the most used is dir, which stands for directory. Let's see what entering dir at the prompt will do. Lisa, type dir. Remember, if you make a mistake, you can press the backspace key one or more times to correct it. Now press the Enter key. The dir command displays a list of all of the files contained in the root directory on the C drive. Remember, we said the drive can be divided up into different directories. The root directory will display these. Notice all the file names followed by the word dir in brackets. Those are your directories. The dir command is used to show you the files contained in directories and or floppy disks. Suppose you have a floppy disk hanging around and you wanted to find out what information it contained. Let's try it. You should still have the program or data disk we had you get earlier in drive A. Now type A:, and Enter to tell DOS to look at that drive and type dir and Enter. We put in a word processing program in our A drive and are now looking at the files on that disk. Type C:, and Enter. Viewers, watch as we look at another directory. If you have a large number of files on a diskette, DOS will scroll directly to the end. Lisa, did you notice that as the files went racing by, that there were many more files than we could see in this directory? Let's look at a variation of the directory command to fix this. But first, let's clear the screen. We do this using the CLS command, which stands for Clear Screen. Go ahead and type CLS and press Enter. This clears the screen of all information and returns you to the prompt. We'll be doing this throughout the lesson to make things easier to see, so don't be worried if our screens don't always look alike. Let's add the /P option to our dir command. After the dir command, type /P, as you see now. When the Enter key is pressed, watch what happens. The screen stops at each screen full. Notice the message. Press any key to continue. To advance the listing, simply press any key until the entire directory is seen. Again, notice the names with the dir beside them. Viewers, your display will look different than ours here, but the principle is the same. The programs you have on your computer should show here with the dir beside them. Typing cd / and the directory name will take you to that directory. The CD stands for Change Directory. Let's try that to look at the files in the DOS directory. Viewers, look in your root directory listing to make sure you have a DOS directory. If you don't, your DOS may be residing in your root directory. Also, your DOS directory may be written as DOS 5 or DOS 5.0. If it is, you need to type our next command with the same name that shows in your directory. Lisa, type cd /DOS and enter. This takes us to the DOS directory on the C drive. Again, viewers, if you come up with an invalid directory here, your DOS is probably stored in your root directory or under a different name like DOS 5 or DOS 5.0. If you don't see a DOS directory, just stay where you are. If you do see a directory, you need to type cd / and the directory name. If your prompt just shows the C greater than sign instead of the C : /DOS like ours, type prompt, a space, $P, $G, and enter. This tells DOS to display the active directory name on the command line. Okay, everyone, type dir /P and enter, and you now see the files in the DOS directory. Now let's get a better idea about what these files are. The first column displays the name of each file. Files are the computer's way of organizing information on a disk. Hard and floppy disks hold files just like a filing cabinet you would see in an office or library. Think of each disk or directory as a drawer in a filing cabinet. Suppose this drawer contained a word processing program. When you open the drawer, you can see all the files that it contains, just like the dir command does to look at the disk or directory files. Now, suppose that in this filing drawer, you had a letter to a friend. All you would do to see it is open that file. The same is true for the files on the disk. If you had a letter to a friend, all you would do to see it is open that file. This is an oversimplified explanation because each file has certain procedures that need to be followed to open that file. The files you see on this DOS directory are separate programs that the computer needs to operate and to perform certain functions. For example, the file diskcopy.com is a program which makes exact copies of files from one diskette to another. Other disks or directories may contain files that are lists of information like names and addresses, or they may be word processing documents like your letter to a friend. Files are either programs or data. DOS has certain rules about file names. A file name can only be 1 to 8 characters long with an optional extension. An extension is a period followed by 1 to 3 characters. The period does not show up in this file listing. A file name can include the letters A through Z and digits 0 through 9. You can use most of the special character symbols like $signs, %signs, or the underscore character, but there can be no spaces between characters. Oh, one more thing. Each file must have its own unique file name and extension. No two files in the same directory or on the same diskette can have the same file name and extension. The extensions must be different if the file names are the same, and the file names must be different if the extensions are the same. As you can see on the screen, there are files with the extensions EXE, COM, and SYS. These extensions are usually abbreviations that tell what kind of file it is. For example, EXE stands for execution. COM is a command file. SYS is a system file. Some word processors automatically name all documents with a DOC extension. LTR is an extension that is often used to designate a letter. There are many other types of extensions. Some programs add their own, and others let you create them. Like the letter to your friend, you could enter under the file name an extension friend.ltr. Generally, if a file name has an extension, you must include it when you refer to that file. The next part of the file list displays the file size, which is measured in bytes. This part of the file tells how many bytes the file is taking up on the disk. The word byte is a computer term which is generally regarded to be the same as a character. A character is any letter, number, symbol, or space between them. If you have a floppy disk that holds 360,000 bytes of information, That means it can hold about that many characters or enough letters to make a paperback book of approximately 240 pages. Hard disks come in many sizes. To give you an idea of how many bytes they can hold, a small 20 meg hard drive can hold 20 million bytes of information, or as much information as 55 360K floppy disks. The last part of the file name shows the date and time the file was created or last modified. Remember when we first started the computer, I said it was important to enter the date? Well, here's why. When you create or modify a file, the current date will help you distinguish it from other files, making it easier to keep track of. At the bottom of the file listing, we see how many files are in that directory and how many bytes are free, meaning how many characters can be added to the directory. Let's clear the screen and look at some more variations to our dir command. One is to replace the P with a W. Type dir/W. This will display the directory in columns. Watch. You will notice that this method does not show the file size or the date and time. If you had more than one screen full of files with /W, the /P option can be added here to stop at each screen full. Earlier versions of DOS only had the /P and W switches for looking at directories, but with DOS 5.0, there are many new ways to look at file names, plus a new help command. Lisa, type help, a space, dir, and press enter. Here is our help screen showing all the different switches you can use to display files. We can't show you all of them, but you may want to come back later and play around with the different options. After typing dir, you need to add a /, then the letter for the directory display you want from this section. If you add the A switch, then you need to add one of these letters without a / to display certain kinds of files. If you add the O switch, then you must add any of these letters without a / to see the files sorted in the order you want.
Professor, I understand looking at files on a floppy disk using the dir command, but I'm a little confused looking at the directories on the hard drive.
Lisa, a hard disk can hold many different programs on it. The one program every computer must have is DOS. Other popular programs are word processors for creating text documents. Databases are used to keep track of names and addresses, such as you see in the phone book. Spreadsheets are used to keep track of finances, using numbers like a calculator to show profit and loss. Desktop publishing lets you draw things and design the way you might put a newsletter together. And of course, there are games. Each of these programs list as a directory on the hard drive, and each directory contains its own files. To help keep the programs separate and organized on your hard disk, different directories are created for each. And within these directories, you create more directories or subdirectories to put and organize different types of data created within those programs. In this example, the first directory on the hard disk is called the root directory. This is what DOS looks at when you first boot the computer and get the C prompt. Then DOS has its own directory. Other directories would be for the programs we mentioned earlier. Then each of the programs could have subdirectories of their own. The structure of these directories is referred to as the directory tree, because the different branches from the root directory does resemble a tree. Lisa, type tree, a space, and a \. The \/ tells DOS to display the tree beginning at the root directory. Now press enter. Here is how DOS displays our tree structure. Viewers, yours will look different depending on how your computer is set up. We'll see more of this when we get to the shell. Remember we had you type cd \DOS? That told DOS to look at the DOS directory. Again, the CD stands for change directory. To change to any of these directories from the command line, you type cd \ and the name of that directory. It can get a little more complicated than that because to see the files in a subdirectory, you have to enter what DOS calls a path. For example, to see the files of the document subdirectory of the WordPerfect directory, you'd need to type dir c : /wp51 \document. This tells DOS to look in the root directory to find the WordPerfect directory, Then go to the WordPerfect directory, where it can find the document directory and display those files. Let's try that, Lisa. Type dir, a space, c:// wp51 /document. Enter. And there's our files of the document directory. It's good to understand the principles of how this works, but fortunately selecting directories in the shell, as you'll see in a minute, is a lot easier. Okay, before moving on, we need to create a work disk to practice with. In order to do that, we need to learn about the DOS command format. The reason for this command is a disk must be formatted before it can hold data. You can buy pre-formatted diskettes, but usually you must format new disks. The format command physically prepares the disk to hold data by creating invisible tracks and sectors. This is kind of like an unmarked parking lot. Until the lines are painted on it, cars don't know where to park. These tracks and sectors tell data where to park. The format command also checks for defective spots on the diskette. You need to format a diskette when it is new. However, you can format it again at any time. This is called reformatting. But be warned, reformatting erases any data already on the diskette. DOS 5.0 can retrieve a disk's data, but we won't be covering that in this lesson. Now be careful here. If you are following along with the tape, be sure to follow our instructions carefully. We don't want you to reformat and erase any disk that may be important. A sure way to protect from erasing any disk is to attach what is called a Write Protect tab. Simply cover up the notch on the side of the disk with the tab, and no information can be written over the data already on the disk, while the computer can still get information from the disk. To Write Protect a 3.5-inch disk, slide the little tab so you can see through it. Okay, everyone should still be at the C prompt in the DOS directory. Now remove the disk in Drive A and take the new blank disk we asked you to have ready and put it into Drive A. You can use an old disk, but remember format will erase everything on that disk. Now type format/s, a space, and a:. This tells DOS to format the disk in the A drive. The /s tells DOS to copy 2 hidden system files we need on this disk. Everyone press enter and notice the message Insert New Diskette in Drive A and press the enter key when ready. With the disk we want to format already in Drive A, press the enter key. The messages and numbers displayed on your screen will vary here depending on the type of system you have. This takes a while, so we'll skip to the end. When DOS finishes formatting, the message Format Complete will appear, and you're asked if you want to enter a volume label to name this disk. We don't need one, so press enter. Now displayed is the bytes of total disk space, the bytes available on disk, and finally, you are asked if you want to format another disk. This message also may include information about bad sectors. We don't want to format the other blank disk we asked you to have for this lesson, so press N for no and enter. Now we have a formatted diskette, and it is ready to hold information. Before we go to the DOS shell, I'd like to demonstrate the copy command from the DOS prompt to make sure you understand the principles of how DOS works. Lisa, make sure you are at the C:/DOS prompt. Let's copy this file, command.com, from our DOS directory to our disk in A drive. Type copy space C:/command.com space A:. The C drive is the source drive where our command.com command is located, and the A is the destination or drive we want to copy our command.com file to. It is source, destination, or from to. Actually, you don't need the C:/ in this command since we are in that directory to start with, but it is always a good idea to add it to make sure there are no mistakes. Okay, everyone press enter. When the file is copied, the One Files Copied message will appear. To check and see that our command.com file was copied, type dir a space A:, which tells DOS to look at the directory for the disk in drive A, but not to leave the C drive. Press Enter, and there's our command.com file on the disk in drive A. Notice our prompt is still C:\DOS. Now that we have an understanding of what files are and how DOS commands work from the command line, let's learn about the shell. Lisa, type DOS shell, and let's add /G, which tells the shell to go into graphics mode, and press Enter. Notice the shell reading all the files and directories as it comes on screen. The DOS shell is a graphical environment, which means commands, directories, and file names are visually listed for you to choose and manipulate with the keyboard or mouse, instead of having to type out and remember DOS commands and file names. This is how the MS-DOS shell looks when it is first opened. If you previously installed DOS 5.0 and ran the shell, it may look different. If it does, press the function key F10, then V, then F, and our screen should look somewhat the same. The screen is divided into several windows. The title bar displays that this is indeed the MS-DOS shell. The area just below is the menu bar where we can choose commands and different ways of displaying the shell. We'll come back and explore this and the other parts of the screen better after a quick tour. Directly below the menu bar, the active drive is displayed. This should be a C:\\. Then there are drive icons which represent all the different drives on your machine that we discussed earlier. Icons are little graphic pictures of things like file folders or disks to help you visually see what you are choosing. The highlighted icon in this display also shows which drive is currently active, C in our case. The next area, Directory Tree, displays the different directories on the C drive, which we saw from the DOS prompt earlier. The window to the right of that displays the files of the selected directory in the tree area. This is like having the dir command we typed earlier always displayed. The bottom area shows the main program list, which allows you to go to the command prompt. You can choose the MS-DOS editor to write text files, and MS-DOS QBasic for programming. Last is the Disk Utilities submenu, which allows you to do some disk utilities like the format command we did earlier. To work in any of these areas, it must first be selected to activate it. Lisa, press the Tab key, and the selected area changes from the first area, Drive Icons, to the Directory Tree area. Press Shift-Tab, and the selected area goes back to the Drive Icons. Press Tab twice to move to the File directory. Again, the File area displays the files of the selected directory in the tree area. Notice the title bar becomes highlighted to show this area is now selected. By pressing the Shift and Tab keys together, our selection moves back to the tree area. Lisa, move your mouse around and notice the cursor, now a pointer, moves around the screen in a corresponding manner. Now move it anywhere into the File area and click the left button once, and notice that the area is now the active area. Now move your cursor to the tree area and click anywhere in that box to activate it. Here is where all your directories are displayed. The top shows our root directory for drive C. Under that are all the directories and subdirectories that exist on the C drive.
Professor, what exactly is the difference between a directory and a subdirectory?
Actually, there isn't any. It's all in the way you look at it. This is where this window gets the name tree structure. The C: is the main or root directory. Everything else in this tree structure is a subdirectory of the root directory, and each of these directories can have subdirectories of their own. Click on our desktop publishing program, the Aldus directory, in this window. Notice I said directory instead of subdirectory. That is because when it became the current directory, it left its substatus, and any directories that are created in this directory would become a subdirectory until it's activated and becomes the directory. Confusing? Not really. Just think of it like this. You are the son or daughter of your parents. But as you have children, you become the parent. So now you are a child and a parent at the same time. It's all in the way you look at it. Lisa, did you notice when you selected the Aldus directory that the files of that directory were displayed in the Files window? And the title bar now reads Aldus. Now select the DOS directory and notice the DOS files are now displayed in that window. Now click anywhere in the Files area and press the down arrow key until the chkdsk file is highlighted. This is a DOS command to check a disk. With the Files area active and our file selected, move your cursor to File on the menu bar and click on your left mouse button once. Any commands chosen in this file menu will work on our selected check disk file. When an ellipsis, 3 dots, appears after a command, a dialog box will drop down asking for additional information. Lisa, remember we copied a file from the command line earlier. Now let's see how to copy files to our disk in Drive A using the shell. Move your cursor to Copy and click on it. A dialog box appears asking us where we want to copy the selected file to. Type A:, and move your mouse pointer to OK and click once. Let's see if our file did copy. Lisa, move your pointer to the symbol for A drive and click once. Notice the tree area changes to show we are looking at the A drive, and in the Files area are both the files we have copied so far. Lisa, select the C drive again and then select the Files area. We'll do more commands in a minute, but first I want to show you the many ways in which you select items in the shell. Lisa, move your mouse once again to the File menu. While holding the left mouse button down, move the mouse downward. Notice how the highlight moves accordingly through the menu options. When you get to Copy, release the button. The Copy window appears again. This time move your pointer to Cancel and click once. Notice the bottom of the screen has the message F10 for Actions and Shift F9 for Command Prompt. Shift F9 will take you back to the familiar DOS prompt. If you go there, typing Exit will return you to the shell. Lisa, press F10 and notice the main menu now has highlighted or underscored letters in it. This is to show you what letters to press on your keyboard to select options. Press F for File, and our File menu appears. Beside some choices are speed key commands that also select that option, and again the highlighted letters for keyboard users. Lisa, use your down arrow to highlight Copy, or press C, the highlighted letter for Copy, and our Copy area appears again. Press Tab until the cursor moves to cancel, and press Enter or hit the Escape key. The same principles work for all areas in the DOS shell. As you can see, you can use both the mouse and the keyboard together. There are usually several ways of doing things, so you have the choice of which one suits you the best.
Professor, what are the little pluses for in the tree area?
If there is a plus in any directory, that means that it contains subdirectories. Lisa, click on a directory with a plus inside, and its subdirectories appear. To close the branch, simply click in the directory box again. Now press the letter D, and the cursor jumps to the first entry starting with the letter D. D-base in our case. Lisa, press the D key again, and the DOS directory is highlighted. Press the Tab key, and the Files area is highlighted. Now press the down arrow to move downward through the file names. Press Page Down to see a new screen full of files. Now type U, and the cursor moves to the first file starting with the letter U. There is one more file search tool mouse users have here, the scroll bars on the right of some areas. Clicking on the arrows at the top or bottom will scroll through the file list. Or you can click anywhere in the scroll box, and that portion of the files will be displayed. Lisa, press Control and the / keys, and all the files in this directory are highlighted or selected. Now select the File menu again. Normally you would want to move, copy, or delete our selected group of files. In this case, we only want to show you the File menu commands to select and deselect. So select Deselect All, and our files are back to normal. Lisa, let's look at some other ways to select files. Move your cursor back into the Files directory and click on a file towards the top of the displayed list. Then move the cursor down several files. By holding the Shift key down and clicking on the last file, we select not only the first and last files, but all those in between. These files will remain selected even if we leave this directory. To deselect a sequence of files, just select another without using the Shift key. To select a sequence of files with the keyboard, use your arrow keys to select the first file. Then, while holding the Shift key, use your arrow keys to select the remaining files in the group. To select two or more files, not in sequence, select the first file you want, then press Shift F8. The word Add will appear in the status bar. This tells us we can continue to add to this selection with a simple hit of the space bar. First, use the up or down arrow to move to the second file you want, then press the space bar to select it. To select groups of non-contiguous files, click on the first file, then press the Shift key while you click on the last file in the group. To select the next group of files, press and hold down the Control key while you click on the first file name in the next group. Then press and hold down the Control and Shift keys while you click on the last file name in the second group. For the most part, we will just tell you to select options for the rest of this lesson. You can decide which selection method you like best. Before we explore the menu bar, let's turn the Add feature off. First, press Shift F8, then select a single file to deselect our contiguous group of files. Now, Lisa, select the Options menu, which allows you to set up the shell to suit your preferences. By clicking on Confirmation, we are given a new dialog box asking if we want to confirm each file deletion, overwrite, or mouse action. For now, make sure we have an X on every option. Click on OK and open the Option menu again. Lisa, look at Enable Task Swapper and notice we have a little diamond before this command. This shows the command is activated. We'll cover what the Task Swapper does in our Level 2 tape. For now, highlight it and press Enter. This will unselect it. Lisa, once again open the Options menu and notice our diamond is gone. This time select File, Display Options, and another dialog box will appear. Remember our dir command? Under Sort By are some different ways of displaying files in the shell. We'll keep the listing as it is for now, so don't make any changes here. The file defaults to ascending order. Put an X here to change to descending order. Leave the hidden files hidden and make sure there is no X in this box. To look for certain types of files, you type their specifications in the name text box. For example, Lisa, type an asterisk, better known in DOS circles as a star, then a period, then EXE, and press Enter. This action finds all the execution files in the selected directory. Lisa, open the Options menu and select the File Display option again. In the name text box, type star.star and Enter to return to our normal mode.
Professor, I noticed the stars in the Files area before and now in this command. What do they mean?
Lisa, DOS uses the star symbol as a wildcard. Just as in a card game where a wildcard can represent any card you want it to, the star can represent any file name or extension in DOS. When we type star.exe, we were telling DOS to display any file with a period .exe extension. Lisa, highlight our WP51 directory. Remember, we talked about paths earlier. If you look at the title bar for our Files window, you now see the path DOS took to display these files. This includes the name of the active drive, the directory name, which is the highlighted directory in the tree area, and the star.star, which means display all the files and their extensions. DOS uses the backslash to separate the different directions the path is taking. Now, Lisa, click on the plus on the WP51 directory and highlight the document subdirectory. Now look at the title bar of the Files area. Reading this backwards may help. We are looking at all the files and extensions represented by the star.star of the document subdirectory located in the WP51 or WordPerfect directory, which is located on drive C. It is important to understand how paths work. Fortunately, when using the shell, there are only a few command options where you need to know how to enter the correct path to accomplish that option. Paths are usually already displayed for you to work with, so you don't need to know how to type them out for every little command. Now open the View menu. In this pull-down menu, we have several ways of displaying the way we can look at files in the shell. The Program File List option is grayed out because it is already selected. Viewers, when you see an option grayed out, it means the option is not available to choose at this time because it is already selected, or it is just plain not available for use at this time. Lisa, select the All Files option. This option shows you all the files on your C drive in alphabetical order. This can show you any duplicate copies of programs and files that may exist in different directories. Lisa, open the View menu again and select the Dual File option. Sometimes you want dual file list so you can copy from one place to another and see the source and destination on the same screen. Let's see how this works. From the top window, select the Drive A icon. Now our top window shows our disk in Drive A, and the bottom shows our hard disk for Drive C. Lisa, make sure the DOS directory is highlighted in the bottom tree area. Then select about 5 files from the Files area, making sure to include the CHK-DSK file. That's right, select the first file by clicking on it, then hold the Shift key and click on the last. We could go to the File menu and choose Copy, but I'd like to show you an easier way to do this. Press and hold down your left mouse button anywhere in the selected files. While holding the mouse button, press and hold down your Control key. Now move your mouse pointer out of the Files area toward the top tree area where the A drive is still displayed. Notice the pointer changes to an icon representing files. Put the icon on top of the A and release both the Control key and mouse button. A dialog box opens asking if we are sure we want to copy these files. Answer yes, and our selected files will copy to our disk in Drive A.
What's this, Professor? It's asking if I want to replace my check disk file.
Remember I said earlier that no two files can have the same file name. Well, DOS sees there is already a file with that name and wants to know if you want to overwrite it or keep the original. Since they are both the same file, say yes. And there are all the files now copied to our disk in Drive A. Sometimes you want to move files from one place to another. For instance, to move old files from a crowded directory to a floppy disk to make more room on your hard drive. This Move option is in the Files menu, but the shell offers an even easier way. Lisa, select a few files in the Files area for our disk in Drive A. Click and hold your left mouse button down. This time, without the Control key, move the mouse pointer on the A in the tree area and drop the files there simply by releasing the mouse button. A dialog box appears asking if you are sure you want to move these files. We definitely don't need to do this since this would just move them back to where we got them from, so answer no. Viewers, there are a number of ways of doing things in the DOS shell. If you are not comfortable with using the mouse and keyboard yet, you may want to stop the tape at this time and practice the various ways of moving and selecting items. You needn't worry about doing anything wrong while exploring the menu bar and its dialog boxes. As long as you click the Cancel button or press Escape, nothing will happen and you can continue looking around. If you have any questions about any section of the DOS shell, opening the Help menu can help you find answers to your questions. Now let's look at the disk copy command. It is always a good idea to make a copy of all your disks containing software programs and using them instead of the originals. We will use the disk copy command to make these copies. The disk copy command is a little different than the copy command because it will make an exact copy of everything from one floppy disk to another floppy disk, including the format. In other words, if you use the disk copy command, you don't have to format a new diskette before you copy files to it. Disk copy will not work for copying files to or from the hard disk. Its purpose is to make exact copies of floppy disk. Lisa, in the View menu, select the Program File List. Then go to the main window and select Disk Utilities. Now select Disk Copy, and a dialog box opens asking you to enter the source and the destination drives. The default is A to B. Simply change your B colon to A colon if your disk drives aren't the same type and click OK. Notice DOS drops you out of the shell. You are now prompted to insert the source disk in drive A. We're going to copy our disk in drive A, and it's already there. If you wanted to copy a different disk, you would put that disk in drive A. Press any key and DOS reads the data on that disk and prompts you to put the destination disk in the appropriate drive. Let's use the new disk we have not formatted now. Remember, disk copy copies the format along with the files. Also remember, if you have any data on your destination disk, it will be erased. Everyone press Enter when ready. You may be asked to switch disk a few times, copying from and to your A drive. After a short time, we see a prompt asking you if you want to copy another disk. Press N for no, and press any key to return to the shell so we can move on to deleting files. The delete command is another important DOS command. This is the command to make a file or files vanish from the disk. Perhaps you need to remove old documents you no longer need. With the disk we just did, Disk Copy 2, in Drive A, select any files on top of the command.com. Now select the File menu and then the option Delete. A dialog box appears displaying the first file we want deleted and asks if we want to delete this file. Answer yes, and it is gone. Here's an even faster way to delete files. Select all the files under command.com and simply press the delete key. Click on OK and answer yes to delete all the files. Be very careful with the delete command. It's possible to lose files you really wanted to keep. DOS 5.0 now has an undelete command, but we won't have time to cover that in this lesson. Here's a trick you should know about. Sooner or later your computer will get stuck or freeze up, and you won't be able to get it to do anything. There are many ways that this can happen. If you get stuck and cannot get your computer going again, rather than turning it off and starting over, you can warm boot the computer. A warm boot recycles the machine much like turning it off and then on, but much faster. To warm boot your computer, hit the Control, Alt, and Delete keys at the same time. You will lose data that wasn't saved to disk if you are in the middle of a program, but if you are really stuck, it's about all you can do to get started again. If by some chance the machine still won't start, you can try using the disk we now have in Drive A. What we have left on this disk are the bare bones files needed to boot your computer, command.com, and the hidden system files. If you have this problem, putting this disk in Drive A and pressing Control, Alt, Delete at the same time should get your computer started so you can figure out what went wrong. So take this disk out and label it DOS Vanilla Boot and keep it in a safe place. Warning: never use an older version of DOS with DOS 5.0 to boot your computer. You could damage the information on your hard disk if you do. Lisa, I want to show you one way of starting a program through the shell. Select the C drive, choose the WP51 directory in the tree area, and then activate the Files area. Every program has a startup or execution file, usually marked with the program name and an EXE or COM extension. When you find this file, simply double-click on it and the program will start. If you have a program made to run with the Windows program, it will not start from the DOS shell. Okay, everyone, if you opened a program, be sure to exit it properly and return to the shell. It is very important to always exit any program before you turn your computer off. This includes the shell. Lisa, choose the File menu and select Exit. Once you have a DOS prompt on the screen, you are safe to turn your computer off. But before we do, I should mention that everything that can be done in the shell can also be done from the command line, and there are several more commands that can only be done from the command line. One of these I want to show you is the help listing. Lisa, type CD \DOS and enter. Now type help and press enter. Here is a list of all the DOS commands which DOS has help for. Pressing enter will scroll the rest of the commands. Now type help, a space, and format, and enter. DOS displays information on the format command. Typing help and any DOS command will give you information on that command. Again, with us back at the prompt, we are safe to turn the computer off. Well, that's all the time we have for this lesson. Is that all there is to DOS? No, there's a lot more to know about DOS. My tapes on learning DOS Level 2 and 3 will take you through the steps you need to know to help you understand and master your computer. But you now know a lot of the basics.
Thanks, Professor. You make learning easy.
Thank you for being such an excellent student. And remember, there is always more you can learn from my collection of easy learning videos. Other videotapes available are on your screen now.
Milo, and I'd like to welcome you to this videotape, which is Freehand. And this is the 3.0 series of Freehand, which is a major update. Freehand is published and authored by Aldis Corporation, and Aldis has done a major job from the standpoint of ensuring the overall integrity, compatibility, smoothness, and seamless operation of this very powerful illustration program, not only with the prior 6.0 versions of Macintosh operating software, but more particularly with the smoothness and seamless interface with System 7.0. One of the things we'd like to talk about today in videotape 1, of course, are the basics. The key aspect of how to utilize the different tools for the program, what the different tools accomplish, as well as the different menu items and some of the power features built into Aldis Freehand. If I can, I'd like to call your attention to the desktop, and let's take a look at the file folder for the Freehand program. This icon is the icon for Aldis Freehand. See that it's basically a palette with a squiggly note and sort of a pen nib sort of affair in the lower right corner. The next icon over is different from the standpoint that it has an upper right-hand corner that's been turned back. This icon represents that of a piece of stationery that you can create in the Freehand application, and we'll be demonstrating the use of stationery and the importance of stationery as we discuss the Freehand program further. The blend table is a tool that has been provided to you by Aldis to assist in calculation of the number of blend steps as you blend different items, different shapes, and or of course different shades of different elements, as they're properly called, into unique and very varied geometric form. This will tell you based on your printer resolution and based on the overall magnitude of the blend, whether it be 10% to 100%, as well as the lines per inch resolution of your output printing device, would be the maximum or suggested number of blend steps. Now, logically, the greater your printer resolution, the larger the number of blend steps possible in any specific activity. The calibration file calibrates the output of an image setter Now, please notice that I said image setter. One thing we have to keep in mind and foremost in all of our discussion of all this freehand is that if we take the typical output of the Linotronic image setters, and this can be as great as 2,540 dots per inch, and compare that to the output of a laser printer, which is 300 dots per inch, the Linotronic devices and things of that caliber, which produce quote-unquote the magazine quality sort of output. If you take 1 inch and divide by 2,540 dots per inch, you come up with basically 3/10,000ths of an inch for a dot size. All this freehand operates at a level of accuracy that is 4 times greater than that, or a tolerance repeatability of 1/10,000th of an inch per dot. This calibration file allows you to calibrate your image setter and or, of course, lesser and lower resolution devices for proper densitometry. One thing that has been clearly established in the program and in the interface for the program is the overall concern that Aldus has for proper and accurate output of the printed work. We also see an Aldus help file, and this is basically like a HyperCard sort of an item. We see a calibration editor, again, another tool and another device for measuring and assuring the pre-press output from the computer to be accurate. And the other thing we see, of course, are some samples that have been provided to us by the Aldus Corporation. They've also have supplied some different templates, and these represent different colors. And again, notice that they have a unique icon. And there's one other thing that should be brought to your attention as we begin the discussion and the actual demonstration of freehand. Freehand as it exists as an application is close to 1 1/2 megabytes just for the application after installation. To install freehand, it comes on a set of 4 disks which not only assemble the primary program, but they also, and if we open our system folder for just a quick moment, they also install the files as well as a file folder under the name of Aldus. It's in the Aldus folder that we find a piece of stationery called Freehand Defaults, the Freehand Prefs. Now these are the preferences for the program in its operation. We see Freehand Filters. Now these are the import-export filters for the freehand program. We see the reference Pantone colors, and freehand operates to and can work to the Pantone system, as well as different other parts of code. Specifically, different printer descriptions, what they call PPDs, PostScript Printer Description Files. So again, the interface, the technology, the design, the overall care and attention to final quality of output is quite exemplary with the freehand program. Let's launch Aldus Freehand and begin our discussion and demonstration as I guide you through the program of the different parts of the window as the program comes to the desktop, as well as some of the different menu items. Now I'll close the view of all other windows, and this is what you're presented with as you launch the program. You come up basically to the prime menu contents bars, which are File, Edit, View, Element, Type, and of course Attributes, which is grayed out. But you're presented with nothing more than what we call the Tools palette. If we go a New Document, the first thing that the program would like to ask of us is what will be the page size that we'll be working with. Now this is a pop-up menu. Notice this lower grayed out line on the right edge as well as the lower side. If we click our mouse on that, we see that we have our choice of A3 all the way through tabloid size. For our purposes, we'll take United States letter size. We can put in a custom page size. Well, now if we're dealing with 8.5 by 11, why would we want to say that it's a custom page size? If you're doing work, and let's say that we're going to be working with a letter printer or a letterhead printer device such as a laser writer. The laser writer has a maximum of approximately 8 inches by a little under 10 1/2 inches as a printing field. We could set up our paper size to accommodate a bleed, in other words, an area past the size of our image that we want to be trimmed off in the printing process. As long as our image will fit on the paper size and accommodate our bleed, we can set these different factors and of course have the output printed smartly. Orientation, tall or wide, portrait or landscape. Normally we want to go with a tall presentation, which would be the 8.5 inch dimension in a vertical presentation. Units of measure. Now this is important because many of the tools will reference themselves back to the selection of either points, picas, inches, decimal inches, or of course millimeters. For our initial discussion, let's leave this set to points. Visible grid, we have the ability of seeing on screen the overall distance between grid points, and these grid points, while they appear, they do not print. Now let's leave that set to 36 points. Now 36 points, there are 72 points that comprise 1 inch. So we've got a grid spacing of 1/2 inch, and if we were to change our unit of measure, you see that this has converted itself. Snap to grid distance of 1/8 of 1 inch. And again, we'll go back to points just for expediency's sake. And notice this key reference down here, target printer resolution. Now we may be doing this work ultimately to be printed on a Linotronic image setter. And if that be the case, we may have a 1270, a 2400, or for the highest end technology, 2540 dots per inch resolution. This target resolution is what you want to set the program to read, as well as do all of its metrification and its application of formulas from the standpoint of dot spacing before you begin working. If you're ultimately going to go to a lino, then set it for that target resolution now. If you're ultimately going to go to a laser and a laser only, then of course set it to the final target printer resolution. Your comp copies and the way the program sizes the pixels during the process of creation of the illustration will be minutely different, but finely tuned for that final printer resolution. Let's say that we're going to go to 300, and let's click OK. We now have, for the first time, seen a program window, and this program window is open as Untitled 1. Let's continue down the File menu for just a second. We can now refer back to this particular item, and this is the window we just left. This is your document setup. Let's go to the one just below that. Let's look at additional preferences that are available to us at this particular moment. Now, preferences. This says that we will Greek type below 8 points. Suppose we're dealing with a very lengthy technical brochure or technical illustration that has a tremendous amount of text. The time it takes for that text to draw on screen may be presumptive, and it can slow down our screen display. If we choose, we can have all type below, whatever we type in here is a value and point size for that font, or for the fonts that we're using, appear as gray bars of information rather than the specific alphanumeric ASCII code drawn on screen letters. Performance and display options, always draw object by object. Now if you click this off, what will happen is freehand will draw all of the objects that comprise the entirety of your electronic desktop. In other words, all of the objects in your illustration off screen and then put them all on at one time. With this clicked on, if you had, say, 7 or 8 rectangles, it would draw the first rectangle, and you'd see the rest of them come in layer by layer or by virtue of the stacking order in which they were created. High resolution TIFF display. This is a specific setting for determining whether a TIFF image, which is tagged image file format, will be displayed at twice the normal quick draw or screen resolution. Display text effects. We'll talk about the text effects as we discuss the use and manipulation of text. Yes, we'd like to see this on screen rather than just a blank image. Better but slower display. This comes back, all of these preferences and many of these preferences, such as the high resolution TIFF, Greeking below 8 points, display text effect, all of these particular activities take time. And it's the refresh rate or the redraw rate that you have finite control over by virtue of this particular block of preferences. So a better but slower display, in the case of a TIFF object, will give us tremendous smoothness as well as overall uniformity and nice gray shades. Better but slower display, when we talk about gradients, a faster, in other words, if we click this off, a faster display of gradients will look very banded on the screen and not as smooth. Display curve levers. This one is very important. As you get into the true namesake of the program, which of course is the freehand creation of PostScript art. If you can't see the curved levers as you're drawing them, you're really missing a serious advantage that you need in any of the creation processes. Please also notice and realize that anytime you see an item that has what is called an ellipsis, which are these 3 little dots, that there's additional information and probably yet another dialog box to contend with. Let's take colors first. And this particular display color setup chart gives you the basic colors for the spot printing process. Now, freehand comes with a little color chart, and it's gorgeously printed on very nice coded stock. And what you do is you hold this coded stock up to your screen, and if you see a value that doesn't quite match, you click on it and hold up its color swatch as provided to you by Aldus, and you change the setting on the color wheel to calibrate your monitor display to be more closely aligned with the screen representations as to the real world values of the Pantone, whether it be Pantone or of course the other 3 systems of color that are available to you. Let's cancel that, and again, simply to calibrate, take the chart, hold it to the screen, click on the color that you want to modify, your color wheel pops up. If the setting is correct, click OK. In this case, we'll indicate that our display color setting is fine. And let's look at the last item in this dialog box and realize we're way back starting on the Finder menu. And let's look at more preferences. Number of undos. Now, for those of you that are familiar with the aspects of the Macintosh interface, the Macintosh has the ability to cut, copy, and paste items to an intermediate part of the computer called the clipboard. Now, the clipboard is kind of like an intermediate little storage place. It's like if I took a note off a bulletin board and I snuck it under a clipboard until I took that note off and handed it off to somebody, I would have that on my clipboard. And the rule for the clipboard is that thou cannot have more than 1 note on the clipboard at a time. This is part of the original Macintosh architecture. With freehand, you can have as many as 99 undos. That means that for the last 99 steps, activities, operations, points, whatever it is you've done in your illustration, you can have as many as 99 undo steps. You do, however, pay a price for that. And that price is that the greater the number of undos, the greater the amount of random access memory that you should have available to you. And for most practical purposes, a rule of thumb suggested by Aldus is that if you have 2 megs of RAM in your Macintosh, that you should really limit this to about 8. For our purposes of demonstration, we'll bring this down to 2. Snap to distance. Now, the snap to distance indicates how close, when you're closing an open path, how close your cursor must be to the starting path as you complete the path before the computer will automatically snap these points on top of each other and complete the path. This is the snap to distance activity. Your cursor key distance. Now, this is the amount of space on the screen that the arrow keys will move your cursor. And this is very important to have this set to a reasonably low value for finite accuracy. As a rule of thumb, I like to set this either to 10 or 1, And if I need finer accuracy, I'll come back in and delete the 0. If I'm working on something that's not as critical, I'll just come back in and type in the 0. Guides color. Now the guides, again, if you click on the color, you can select from the color picker, or the color wheel as it's called. You can select the color that you'd like for the guides, and you can also select the color for the grid. Now remember, the grids and the guides are displayed only on screen. They do not print. Let's darken these down just a little bit so that they'll be a little bit easier for you to detect. And let's talk about these last two preferences available to you. Save palette positions. It's very nice to have your palettes park as well as reopen in any position that you finally leave them in. This one preference may be a little confusing because it says changing elements changes defaults. If you put this particular preference clicked on, every time you change the line fill or the pattern fill characteristics of an object or an element, they become the new default. That means that nothing in the program has any degree of stasis or stability. If you shut these off, the defaults that you've set up for different parts of your styles, as well as the creation of items or elements, will stay the same until you change it. Now, you'd probably want to have this on if you're doing a tremendous amount of repetitive work, working on, say, a subsection of a very large or very complicated illustration, where repetitive changing with a lot of different elemental constituents, such as ellipses and squares and lines and freeforms and closed paths, open paths, all are going to have the same relative characteristics. Most generally, all this recommends you leave this off. Let's take our cursor key distance back to 1. Well, let's click OK, and it'll bring us out to the first preferences window. Let's close off on that. And at this point, we see that we have the first document window on our desktop, and notice this white area around the document. Now this is called the pasteboard. This is an area that does not print. The only thing that will print is what you see confined to this basic vertical rectangle. Remember, we asked for a tall 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. And if we go to the View menu and we look at magnification, we see Fit in Window is Command W, but we also see that we have Command key equivalents for the different magnifications of the screen. Now, for 100% view, it's strictly a Command 1 situation. So let's select 1-to-1 or 100%. Now what this will do, and if we use our cursor to scroll, we'll see that this is the edge of the page. And of course, if we go left, that we have this edge of the page. And let me go back out to Fit in Window for 1 minute. We'll be doing all of our demonstrations of the program's capability at a 100% level. The reason I like to point out to you the existence of the pasteboard, there are certain activities and certain operations that are large. In other words, they exceed the size of your page. If the program had not provided this additional electronic paper for you, you would get into a situation where the bounding box of the element could be prohibitive, could run into the edges of the defined electronic paper, and give you a situation where you could not complete the effect. So this pasteboard is very important. To continue our discussion, we see at the very top that we have H and V. Now these numbers activate only when I'm on the pasteboard. And what they say is that from this particular point, I know how far I am in the horizontal as well as in the vertical mode from the 0 reference point of this particular document. All computer calculation, all of the program's accuracy, starts from the 0 horizontal as well as 0 vertical point. And notice that that point is way over here off of the pasteboard. When you're dealing with 1/10,000th of an inch resolution or accuracy in the program, it's important that the program recognize where that point is so it can tell the PostScript or the raster image processor how far over, how far down to place a pixel. Now these pixels, of course, are part of the calculation and the output of the illustration. The existence of this size bar is shown to you up in the windows, and this is called the info bar. We are looking also at the palette called the tool box. We have 3 additional palettes that are not on screen yet, and let's select those to bring them up one at a time. The colors. We can also bring up the layers, and we can also bring up the styles palette. Now notice that 3, 6, 9 are the keyboard equivalents to bring those online. Styles allows you to globally apply attributes of fill as well as line characteristics to objects in the illustration. Layers give you tremendous flexibility when you're dealing with very complex subjects, where you're dealing with illustrations that have a multitude of elements, and where you're dealing with areas and concerns where you want some degree of separation for finite task definition as you complete an illustration. Let's close the Layers Manager, the Layers palette. Let's close the Styles palette, and let's look at colors for just a moment. In the Colors palette, we see that we have the opportunity to click down and select either a line characteristic or a fill characteristic. And notice that this particular box on the left selects fill, and clicking over here to the right selects the line characteristics. We can also, and I want to call your attention to this little triangle. If you click and hold your mouse down, you get a pop-up menu which allows you to define new colors, as well as gives you the ability to open a library of colors provided to you by Aldus. We'll discuss color shortly. Let's close the colors window, the colors palette actually. Now let's talk a little bit about the tools palette. In the tools palette, we have the pointer tool, and this allows the selection and the activation. By virtue of selecting something, of course, you activate it so that you can illustrate it, modify it, manipulate it, drag and carry, whatever the case may be. This is your primary workhorse of the program. The next tool over, the A, is the text creation tool. And this is the tool that allows you to enter text as well as generate text effects. And notice the difference. Pointer tool selected, I have a pointed cursor. Text tool selected, I have the I-beam cursor. If I select the rectangle creation tool, notice my cursor is different again. It becomes a cross. Same thing from the standpoint of the rounded rectangle creation tool, that my cursor is crossed shape, as well as with the ellipse creation tool or the oval creation tool. And again, similar cursor activity with the line creation tool, the freehand drawing tool, the pen tool, the knife tool, the curved point creation tool, the corner point creation tool, the connector point creation tool, and then we have manipulation managers. Now these first 4 items, the rectangle, the rounded rectangle, the oval or the ellipse, and the line creation tool, are called the basic creation tools. They tend to produce grouped, well-defined objects for illustration purposes. The remaining tools, the freehand, pen, curve, connector, corner, and a knife tool, have to do with the generation of free-form paths. The next 4 tools, the rotation tool, the reflection tool, the scaling tool, and the skewing tool, are manipulation tools or objects and bits of code in the program that perform specific work upon elements that you have previously created. The last tool in the left-hand column is the auto trace tool, and the magnification tool completes the tool complement in the lower right. Now notice when I select the auto trace tool that I have a common cursor sort of shape, as I did with many of the other tools, yet when I select the magnification tool, I now have a magnifying glass with a plus in it. And if I take this to a part on the document and I click one time, let's go up to the View menu, and we can take a look at our magnification level, that we've gone up to 50% from a fit in window position. Let's click one more time. So let's go back up to the View menu. Let's look at magnification. We're now at 100%. If I wish to continue, I would then go up to 200 and, of course, 400. To reverse the process, hold down the Option key. And notice that plus turns into a minus. Currently, we're at a magnification of 400%. By holding down the Option key and clicking on the desktop, we take it down one level to 200, and clicking a second time would bring us down to a magnification under our View menu of 100%. You can, at any time, with any tool selected, invoke the magnification tool by holding down the Command key and depressing the space bar. So if I were creating some lines with a freehand drawing tool and I stopped, I could depress the Command key, depress the spacebar key, and click and look at that portion, and notice where I click it comes up under magnified circumstances in the middle of the screen. Now at this point, there's neither a plus nor a negative sign in the magnifying glass. That indicates that you're at the maximum magnification of 800%. And if we go to the magnification window, or under the menu, we see that we're at maximum magnification of 800. Therefore, no cursor character is evident. To reduce the operation while you have another tool selected, hold down the Command key, depress spacebar, and depress the Option key. And then, of course, click back out until you get back down to the size that you're comfortable. Now, as you magnify, because we've asked for repeated magnifications, and let's take this very lowest part. If we click, and notice that that popped up, so it would be in the middle of the screen. Let's magnify on this right-hand point, and it pops up, and it's now in the middle of the screen. As we do that, as we selectively magnify a portion of an element, and as we do this centering process, when we take it back down to our normal overall view, in this case 100%, there's going to be some movement of the prime piece of paper. To compensate for that movement, you can, of course, scroll in the vertical direction by hitting the arrows, left, right, up, down, or if you hold the spacebar down, you'll get what's called the grabber hand. Now, the grabber hand, or the grabber tool, allows you to grab the paper and physically, just by moving the mouse while you're holding the spacebar down and you've got your mouse button held down, just move your mouse around to get the image in the position that you'd like it on the desktop. Okay, let's draw a freehand squiggle and notice what happens. Now, first off, the tool stays selected, and it's good practice to learn the following. After you draw any path with any of the freeform tools, hit the Tab key. Let's draw another freehand path. Notice when I release the mouse, and what I'm doing is I'm clicking and I'm dragging out, moving the mouse on the table to get the little squiggles and bumps. When I release the mouse, my path has all these little dark points, or these little path points all along the path that I've defined by virtue of moving the mouse. With some tools, and the freehand tool is not one of them. Notice I can click anywhere and nothing happens. With some tools, let's take the pen tool. With the pen tool, rather than dragging, you just click, and you click again at the second point. And I'm not dragging the mouse, I'm just clicking. Just putting that little crosshair someplace in position on the desktop and clicking. There are tools such as the pen tool and as well as the other curve creation tools that if you fail to deselect this element, specifically if you fail to shut off this active point, the next time you click on the desktop, you will be joining and putting additional points on that path. Now, in this case, what we'd like to do is begin our discussion of perhaps one of the most overly misunderstood aspects of PostScript illustration and the creation of high-quality printing PostScript illustrations. When it comes to drawing freehand paths, when it comes to drawing Bezier curves or Beziers, whatever your preference is, it is really not a matter of confusion or concern, but it's a matter of calm interpretation as to the essential nature of the points involved that comprise the path. The real simplicity of all of these very, very powerful PostScript drawing tools is that if the path is not what you'd like it to be, then you have the finite power and the ease with which the program can manipulate the PostScript path. You have the ease and the power to change that to your liking or to cut it apart and add additional paths to it until it's finally produced to your satisfaction. Let's clear our screen. And the way to clear your screen when you're dealing with PostScript drawing in freehand is to select all or Command A. Now this selects all the points, and at that point you can just merely hit the backspace or the delete key. Once again, if we draw, I'll use the pen tool and I'll just click, and the pen tool draws straight line paths as you click the mouse. Now the only time that this last point on the pen tool does not stay active is when you place your click. Remember that three-point snap to distance we talked about under preferences? If I get within 3 pixels of that, watch what happens. When I click, notice that this path has closed itself. Now if you're not sure you have a closed path, let's go to View, let's take a look at Windows, and let's go to Colors, and let's arbitrarily say that we want a fill characteristic. Now first select the Fill Manager, and let's say 30% gray. If the path is closed, in other words, if this point has in fact snapped over the starting point to close the path, it will then become filled. This is a very, very key point of finding out where you are and what you've accomplished. In other words, the proper interpretation of the action. Now at this point we have, or at this time in our illustration, we have this as the active point. Now let's talk about point activity, but first, because these points are selected, I'm going to merely backspace the illustration from the page. When we take the pen tool and I click one time, and I click a second time, and I click a third time, if we look at that under magnification, we've got a special little window that we've put here so we can help identify these points. Notice that this is a square point. Please look in the window, and let's move this window a little bit more to the center of our screen. And this is strictly for your comprehension. This is not part of the program, but this is one of our learning or instructional aids. If we look at the first point, we see that it is a square. The second point on the path is also a square. If we look, however, at the last point, we notice that it's a hollow box. The hollow box indicates that this is the active point. So let's close off on that window. And let's continue our drawing. Because this is an active point, it is an open path, and if I click anywhere else, I will continue my drawing. Now at this time, I know that I have an open path or a line segment. If I were to go over to the fill manager and select a fill of 20% gray, until this becomes a closed path, in other words, until we have something that can contain this fill, then it won't register as a closed path. In other words, it's open. Let's continue, let's continue. Now I'll deliberately make a point. I'll start coming in pretty close to the starting point until I get within that magic 3 pixels, and then watch what happens. As soon as I got within 3 pixels, in other words, when my mouse click activity got within the tolerance of the 3 pixels which we had set under the Preferences menu, and that's under the More Preferences, when I got within that target of 3 pixels, then I closed the path. Now suppose I set that to 30. Value is out of range. 5 pixels is what freehand considers to be a normal amount or a maximum amount of slovenly excess in mouse clicking and point positioning. Again, you're dealing with a program that deals in 1/10,000th of a point accuracy. Let's click OK. Now with 5 points, if I click a new series of points and I get close to it, what's happened? Well, what has happened is because under Preferences I indicated that the changing object will not change defaults, and because I started my path, in other words, I started my object, I started my element, and I had not changed the fill manager to indicate that I'd wanted a fill condition or a fill requirement, this did not show me the final result of filling the shape at or about the time that the shape had become a closed path. So, rule number 1, after you create a path, hit the Tab key to deselect all points on the electronic desktop. This is just good practice. Point number 2, when nothing is selected, in other words, after depression of the Tab key, if you'd like a different fill or line characteristics applied to the next element you create, do it then before you create the element. Now, it's not a requirement, it's just kind of nice because then you don't have to go back as a second thought. So let's set it up to 50% gray for our fill. Let's say that we want a line to be black, and if we go to the Attributes menu, not only can we make it black, but we can specify hairline. Now a hairline is 1 pixel up to 12 point. Let's take 6 point, and let's draw a path, and notice that right away my last settings are being picked up as I do my illustration. And remember, I've got a 5 pixel tolerance. If I'm within 5 pixels of this puppy, it'll activate and seal that path. And as soon as we get to that area, we do close the path. We now have a totally closed object. Let's select all, Command A, and let's backspace. Let's talk a little bit about the basic creation tools. Now let's draw out a rectangle. Now when we select the rectangle tool, to draw out a rectangle, click in the upper left corner, and while you're holding your mouse down, drag out the rectangle on the desktop. Now you have your choice of making it very squat, yet very long, and as long as you hold the mouse button depressed, you can make that rectangle do just about what you please with it. You can also, while you're in the creation phase, hold down the Shift key and constrain this particular creation, not only to a four-sided figure, but because you're constraining it for a true proportionality presentation, you'll create a square. Now we have a rectangle. Click, hold down the Shift key, drag out a perfect square, release the mouse, and you have a square created. If, as you click and you hold the Shift key, if you release the Shift key before you release the mouse, it is no longer constrained and becomes a rectangle again. Let's select all, and let's backspace these away. Now, when we have no active elements on the document, let's change the default to a 10% or a light gray. Now let's change the fill characteristics. Now this indicates that the line will be 10% gray. Now let's take the fill, and let's click on the fill manager to a darker 80% gray. If we take the rounded corner rectangle, we now see that as long as I continue drawing either rounded or square corner rectangles, that those properties will be applied to the elements that I so create with these settings. Let's add color to our illustration at this particular time. And again, let's hit the Tab key to deselect the points. Let's select the pop-up color palette item called New. Now what we're going to do is we're going to be requested to name our color. Now let's just call this red. Now our color, and we have a choice of basing it upon, or have a choice of modifying one of the existing colors, but what we want is, in fact, a new color. Type, we have a choice of a tint, a spot, or a process color. Now, first of all, let's talk about spots. I want you to think of the analogy, if you will, that spots and dots go together. When we indicate that we're going to take a spot color printing process, this means that we're going to put down discrete spots of the three basic colors in the form of very well-defined dots at a specific orientation angle, and it tends to be a rather cost-effective means to produce images when you have no more than 4, or at the outside, 5 colors. If your image and your illustration is going to have much more than 4 or 5 colors, you by all means go to what they call process colors. Let's talk a little bit about spots first. Now let's say that we're going to make it a custom spot color, and let's take the RGB model. Now this stands for red, green, blue, and these sliders, you can click on them with the mouse and drag them. Let's drag it to 50% red. Can be moved either by clicking on the slider and dragging. You can click on the arrowhead and drag. If you click either side of the slider, you'll move it in increments of 10%. So 50, 40, 30. Let's click, 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 click. 70. Or let's bring it right up to 100% red. There is yet another way, and that's if you hit the Tab key while you're in the dialog boxes. Remember, Tab to deselect the items on the electronic desktop. The Tab key will take you through the dialog boxes very quickly. So let's say that we want to type in 100 here. We tab down, we type in 0, tab down, type in 0. Now, with certain colors, and because we're dealing principally in a black and white world and we're creating our first new color, these buttons tend to have a funny phenomena in that they replicate the shade of the color that you're working with. Remember that the lower one happens to be cancel, and preferential one up here says OK. Now let's click on OK. Let's define our red color. Notice that we now have this item appear on our color palette. Let's define a couple of other new colors. And let's call this green. And this will be a spot color. And let's stick with the RGB model, and let's just drive green to 100%. Now I could call that green, or I could call it green 100% spot. And at this point, let's go OK. And let's make up another new color. And let's stay with spot colors, and let's call this blue. And let's stay in the RGB, and let's just drive blue to 100%. And let's go OK. Now we have 3 colors defined on our color palette. Let's take our pointer tool, and if we click on any of the elements that we've drawn previously, they become selected, and a selected item has handles. And the handles, you can see, are these 4 little points that allow me that anytime after the item or the element has been created, I can click on any of these points, and I can further modify, drag out the shape, or holding the shift key, I can constrain it to its constrained shape, in this case a square. If I take the ellipse creation tool and I draw out an ellipse, when I release, I have my ellipse form. And in the case of drawing a new ellipse, just like the rectangle, if I hit the shift key, release the mouse before I release the shift key, I constrain the ellipse into a perfect circle. In the case of the line creation tool, if I click and drag out a line, I can drag it at any angle. And to create a line, you click and drag out. If you hold the shift key, you constrain it in multiples of 45. In this case, 0, 45, or 90. Now, for all of these elements, let's make what's called a multiple selection, and let's apply uniform properties to each of them. Let's select this first rectangle and hold the shift key down. Let's select the circle. While you hold the shift key depressed, what we're doing is we're shift clicking multiple items. So we've shift clicked on the square, on the circle, we're shift clicking on this oval, on this line, this rectangle. While all of these are selected at the same time, we then go over to our fill as well as our line manager. Let's click on the line characteristics, and let's say that instead of 10% gray, we want to apply a green line to all of these elements. Let's further say that while we have the line manager selected, let's take this down to a 2-point line, and then let's click on the fill manager, and let's say that we want these to be all blue. Now we could also select fill to be none, and this is where you get into an interesting scenario. It's one of the most common but yet fundamentally basic points that deserves a little attention and a little clarification, and that's the aspects of elements that are none versus elements that are filled with white. And let me show you the difference. To deselect, in other words, to release our selection of these items, click anywhere off and away, or click on any one of them. All right, let's click off and away. All of them have become deselected. If I click on this one square, I can change its properties independently. Now, none as a fill is indicated by this crossed out box. If instead I fill that with white, and I do likewise with the adjoining rectangle, notice that these two objects appear very much like the two rounded objects. The difference is when I click off and away, because this has got a fill to it, I can click in the middle of it and it activates. In the case of the circle and the ellipse, because these have no fill, the only place, and I'm trying to click inside, the only place to hit them and make them active is to actually touch the cursor on the path of the line that they've created. Now, the difficulty in that is that sometimes these lines may be very fine. Let's take this down to a hairline. And of course, the thinner the line, the higher degree of accuracy you need to select the element that you want. Now, once you've selected an element, in this case a non-filled element, to move it, you have to click on its path point. Now notice this cursor. You have this 4 little lines coming off of it, this little X with the 4 arrows. And when you see that cursor, that says that yes, you have selected the element and you can now move it in any direction possible. When I click on the square, I get the same sort of position, but because this is filled, I can hit it in the middle. So if you're not sure whether an item is filled or is filled with none, you can either select it dead center as a first test case, as a second test case, or as an alternate approach, you can drag out a selection rectangle on the desktop. Now in this case, as I drew out a selection rectangle, I've selected not only the circle, but I've also got this point from this line, as well as this point from this other diagonal line that I created. And now when I click, and I wait for my cursor, now when I click, notice what's happening. That not only am I moving the circle, but I'm beginning to move the other line segments about a fixed imaginary either anchor or what's properly termed corner point. Let's select all and let's backspace. And let's look at that phenomenon once more. Let's take the pen tool and let's create a line segment. And let's hit the tab key to deselect. And let's select the pointer tool, activate the line, and let's make the line red. And let's bring the line weight up to 8 point, just from the standpoint of clarity. Now, this line is active. It is a selected element at this particular point. If we zoom in on this, and this requires a little bit of observation. Here's the line, as you see it in the Zoom Desk Accessory window. This line is active. This is one of the points that comprise that line. To move the line as a discrete element, all I have to do is touch my mouse anywhere along this portion that is not a point. If I select with the tip of my mouse or my cursor, if I select a point, I move only that point. Let me demonstrate and prove that to you. As we saw, there's 1, 2, and you can see these little rectangle points buried in this red band. There's 1, 2, 3 points that comprise this line. If I click any place that is not a point, I move the entire line as a single element. If I click on a point, this point becomes hollowed out, in other words selected, and I can now drag it around on the desktop and move it independently of the other aspects of the path. Now I can also increase the length from that point. I can change its angularity. I can shorten it. And if I were to shift click, remember we talked about shift clicking to select multiple items. This one point has been selected. If I hold the shift key down and select the center point, or the second one from the right, now that I have both of these selected, I can hold my cursor on any one point that is active, and I can then manipulate the line like so. In this case, all of our activity, because this point has not been selected, this point is in fact anchored to the desktop. This does not move. Selecting an active point or a set of active points, they move as if they were jointed, which they are. Now this is the fundamental difference between the behavior and how you shape, and notice because these two are still selected, suppose I wanted to bring this up to 90 degrees. Now let's shift click this point to deselect it, and bring this part horizontal. Because I have shift-click to deselect that. Now, shift-clicking, let's talk about that one process. We've got point 1, point 2, point 3. If I select point 2 and I shift-click to point 3, this path between these 2 points is now defined as a totally selected element. It's this portion that I'm moving. This is what makes PostScript illustration so powerful. Whatever you don't select stays where it was. For instance, if I take a rectangle and notice the rectangle has 4 points, and I go up and select my pointer tool, and I come down and I select this point and this point, and I try to manipulate them independently, well, you notice what happens. The whole rectangle moves. Initially, when introduced, the rectangle, the rounded corner rectangle, and the oval or the ellipse tool, these basic creation tools, produce what is called a grouped element. Now, this rectangle is grouped and is comprised of 4 discrete points. If we go up to the element and we select the item called ungroup, and we click anywhere off the desktop to deselect the prior state of activity on the rectangle, we see that our point characteristics have now changed. That now I can, for the first time, individually select any of these corner points on the rectangle. Now, for clarity, let's select this item, which is the active item. Let's fill it with none. Let's fill with none. And let's take our line characteristic back to black. And let's bring that down to 0.5 point. If I touch my cursor anywhere on the path that is defined by these 4 points, and realize mathematically that from this point to this point is a distance of, and notice again, I've got my information and size manager operational. It says that from 37 over to 37 and 668 pixels vertical to a distance of 173, or if I click here, I see that my delta H or delta V, if I just click to miss it, I can actually start to measure this point. Okay, delta V, delta H is 0, and if I move this particular object, because I have these 2 upper points selected, I can skew it about the horizontal. I can increase its overall height. And notice that my info manager is telling me that I've moved this a distance of 92.716 points. And that further, and let me move the colors palette down just a little bit. Let me click on this point. And I've also got an angularity of 166 degrees. Now, when we talk about angularity in freehand, and let's just take the pen tool, the 3 o'clock position as if the hands of a clock. The 3 o'clock position, this is calculated as 0. From here to this particular point, in other words, to the 12 o'clock position, is considered positive 90 degrees. To the underlying, or to the opposite 90 degree position, we would go from 0 degrees to minus 90, or a positive distance of 270 degrees counterclockwise from the standpoint of our angular relationship. Let's select our pointer tool. Notice that when I click on the path, that the entire object, the entire element moves. Let's change our line characteristics to green. And on the contrast, if I select a point, let's take the point in the middle, that point selection allows me to manipulate the point based on the control nature, in other words, the control type of point in effect. Let's select all, and let's backspace these objects, these elements from the desktop. Let's take an oval. If we take an oval and we go up, let's change its line characteristics to a green line, and let's take its fill down to no fill. If we take an oval and we go to the element menu and we ungroup the oval, now what we have is we have basically the 4 points that comprise this mathematically as I clicked and dragged it out. And if I select my pointer tool, after ungrouping, you want to deselect the item, then reselect the item, and we can click on any of these points. And notice for the first time, we see what are called directional handles. Now these directional handles, in this case, this is a curve point, and these directional handles say that if I click and move these handles, then I can manipulate not only the curve coming into the point, but also the aspects and the relationship of the curve leading away from the point. Of the 3 basic points we have to contend with, and let's demonstrate each of these for you in a single small application. And let's select, and while that's active, let's fill this. Oops. Let's give this a red line characteristic. Let's shut the size of the line down to 1/2 point. And let's zoom in and make some observation. There are 3 basic types of points that are available to you in freehand. The first is called a corner point. This is a square representation, and when selected, it is a hollow square. The next type is a round representation, and the round points, and we haven't created any round points here. Let's take our curve tool, let's create a point. Let's tab to deselect the prior effort. And let's zoom in on that. Notice the difference. These are round. These are called curve points. When selected, they turn into a hollow circle. And the third and final type are the points manufactured or put on the illustration by the connector tool, and these are triangular in shape. Let's select all, let's delete, and let's talk about the actual characteristics of each of these 3 types of point. In the case of the corner point, let's change our line characteristics for visibility to filled red. Let's bring it down to 1 point. In the case of using the corner point creation tool, as we create points, they're automatically joined by these rectangular or square, actually these little square boxes. If I wish to draw a square or a constrained line, merely hold down the Shift key. If we take the curve creation tool and I click my first point, now notice that the second that I curved or clicked my mouse on the desktop, that it basically launched out and directional angles shot forth from that effort. If I create another one and I click, and I create another point and click, and I drag my mouse and click, and I drag my mouse and click, and I drag my mouse and click, that what the curve tool is doing is it's placing curves as the next joining point, and it's doing so because this last point is still the active point. If I take my connection tool, and the connection tool makes the bridge or the transition, and I want you to think of the T in connector tool as representative of the T in tangent. If you want a smooth, tangential, gentle blending of points as you bring free hand shapes together, use the connector tool. And the proper use of the connector tool is as you're creating a freehand path with your last point active, click to form a connection point, and once that's done, go back up and pick your next particular type of point you need, in this case a corner point. And now I'll be drawing straight segments. And at this point what I want to do is I want to curve up to this particular point to complete it. So I'd like to put in a connector point. And I'll put this someplace along the way. I've got my little triangular connecting point. Now I'll take my curve tool and I'll complete this by clicking on the starting point of the document, or in this case on the path. Notice that I have verified that this is now completed because it has filled itself. To edit this particular closed path, it depends on the type of point we have involved. Now in the case of a corner point, of course I can select each one individually and I can drag them out, and notice that their activity tends to be straight, and of course they're quite nicely anchored. When I get to the curved points, I get my directional handles popping out. So we have a corner point here, and we have another corner point, and this is a connector point. It's got a triangulated shape. If we click here, we see that we have another corner point. If we click here, we see that we have a curve point. Now with the curve point, these handles are connected. In other words, as I lift or push on the left-hand side, the right-hand side seesaws with it to round out the shape. Further, as I drag the handle out and away from the point, I increase the arc of the curve. I can rotate the curve around, so I actually tie that line in knots. And I can also retract the point and change the characteristic of the path at that area. With this point selected, if I were to hold down the Option key and double click, for the first time I'll see what's called the Information Manager. Now the Information Manager says this path contains 19 points. Right now it is a closed path. It has odd even fill. Now odd even fill, let's cancel for just a second. This phenomena you see where the path has crossed over itself and it has reversed out is a very important principle in PostScript art and manipulation. It's the essence of what we call compound or composite curves. And it comes down to what's called the reverse or the winding rule of PostScript and PostScript fills. Where a pattern crosses over itself, it has the basic activity as a simplistic analogy of canceling itself out. Therefore, the result is that you have an actual hole in the illustration. Let's deselect this particular path. Let's say that I want to line now with a blue characteristic. And let's take my line tool, let's draw a blue line. And while that's selected, let's change its attribute to 12 point. Let's then, with the pointer tool, pick that up and move it to this object. And let's go up to the element menu and let's send that to the back. Notice that, yes, that these spaces where this path has crossed over itself are in fact open spaces. Now this basic phenomena is the essence of what we call composite curves, which is a very exotic and a very interesting reversed out type effect. It's also a way to put special effects and graphics into paths where you want this particular hidden activity or view through the path sort of nature. Let's reselect our path. And while I've got the path selected, I can hold the Option key down and click anywhere on the body of the path because it is a closed path. Let's change the even odd fill characteristic, in other words, this reverse winding rule, to even odd off. And what do you think will happen? Yes, the holes are going to fill up. Notice in this case they didn't cross out and cancel each other. And if I double click while holding the Option key down, turn it back on, then we start to see the phenomena, see the spacing come back out. We can also do something very, very interesting. That's hold the Option key and double click on it again, and let's make this no longer a closed path and watch what happens. Because we have, and what we've done is we've deleted the last segment that we drew. Let's select all objects. Let's draw a rectangle. We start the rectangle when we click in the upper left and we drag out to the right. If I hold the Option key, and I must have my pointer tool selected. Now the way to toggle between any tool, in this case the rectangle creation tool, and the pointer tool is to hold the Command key down. If I hold the Command key down, then the Option key and double click, you see that I have a rectangle, or I have the information manager for this particular element pop up. And it says right now that we have a position, and it gives us our position in points, top, bottom, left, and right, and a corner radius. So I could change this to say 0.25 points, or let's make it aggressive, let's say 12 points, or very round. And I could also adjust the flatness. Now flatness on a linear structure really doesn't have too much bearing, but flatness refers to the numbers of integrations required to make a curve. Let's leave flatness set at 0 and let's go OK. What we're going to do is we're going to round the corners of that particular rectangular shape. Let's, however, leave that same object selected. Let's go back up to the element menu and let's ungroup it. Now let's hold down the Command key to get my pointer tool, hold down the Option key and double click, and see now that from being a rectangle, it is now, because I've ungrouped it, it's now a path. And further, it has odd even fill characteristic capabilities built into it, and that if I were to unclose it, in other words, make it an open path, watch what happens. When I click here, and I click OK, it loses the fill characteristics, but when I drew this rectangle, I started in the upper left, and when I rounded off the corners, it added these additional points to me, but it deleted basically the last segment leading up to the initial creation point of the path. On an oval, if we draw an oval shape, we come up and we ungroup it. Hold down the Command key, because the oval tool is still selected. Hold down the Option key, double click. Let's open the path up. And notice that as I clicked up here and I dragged out my oval, that as the program came around, that this was the last segment from where the cursor is now up to here. That was the last segment that it drew. And when we asked it to release it from being a closed path, that it opened up this one segment. Now this is marvelously simple, because now if I take my pointer tool, I can click on this particular portion, and I can see that I have basically all my points still left. But if I take this one point and click on it and it alone, I can backspace and delete it, and now I have a perfect half of a circle to use as a graphic or design or a creation element. Now let's suppose that I wanted to use the half circle, but I wanted it to be a filled configuration. Well, it's very simple at this point. All of our curvature is defined by this half of the oval left. If I take the pen tool, I could click one time and click a second time, and this now becomes a path. To polish that up, this point is selected, and if I hold down the Command key, double-click the Option key, you see that I now have the path point element information dialog manager up, and I see that the selected point, in other words, when I drew that last point in with a pen, I must have moved it something other than 1/10,000th of a pixel because it created the corner point, and it also gave me a couple of handles. Now I can retract these handles and apply that result to the illustration. Now let's select the upper point, and while that point's selected, hold on the Command key, hold on the Option and double click. Let's retract its handles. Now we have perfectly what we'd wanted. We have a square segment and half of a semicircle. Let's take the same basic example. Let's draw another ellipse. And again, what we want to do is we want to go to the element menu and ungroup it. And while it's ungrouped, hold the Command key, Option key, double click. Let's open the path up and let's go OK. Let's come in and let's delete by selecting this point. Let's backspace that out. Hold on the Command key to toggle back and forth from the pointer tool, of course, to our path creation activity. Now I have this last point active after the deletion. While this is active, I could properly come over and take the corner tool and position its cursor over the active point, come down and complete it by clicking on the lower portion. And what we see is that we have the same phenomena whether we use the pen tool or the corner tool. And if we select our pointer tool, we can push that handle in and come up with the same shape of the same situation. Now there are more difficult ways to do it. I could take the oval that we started out with, and what I could do is I could come in with the knife tool and position my knife tool someplace on the path. Now notice when I take my knife tool and I place it on the oval, absolutely nothing is happening at all, and it's not happening because, see these four handles? This oval is a basic element. It is a grouped element as it's created. Let's come up, let's ungroup it. Let's place the knife tool anywhere along the path and click one time. And as soon as it clicks, it opens up that path, and you know the path has become opened. Why or how? Well, because the fill characteristics just disappeared. Now that I've basically made that one incision, I could come down to the other side of the oval, click here, make another incision, hold my Command key down to select my pointer tool and actually pull these things apart. Let's make an incision here, and let's grab this point and pull it away, and let's take the other point and pull it away. So as opposed to using the element info manager, now all objects come up with an element info manager in the same process, and all of them reside in the same location. Let me just draw out a few different things. And I'm just going to draw out a quick T for text. And let's draw out a straight line. And let's draw out 2 points. Let's draw out 2 connector points. Let's draw out a couple of pen points and a little curve. And let's draw out a perfect square. All of these different elements all activate to the same basic element info manager, which operates on a context-sensitive basis. In other words, if you're not sure what you've got, if you're not sure what you've selected, if you're not sure what kind of point, if you're not sure what kind of path, if you're not sure the element information, you can invoke this about the object that is selected or about the point you have chosen merely by typing in Command I, or again the shortcut, and let me cancel that. The shortcut is to A, make sure that you have your pointer tool selected, select an item, hold the Option key down, double click. We see that this is a rectangle and it gives us those properties. And now we'll click someplace else. Let's click on this rounded corner rectangle, hold the Option key down and double click. We see that we have a rectangle and this has a corner radius of 12 points, so it's a rounded corner rectangle. If I select this circle, double click, we see that we have an ellipse that has a top position and a bottom position, a left, and it has a flatness of 0. If I click on this basic free form or open path to select it, and then come over and take this one point, I can click on it, and then hold my Option key down, double click, and I see that this is a corner point and that it has no handles extended because the point positions, notice that this point is at 296 points and that vertical in points is at 614. These handles are not extended, so there is nothing to retract. To extend a handle on a corner point, you take your pointer tool or you toggle to it by holding the Command key down, depress the Option key and drag your mouse and drag out that one point. We can drag out the point from the corner. Or, more simplistically, let's go back to that and let's change the corner to a curved point. Now notice that we have handles and handle notation. When these numbers differ from the horizontal and vertical location, we have in fact reverted or converted this particular point, and because we've converted it to a curve, we can manipulate these different aspects. We can change its curve, we can change the nature, we can move the points around as a curve, or we can even do the unthinkable, and that's while that point is selected, I could delete it. Now notice when I deleted that point, it left the remainder of the path intact. Now we see that we have this diagonal blue portion of the path coming down. Let's take this particular point and let's backspace to delete it. Notice that the open path stays connected. Let's select this point and let's delete it. Let's select the end point and let's delete it. If we select a grouped object and we backspace, of course we delete the entire object. Let's select this point on the half oval. And when we delete this curve from this half oval, what are we going to wind up with? We should wind up with a straight line, or a fairly straight line that starts out from these two origin points. Let's select this last point on the left, and let's select this one at the bottom, and of course if we select the one at the top, and if we hold the Option key and double click it, and let's change its nature, we see that right now it's a corner. Let's change it to a curve, and let's go OK. Because when you use the curve tool, 3 points are required to make a curve. We have one point at the bottom, we have the second point we've just asked to be a curve. If we now select our curve creation tool, click anywhere on the desktop, you see that it's immediately latched onto it and it's helping us to further complete our path. So freehand, and here's the misinterpretation or the miscommunication in PostScript drawing and illustration. With freehand, they mean just that, the people at Aldous. When the program was designed and when the concept for freehand illustration was originally evolved and created by Aldous, it meant that with a very free hand, you could change from curves into smooth transitional tangential connector points, back into corner points, back into smooth transitions, back into smooth curves. You could do this freely and easily and basically take all of the onus from the standpoint of trying to make all these decisions out of the process, because it's as easy as selecting a point and going into the element information manager and changing a point if you've made an error. Even more dynamically is the following. If we take our curve creation tool, now we have this path started. Now when I put another point on the desktop, it will connect to it, and because this is the curve creation tool, it will also be a curve point. Let's now take a corner point, and if I make a corner point, click, if I hold the command point down, I can back that right up and actually take these points off. Okay, let's continue. Now we've got a corner point. Let's put in a connector point. And we'll click on that. Let's take a curve point. Let's add it to it. And let's take another one and let's move it. Now if I'm not sure where I want it, just hold the command key down. Or I can backspace that one point and resume my operation at any time. With the pen tool, I can start adding on straight line segments merely by clicking to it. And in the case of the pen tool, as with all tools, and let's come back up and reselect this line, reselect this point, and even though this whole path had momentarily become deselected, like so. If I click anywhere off of it to deselect it, if I come back in and reselect the path, reselect the point, at this point we have a square representation, so we are in fact dealing with a corner point. If I want to make a curve join to that, let's take a connector point, let's click anywhere in the same proximity, and then let's select a curve point where we want it to go, and we can pick up and continue our path generation very nicely. And if we select this curve point, and let's rotate its handles over, you see what the connector point has done for us is given us this beautifully smooth transition. Now the only thing I can do with its handle is I can increase curvature away from the connection point, but see how beautifully smooth and tangential that is to the line. It's just a beautiful way to connect a straight section to a curved section, and freehand does this beautifully. It does it almost magically. It's so transparent, so smooth. The misconception is that, oh, well, you've got to draw 3 different paths because you got 3 different tools, and you got the pen tool and you got the freeform tool, and that's not really the case at all. The case is use these tools as you need them dynamically to, with a free hand, create the path that you wish. And that's really, in simplicity, the entire confusion, the entire myth that this is difficult has just basically been dissipated, because this point as you create it stays active and hot and ready to accept the next point along the path you want to create and assign to it. Let's continue. Let's select, let's just clear our screen off. Let's take a rectangle, and what we're going to do is we're going to have basically the blue line with the orange fill. And let's take a look at some of the next tools down. Now the rotation tool, and that's that little arrow, says that about a point that we arbitrarily fix, or about a point that the program will choose, we will perform the operation on the particular element. I can fix this rotation point. Let's say that I want to come down here about a ½ inch visually. Let's go over here about a ½ inch visually. You click one time to set the star cursor, as it's called, on the paper. Then you hit the Option key and click, and you'll bring up the Rotation Dialog Manager. Now remember, 0 is referenced at a 3 o'clock position. So if we want to rotate from that point, which was out, to the right and down 1/2 inch, if we want to rotate that thing so it's standing up, we want to bring it to a negative 90-degree rotation from the mouse location, in other words, where I clicked on the desktop, and click OK. And she pops right up. So it rotated about that point. I can also go back and I can undo that. Now, let's set a new rotation point. And let's say we want the new rotation point to be here. Click once to set the star cursor. Hold the Option key down and click to bring up the manager. Let's say that now, from the horizontal, I want to take it yet another 90 degrees down, or actually, let's take it minus 45 degrees. Now it will be below the line, below the 3 o'clock position, relevant to where I clicked on the desktop. I could arbitrarily click anywhere I wish and bring up the manager and say that rotate about the center of the selection, and I want to rotate contents and fills, and this is important, and we'll develop this shortly, and click OK. And notice that about the center of the object, it is actually making the rotation. Now to prove that point, let's take a blue line, and let's set the attributes to 6 point. And let's take another line. Let's set its attributes to a fill of red. And let's give it substantial width also of 8 point. Let's shift click. We have this line selected. Let's shift click the second line, and let's go up and group them so that they're one. Now notice that when they become grouped, and if I hold my Command key down and I now move these lines, I move them as a group. A group is a complete assembly of items. It also means that if I wanted to transform them all simultaneously using my pointer tool, I could do that because they have become grouped. They can be resized in the horizontal or in the vertical, or if I hold down the shift, remember I can constrain the rectangle to a square presentation, and of course when you do that and you can resize an object, you are proportionately changing its size. Now that this is grouped, let's take the rotation manager, and I want to rotate about. I'm going to click, set my point, and about the mouse location, and let's rotate this a positive 45 degrees, and go OK. And notice that about that point where I clicked, it moved it down 45 degrees. I could also undo the rotate. I could also come back and redo the rotate, or, and here's the fun, I could transform this again. I could select transform again, and it remembers what I had done. I had rotated that group. Let's talk about some true magic. Let's select all the points. Let's backspace. Let's take, in this case, let's just take a very thin rectangle. To duplicate this, there's a couple of methods. I could copy it, and then, of course, I could paste it from the clipboard, and I now have another rectangle. By copying this to the clipboard and pasting it in, and it pastes it in the middle of the window, I've completed and made another copy of this particular element. Another way to do it would be to select the element and go up to the Edit menu and select the option called Duplicate. Now, normally we don't stress keyboard equivalents when we do the training and the orientation and the insights into some of these programs. but this one is a good one to commit to memory. This is Command D, and the one underneath it, Command equal. The only reason I suggest you think about using these, or at least committing these to memory, is because they're so doggone useful. In the case of Command D, what we do is we take the object, and when I type in Command D, I actually repeat, or I force a complete duplicate of the object. But notice also that something very unusual has happened here. Let's undo duplicate. Let's undo duplicate. Now remember, we set this to 2 undos, and we just had our second one. Now we can undo move elements. Let's undo duplicate. Let's undo paste. Let's undo add rectangle. Wow, this 99 undo potential is kind of interesting. Here's the key point, and here's the key PowerPoint to be made. If I take an element and I select clone. Now clone places an exact copy right on top of the other one. Because it has been pasted on top of the other one, it is the actively selected item. If I take and do anything to the clone, let's take the clone, and let's move the clone down a specified distance. That activity, then hit Command duplicate. Because I've moved the clone and then I've duplicated that action, the program will replicate that as often as I wish. As another example, let's take a perfect circle. And let's take that circle and let's make a clone. And in the clone, or with the clone, let's take the clone and offset it a little bit to the side. Now I Command D duplicate. And because I've cloned it, the program says, okay, what we're doing is we're making replicant copies of this particular element. Once we've done that with the clone, we know what Command D duplicate should be performing, so as a power assist, it does this repetitious duplication for you. Practical applications, not only do you get uniform spacing, not only do you get rapidity of duplication and element creation, but you also get some finite control. Let's take a straight line, and if I hold the Shift key to constrain it, and let's take my pointer tool, and let's make a clone, which is Command equal. Now that line's right on top of the other one. And let me look at my info manager. Notice I've got delta, height, vertical, distance, and angle. And if I come straight down, let's come down to distance of 18 point. Yeah, let's take it to 20. Let's take it to say 20 points. And then I Command D. Well, I came down, but I also scooshed over a little bit. Let's take a vertical line. Let's hold the Shift key to constrain it. And let's make a clone of it, which is Command equal. Let's take our pointer tool, and let's move its clone over the same distance, roughly 20 points. Now we Command D that. Well, we start creating custom graph paper or grid paper, or we can start making out forms that have lines to them. And we can do this all with power and extreme precision and gorgeous printed output. Again, when you're down to 1/10,000th of an inch accuracy and registration, this is phenomenal power and capabilities. Let's select all. Let's clear the window at this particular point. Let's talk about the next tool, the next manipulation tool, which is reflection. If we take, let's take a rectangular shape. Take the pen tool and click 1, 2, 3 points, and let's close with a 4th click. The reflection tool says I have the opportunity and the ability to reflect this particular item about a vertical axis or about a horizontal axis or about an axis of my choosing. You set the star cursor, and let's say that I want to reflect about this point, and I click, and if I drag in a vertical direction, I drag, see this line I'm dragging on? See that line rotate? Now don't let this fool you, and don't let this throw you. Now the newer you are to the program, the spookier this is. Just because this thing is doing wild stuff on you, just hang on to it. Until you release it, it won't be in the final position. Remember, you can always go back to our old friend, Mr. Undo. Let's undo it. Let's take the reflection tool. Let's click about this lower edge, and I'm going to drag out to the right. Now, this happened very quickly. Let me bring it back over. What I did is I clicked in the middle, and I clicked in this middle point, and I dragged to the right. Now, see how little mouse movement it takes to rotate this, or to actually flip it, reflect it about that axis. I'm doing this in very slow motion. I'm continuing to go to the right, just a couple of mouse counts at a time. See how quickly this happens? What happens is many new users of freehand will click and they'll just skosh over to the right, or they'll move the mouse and this thing starts spinning around and nobody knows exactly what's happened. If that is the case and you're not sure, undo, reflect, and do the easy way. Set your mouse position, set the star cursor, click Option to bring up the dialog box, and we'd like to reflect about, in this case we want to reflect about the horizontal and the point mouse location, and we click OK, and we've reflected it. Let's suppose, however, that before we reflect it, let's go Command equal to make a clone. Let's bring our star cursor back in, click it on the desktop, Option key up. Now we know that the one that is selected is the clone by virtue of the way that clones are created. And now when we ask it to reflect about the horizontal, we're going to flip it up. Let's try that again. Let's take a rounded rectangle. Let's Command equal to make the clone. Let's take the reflection tool. Let's set it to the lower right-hand corner. Click one time. And this flipped over because we had set our reflection manager. Now that we've got this done, we can Command D, and what's happened? We flipped it back over. If we make another clone, and then we go Command D to duplicate again, the activity is stopped. Let's take this apart and see how many times it performed the operation for us. Now this is called power duplication, where a single activity, by virtue of creation of a clone, will give you a multitude of results. As another example, let's take a vertical line, and let's constrain that. Let's set its weight a little bit heavier for better visibility. Let's make a clone of it. And of the clone, we want the clone to rotate. And let's set this as the arbitrary point. Click the star cursor, hold the Option key down, bring up the dialog. And let's say that we want this to go 15 degrees. Now it's 15 degrees positive value, so it's going to be rotating counterclockwise, and we want this from the mouse location. Now we could accurately, down to the number of points or pixels or tens of thousands of an inch, accurately spec in the exact position. Remember, we've got this information manager up in the info bar. And let's click OK. And now that it's done that one with the clone, we can ask that it Command D, that it continue to duplicate the last transition that we've asked it to make. Now that's the key point. We first made an identical copy. We've then performed a transformation or a manipulation on the object. So the program knows that, okay, if I give you an exact copy, you want me then to take that copy and perform what activity on it. We do that, we tell them in this case rotate 15 degrees, And then it says, okay, well, I can handle the fact that it was a clone. You obviously, because you made a clone, you obviously wanted another one, and you obviously want more than one because now you're asking for duplication. So as many times as I type Command D is as many times as I will get the transformation or get the finite result. Let's select all. Let's backspace those off. Let's go one step farther into something a little bit more sophisticated, yet very simplistic. Now that you know what this program can do for you. We've just created an oval. First thing we want to do, let's take the element and let's ungroup it. Let's take our pointer tool. Let's come in and reshape it. And let's take this point and let's drag out its directional handles. Let's come in and take this point. Let's drag out its directional handles. And let's take this one. Let's move this way up. And while we have this as an active item, what we'll do is we will request a clone, please. And let's take the clone and let's rotate the clone about this point. Hold the Option key down, bring up the Rotation Manager. Let's set this to 30 degrees instead. 30 degrees for clone from the mouse location that we've set. And we want to rotate contents and fills. Let's go OK. And then Command D. And let's come in now and let's take and constrain an ellipse to be a circle. And let's hold the Command key down and move that center over. And let's click our Fill Manager. Well, that's an active item. Let's fill that with green. And let's come up with a new color. And let's make this a spot color. And let's see, green and blue. And let's give it a little bit of red. And let's say that that's the color we want. Well, notice one thing, that you cannot close off the dialog box until you've named it. In other words, you can't create something that doesn't exist because it can't file it unless you name it. So let's just call this LT Blue. Click OK to close the window. And let's just fill that with a light blue instead. And you start to see that very simplistically, we've started to generate a very sophisticated flower art sort of concept with the cloning step, with the power duplication step, and we're not afraid to go in and manipulate the points because there's really no mystery. And if I wasn't quite sure about what I wanted it to look like, or if I wasn't quite sure as to the elemental nature of the points, I could go into the Element Information Manager either by holding down the Command key and of course double-clicking on the Option key to bring up the path definition, and I'd have all the confidence in the world to go in and change this and modify it to my liking. All right, let's select all of this and let's delete. Let's talk a little bit more about what happens as we draw. Now we've created, in this case, an orange-filled rectangle. Let's click on the desktop with my pointer tool, and I'm holding down the Command key to toggle from the Rectangle Creation tool. Let's click one time. Let's change my fill attribute to green. Let's maintain the same blue line, and let's draw two light green filled rectangles. Let's change the fill attribute to light blue. Now let's draw 3 of these. Now the sequential order in which I've drawn these items is as follows. This orange rectangle was number 1. This green rectangle was number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. I can selectively change the stacking order. Now the stacking order, first drawn, is furthest down. I can selectively shuffle these in the different layers of the program, or the different electronic layers that they're represented on, by selecting the item first, going up to the element menu, and I can either bring it to the front. Now, bring it to the front brings it up at the same level, actually to the next level, past the last item drawn. And here's proof. Let's bring this to the front. Oh, excuse me. I selected this. I really want to select the orange one. This is the first one. This is the furthest back. If we bring this to the front, and I then take this over the last item drawn, you'll notice that it's blocking it. So it is in front of that item now. Let's take this blue, and this one's the fifth element drawn. Let's send it to the back. Now that's going to go all the way to the back. That's underneath the green bars, obviously way underneath the orange because we've changed its height. But what about these two lime green rectangles? This one is on a different layer than this one. This one was drawn before the second one down. If we select the same light blue rectangle, and I take this element and I bring forward, now bring forward as opposed to bring to front, bring forward means bring it up one step, one shuffle, one level up in the stacking order. If I bring it up only one, or bring it forward one up, you see that it's now in front of the item that was drawn second, yet it is underneath of the item that was drawn third. So if we want to take this item, what we want to do with that element is let's send it backward. We send it backward. You can now see that we've got this one alternating with that one, and of course you now start to see how you can produce some interesting woven or weaving type effects with your graphic elements. This is what's called the stacking order. First drawn, furthest back. Last drawn, topmost up. Now, stacking order allows you to place things either in front of or behind other objects, and it gets important when you get down to some of the special effects and some of the more complicated, but really quite simplistic because of the power of all this freehand, when you get down to some of the more complex illustration techniques and styles and things that we're going to talk about in video 2 as well as video number 3. Now, let's continue just a little bit further. Now let's talk about grouping these. If we hold down the Command key and we click and we hold the Shift key, and I've selected these two blue and these two green rectangles, and we then take those elements and we group them, what happens? Well, first off, they all move as a discrete bunch. They're now a bunch of stuff. If we take this other blue rectangle that we drew after, let's bring it forward. Let's bring it forward. Notice the difference. Because this is a grouping at this particular point, all elements of a group have to be within the same relative position in the stack order. By definition, they're a group. They exist on the same clear piece of electronic paper. It's impossible for me to get this and to send it backward or to bring it forward and have it woven through like we showed with blue rectangle 1 and blue rectangle number 2. When they're grouped, they're at the same layer. So how do we get around this little problem visually? Quite simplistically. Let's Command D to duplicate it. And what we're going to do is we're going to trick them. Let's take this one, and what we're going to do, we're going to send that one backward. And we're going to select this item. What we're going to do is we're going to position it right over the top of it. Let's slide it up. And let's take and shift click both of these. Go to the element menu and select alignment for those two objects. And we want to align those elements vertically according to each center Okay, and horizontally, so that they are on top of each other. Vertically, we're going to align them to the center of the objects. Remember, one's a Command D, it's an exact copy of the other. So now what happens? We're going to put them right on top of each other. That's not what we want. In this case, vertically, we're not concerned with that. Horizontally, we want to line them up. And in the case of object number 2, you see that we've now formed the illusion that these two are together, and really what we want to do is we'd want to come in here and take out that particular point. Or another way to do that would be to go to the Attributes menu and just remove the line characteristic from that object, and you start to get the effect. I want to thank you for being with us in videotape number 1.
System 7 is the new system software for the Macintosh. But why should an organization upgrade its users to System 7? And how should you manage that transition? I'm Chris Espinosa. I'm the marketing manager for System Software in Apple USA, and I'm here to give you some reasons to upgrade to System 7, show you some tools to help you manage that transition, and give you guidelines on how to upgrade a group of users. There are two basic reasons to upgrade to System 7. One is that you can make every Macintosh in your organization more powerful and easier to use. And second, you'll be able to use the great new applications that require System 7. And you don't give up much because System 7 is compatible with the Macintosh computers, the networks, the applications, and the documents that you use today. Now, there are 6 basic steps to upgrading your organization. First, you plan the upgrade and decide who gets upgraded when. Second, you prepare the network environment and make sure all the Macintoshes you want to upgrade have 2 megabytes and a hard disk. Third is you ensure network-wide compatibility by upgrading everybody's LaserWriter drivers. Fourth is you create an upgrade station and install the System 7 software on that station. Users then upgrade from that station. Fifth, you monitor the status of the group upgrade and watch the users upgrade one by one. And sixth, you provide ongoing assistance to users as they upgrade and learn about System 7. We're providing you plenty of tools to help you, and I want to show you a couple of them. The first is the compatibility checker, which you use to check the compatibility of an individual Macintosh. It's a HyperCard stack that comes on a floppy disk with every personal upgrade kit and group upgrade kit. What it does is it scans your hard disk and looks at your applications, fonts, utilities, and extensions and checks them against an internal compatibility database. The data in this database was reported to us by the software developers, and it's the complete version number information and compatibility with System 7 that was valid as of the time that we created the personal upgrade kit. The compatibility checker scans through your disk and compares each file it finds to the internal database, creating a final report. It also checks all of the system items to make sure that your Apple system software is compatible too. It gives you a personalized compatibility report that tells you some details of your system, for example, how many system files you have and where they are. It lists the applications and utilities it found that are incompatible and tells you their application vendors and their phone number. It lists the compatible applications it found so you can use them with confidence. And you can print this report to easily use it to upgrade your system and your applications. This is a great tool for individual users to use to check the compatibility of their system before upgrading to System 7. Now for Macintoshes on the network, you can use the network installer to upgrade each Macintosh. What you do is you set up an upgrade station with the System 7 software on it. Each user connects to the upgrade station using the chooser. They find the installer, double-click the installer, and it starts up the installer over the network. When they click the install button, the system software will be installed over the network onto their Macintosh. Now it takes about 3 to 5 minutes to do an upgrade over a local talk network, and it only installs the system software, but the group upgrade kit includes upgrades to other Apple software like the CD-ROM drivers. Once the installation is finished, you click the restart button and you're up and running System 7. When you install System 7, you get a lot of powerful new capabilities for your Macintosh, not just in the system, but in your current applications as well. One of those is TrueType outline fonts. You can think of TrueType as a jaggy eliminator that makes all fonts look smooth on your screen and on your printer, whatever size you use. Now, one of the advantages of TrueType is that not only does it work with all your existing applications, but new applications can take advantage of its powers with new user interfaces. For example, in this application, I can select a piece of text and I can make it any size I want by choosing the size from the text menu. And the text looks good in all sizes I choose. But this application also has a new user interface feature where if I want to make the text fit the box, I don't have to do trial and error of different type sizes. I simply drag the text out until it's the size I want it to be, and it picks the type size for me. So with TrueType, not only do you get smooth type in all your current applications, but new applications also make it easier to work with type. And that's the real importance of TrueType. When using System 7 and its powerful new capabilities, you might want some help in finding your way around. Luckily, help is built into System 7 and new System 7 applications with Balloon Help. To turn Balloon Help on, you go to the new Help menu and choose Show Balloons. Now, anything you point to will bring up a help balloon that tells you what that icon, scroll bar, window, or document is. So I can browse through this new version of Excel and see what the new tools in the toolbar are. When I turn help balloons off, the help balloons go away. Now this works throughout the system, not just in new applications. For example, I can bring up the control panels turn on the help balloons, and I can see one by one what each new control panel is. Help is not a mode. It doesn't restrict me from using the computer. So I can open up a control panel, see what the parts of it are, and actually use the system while I'm learning, and learn the system while I'm using it. With System 7, Macintosh users can automatically share information over the network using two new features, Publish and Subscribe, and File Sharing. For example, I'll take this chart I've created in Excel. I'll select it, but instead of copying it to the clipboard, I'll go to the Edit menu. I choose Create Publisher from the Edit menu. I type a name for the chart, and select a shared folder on my hard disk, a folder other people have access to. When I publish it to that folder, my colleagues on the network now have access to the information there, and from their computers and other applications, for example, word processors, they can go to their Edit menu, choose Subscribe to, connect to my computer, type their own passwords, find the chart, and incorporate it into their documents. So it's like network copy and paste. But it's more than that because a live link is maintained between her machine and my machine. When I go back to my machine and make a change in my information, and I save those changes, the chart in her document is automatically updated over the network. So it's live sharing of information over the network between Macintosh users. Some of the best of System 7 happens when you use two features together. I'm going to show you two new features, file sharing and the alias mechanism, that together give you the very powerful ability to carry your office with you wherever you go. Right now, my computer in my office is using file sharing. That means other people in my office can connect to it and share files with me even when I'm not there. But it also means that I can get back to my computer from any other computer on the network. And I do it using the chooser, the same way I get at a file server or another shared device. I select Apple Share in the chooser, and I find my zone where my computer is located. And there I see my computer along with all of the other file servers in the building. I select my computer, type my password, and I can place the hard disk for my computer on the desktop of this one. When I open it up, I can see all of the files, folders, documents, my appointment calendar, utility programs that I need with me wherever I go. Now that's nice, but I don't want to have to remember all of that chooser and zones and servers bit. So the Macintosh can remember that for me with a mechanism called aliases. I can select this hard disk and choose Make Alias from the File menu. And I get another icon that looks just like the original, but it's not a copy of it. It's a pointer to it. It remembers where the original is. And I can use the alias just like I use the original. I can even put the alias on a floppy disk. So if I travel around to other Apple locations, such as to our facility in Charlotte, North Carolina, I can get one-click access to the files in my office. Say I'm in North Carolina and want to get a memo on the computer back in my office. I put the floppy disk in any System 7 machine I find there on the network. I double-click the alias. I type my password. And my entire office comes up on my screen. So with the combination of file sharing and the alias mechanism, I get one-click access to all of my files back in my office. Hi, I'm Chris Espinosa. I'm the System Software Marketing Manager in Apple USA, and I'm here to give you a competitive comparison of System 7 on a Macintosh 2 SI to Windows 3.0 on an IBM PS2 Model 7386. I'm going to do the comparison in 5 areas. First, sharing, migration paths, applications, subscribe and publish, and help in the user interface. And I'm going to show you the features that are only on a Macintosh that'll help you smash Windows. Macintosh has file sharing built in with the famous Macintosh ease of use. So if I wanted to share some information with somebody else in my organization, on a Macintosh with System 7, I'd simply use the Sharing Setup control panel and click this button to start file sharing. If I wanted to give them controlled access to various parts of my hard disk, I would use the Users and Groups control panel. I'd go to the File menu, choose New User, type that user's name, and then that user would have privileges on my computer to share information with them. I simply click the folder I want to share, go to the File menu again, choose Sharing, click this checkbox, choose the user to share it with, and then that user will have access to all of the documents and applications in that folder over the network. I don't have to use a central file server. So Macintosh has file sharing between users built in and only on a Macintosh. Windows has networking capabilities as well that you access through the Windows Setup control panel in Windows. By choosing Change System Setting from the Options menu, you can look at the range of networks that Windows is compatible with. But these are DOS-based networks, which means you can only use file sharing, and you must install them using DOS. And when you go to the Windows File Manager, even if you're connected to a network, there's no sharing option available in the Windows File menu. So Windows may give you network access, but it's DOS network access, and there's no file sharing available. Let's talk about the migration path. Since 1984, Macintosh has offered a smooth growth without disruption, and we haven't changed that, even with System 7. I have here on my Macintosh 2 applications that I've been using for more than 2 years, and even though they were written for System 6 under System 7, I can start them up, and they work just fine. But not only are they compatible with System 7, they can even take advantage of some of the new features of System 7, such as TrueType outline fonts and virtual memory and multitasking. So only on a Macintosh do you get a clean migration path without disruption. But growth in the DOS and Windows world hasn't been nearly so easy. Because of all the competing standards with DOS and Windows hardware and applications, it's been very hard to maintain compatibility, even from Windows 2 to Windows 3. If you look at older applications under Windows, the incompatibility rate is so high that there's even a standard warning that comes up every time you try to run a Windows 2 application. And one of the great advantages of Windows is supposedly you can run DOS applications in a window under multitasking, but when you actually try to do it, for example, run 123 version 3.1 in a window under Windows, the incompatibilities with the memory managers and other applications running often don't let you do what you want to do. So growth in the DOS and Windows world has been very disruptive. Only on a Macintosh can you get thousands of consistent applications that work well together. There are over 3,500 applications available for the Macintosh, while Windows users get a choice of fewer than 1,000. And while there are many applications that run on both the Macintosh and the Windows platform, the Macintosh applications are generally higher performance and can take advantage of more of the features of the Macintosh system software. For example, let's look at PowerPoint from Microsoft, available on both Macintosh System 7 and on Windows 3. But the Macintosh version, running on System 7, can take advantage of the TrueType outline fonts built in to System 7 for smooth type at any size. And when you use the slideshow capability, the performance is much higher than its Windows equivalent. In fact, Ingram Micro D research shows that tasks are generally completed faster on a Macintosh than on a Windows 3 machine. Let's look at the Windows version of PowerPoint now. Because Microsoft Windows doesn't have built-in outline fonts, when I choose a piece of text and choose a type style that's not installed in the machine, I get jaggy type. And when I use the slideshow feature of Microsoft PowerPoint, it takes longer to go from slide to slide than it does on the Macintosh, even though I've set the two computers to the same setting. so you can clearly see the Macintosh advantage in applications over Windows. Higher performance, more applications, and more features. Only on a Macintosh can you use networked publish and subscribe to share information among users. For example, using these new applications, I can select a chart, choose Create Publisher from the Edit menu, and I can save this chart on a networked file server. I have a folder here on this file server where I share information with other people in my group. And I will publish this chart to that file server. Now, other users in my group using their different Macintoshes and different applications can get access to that chart by going to their application and choosing Subscribe from the Edit menu. They see the chart, click Subscribe, and they get a copy of the information from my document. And there's a live link between mine and theirs. So when I go back and make changes to my document, when I save those changes, all of the people who are subscribing to my document are updated automatically. This lets me share information over a network with other users. Windows has a functionality called Dynamic Data Exchange, or DDE, but it only works in a few applications, and it doesn't have the power that Network Publish and Subscribe has. With DDE, I can select a chart and choose Copy from the Edit menu in an application. Then I can switch over to another application on the same machine and choose Paste Link. I have to click the Auto Update button in order to get automatically updated. And when I change information in the original application, the information is automatically updated in the other document. But I don't have any control over this, and I can't do it over a network. So you can see how while DDE looks like Network Publish and Subscribe, it's only implemented in a few applications, and it's not nearly as powerful. One of the things people love about the Macintosh is the way it helps them get their work done, rather than getting in the way. For example, if I want to do something very simple, like save this memo, if I forget what all these save options are, I can use the Balloon Help feature of System 7 to find out. I choose Show Balloons, point at an item I don't know about, and it tells me what it does. I can also name the file a sensible name with spaces and punctuation. And when I leave the application, the document is where I expect it to be, on my hard disk. Using System 7, if I want even easier access to it, I can take the document, drag it to the Apple Menu Items folder, and it appears instantly in my Apple menu. I simply choose it, and I get right back to the document. So with very few mouse strokes and very little work, I can get at any document I want, and the Macintosh helps me get my work done. Windows, on the other hand, is not nearly so helpful. For example, if I want to create a short memo, when I go to save it, if I forget what these controls are, the help menu is disabled. I need to remember that the help function is the F1 key. And the help system actually covers up my work, so I can't see what I've got a question about. I have to leave the help system to go back to my work. I'll try to type a long file name here. When I save it, I get an error saying not a valid file name, though the help system didn't tell me what a valid file name was. I have to remember that DOS file names are limited to 8 characters, uppercase only, and no spaces. So I'll create a cryptic document name and save it. And I have to fill out other options. When I quit this application, I get a long list of other documents, and it's very hard to find my new document in them, and the file name's been changed for me. This isn't really an icon, and Microsoft Windows lets me turn it into an icon with the Program Manager. I can drag this document from here to here in the Program Manager. When I open it up, I get a document. But if I move the original to a different folder, the icon I've created doesn't work. That's because the Program Manager and the File Manager don't communicate, and you have to do that work for Windows. So while Macintosh helps you get your work done, you have to help Windows.
If you depend on computers and software, VIA Graphics Video Training is the right choice for you. When you use video training, you learn faster, retain more, and perform better at your computer. And best of all, less time at your computer means more time for you and the things that are really important. Why bother with expensive seminars and time-consuming classes? You can get the best training available anywhere, at home, in the office, or anywhere you have a VCR. If you're a beginner, our easy-to-follow tapes start with the fundamentals of your program and then teach you the most commonly used features. You'll become more confident and productive after watching just one time. And if at any time you don't understand a section or want to review, with VIA Graphics Video Training, it's as easy as rewinding the tape. If you're an experienced user, you already know how valuable a tool your computer can be. VIA Graphics training tapes are the perfect way to get the most from your software. Our training videos show you how to fine-tune the options, update technical information, and take the features you already use an added step further, all in an easy-to-understand way. Word processing, desktop publishing, business graphics, computer-aided design. You can learn quickly and effectively. If you use computers, decide today to make your life better. The sooner you use video training, the sooner you can put your computer to work for you, and the sooner you can be on your way to the flexibility and productivity that will give you the time for the things you really enjoy. Get started today. Now, more than ever, keeping up with the world means keeping up with computer technology and software.
VIA Graphics, the leader in video training services, is proud to present this video tutorial. Now your instructors, Kurt Gordney and Kim Wilson.
Hello and welcome to this video tutorial, Programming in C++. I'm Kurt Gordney along with Kim Wilson.
This video covers the concepts of C++. Watching this tape will not make you a C++ programmer. Writing programs in C++ are the only way to do that.
However, this course presents the fundamental concepts you have to understand in order to write C++ programs. In this video, we assume you have some knowledge of the C programming language.
If you are not familiar with the C language, you can still learn from this tape. To learn more about C, refer to the VIA Graphics tutorial, Programming in C.
You don't have to memorize the syntax and format of every C++ statement as you work through the examples. You can consult the manual later for that.
Instead, remember the functions of the various statements and the context in which they can be used. Then, when you write your own programs, you will know which statements to use and how to use them. You can use the manual anytime if necessary for the precise syntax of a command.
While watching, if you don't fully understand a concept, rewind the tape and watch the section again. If you don't completely follow the way a program segment works, pause the tape and examine the program listing for a few moments before retrying the section. In this video, we are using Microsoft C++. The material we cover applies to most versions of C++, including Borland's.
As you may know, C++ is an enhancement of the C programming language. Even the name C++ means C incremented by 1, implying that C++ is 1 better than C.
For the most part, C++ is a superset of the C language. Most features are supported by C++. In addition, C++ enhances many of the existing options of C and provides many new features.
One of the new features of C++ is the use of streams for input and output.
For example, this program, sample1.cpp, included on the VIA Graphics Learning Disk, asks for the input file name, assigning it to the string fname. We'll run this program and then take a closer look at it. And here we see the file name. The two less than and two greater than operator signs are used to designate output and input to the streams cout and cin. Cin and cout are not part of the C language proper, but are members of the stream library. This is analogous to printf and scanf, which are not technically part of the C language but are found in the C function libraries. The two less than signs and two greater than sign operators are the same operators used for bitwise shift operations. The context of the operators, or the type of operands they are used with, determines the function of the operators. When the two less than sign is used with the stream operand, it causes an output operation to be performed. Formats can be used with cout. For example, this program, sample2.cpp on the learning disk, outputs the number 65 in decimal and hexadecimal formats. It reads and include iostream.h, then the main part of the program, void main, parenthesis open, parenthesis closed, left brace, plus int x equals 65, semicolon. Then we have cout, two less than signs, decimal, two less than signs, x, semicolon. This is equivalent to cout, two less than signs, x, semicolon. Cout, two less than signs, hex, two less than signs, x, semicolon, and then the right closing brace. Close our program. Notice the comment line that begins with the two slashes. With C, comments are enclosed in /*/ pairs.
In C++, you can use the C form of comments, or you can use two slashes to designate a comment from that point to the end of the current line.
Functions are an integral part of C++, and also C. However, C++ has somewhat stricter rules and function declarations.
For example, in C, it is possible to declare a function in a program before it is used. This declaration is called a function prototype. In C++, you are required to use a function prototype to declare a function before it is used.
With C, you can declare function parameter types either inside or outside the parameter list. In C++, however, function parameter types must be declared in the parameter list. We're showing the file sample3.cpp from the learning disk. This program can be compiled under the C language. In C++, we must add a function prototype and declare the parameters x and y to be the type float in the parameter list. We'll place the function prototype here, just below the #include IOStream statement. We declare the parameter types here in the program. We'll enter float height, parenthesis, float x, comma, float y, parenthesis, semicolon. This is the function prototype that we must use. We'll enter float height, parenthesis, float x, comma, float y, parenthesis, left brace. We also could use the printf statement instead of the cout form. C++ supports both cout and the printf statements. A C++ function prototype can list default values for its parameters. Then, if you call the function using arguments, those values will be used in the function.
If you omit the arguments in a function call, the default values will be used as the arguments.
This prototype provides default values for the three parameters, int x, int y, int z. We have void print val, parenthesis, int x equal 10, int y equal 20, int z equal 30. This function can be called in the following ways. Print val 40, 50, 60 will print 40, 50, and 60. Print val with an open and closed parentheses will print 10, 20, and 30. Print val 40 will print 40, 20, and 30. Print val 40 and 50 will print 40, 50, and 30. Notice that whenever we enter an argument, that argument is printed in place of the default value. Whenever we do not enter a number in the argument, then that default value is printed. This function cannot be called in this way: print val, comma, 50. If an argument is omitted, then all arguments to its right must also be omitted.
In C, variables must be declared at the beginning of a block. In C++, variables can be declared anywhere as long as they are declared before they are used.
This makes it possible to use declarations like this. For int j equal 1, j less than or equal to 50, j++. You should be careful when you declare variables in places other than the beginning of a block.
If you have variable declarations scattered throughout your program, the program will become difficult to read and difficult to maintain.
In C++, there is a scope resolution operator, the double colon sign. We can use this to reference a global variable when there is a local variable by the same name. For example, the following program, sample5.cpp on your learning disk, outputs 10 and 20. The double colon x refers to the global variable x, which is the one at the beginning of the program. Here is an important point you should keep in mind when programming in C++. The scope resolution operator makes it possible to reference global variables when there are local variables by the same name. However, using two different variables with the same name can be a dangerous programming practice. If two variables have different functions, they should have different names.
C++ provides the inline function qualifier to produce inline functions in the compiled code. This means that each function call causes a copy of the function to be inserted in the object code of the program. If you call an inline function from 20 places in your program, 20 copies of the function will be inserted into your exe file.
An inline function can mean faster execution time with a trade-off for space. The inline qualifier is typically used with small functions that are not called from many places, and also with time-critical functions. Inline functions are similar to macros defined with the # define directive.
However, inline functions are usually preferable to macros because they provide parameter checking, and they do not have the side effects that sometimes occur in macros due to the textual substitution.
Even if you want a function to accept more than one parameter type, you can still use an inline function rather than a macro. Overloaded functions, which we'll discuss in a moment, provide this capability. The program sample6.cpp on the learning disk demonstrates a macro versus an inline function. Notice that the macro function in this part of the program actually outputs the wrong answer. This macro section outputs 21 and 32, when in reality the answer should be 21 and 31. We can see that the macro section doesn't work as good as the inline section. The inline section outputs the correct answers, 21 and 31. The constant qualifier is used to declare variables to be constant values, so they cannot be changed. C also supports the const qualifier, but with C++, constants are more flexible. In C++, you can use a constant variable anywhere you can use a constant expression. For example, you can use a constant variable to declare an array size. You can also declare a function parameter to be a constant to prevent it from being modified within the function. For example, float height, parentheses, constant float x, constant float y. The constant qualifier is very, very important for C++ class declarations, as we'll see later. Function overloading is an important feature of C++ that allows you to use functions that operate a variable number and type of parameters. Overloaded functions are actually different functions with the same name that differ in the number and type of their parameters.
For example, we can write a function to calculate the distance between 2 points using integer coordinates, a function to calculate the distance using float coordinates, and a function to calculate the distance using double type coordinates. In C, this would require 3 functions with 3 different names, but using C++, we can write all 3 functions using the same name.
The compiler can then tell the difference between the functions by comparing the number and type of arguments. For example, let's write a pair of functions called search that search for the first occurrence in a string of a string or a character. In C, we would use the function string str to search one string for another, and string chr for string character to search a string for a character. In C++, we'll overload the function search to perform these searches. This section of program is on the learning disk as sample7.cpp. It begins with character, star or asterisk search, parenthesis, character, star target, comma, character, star ID, close parenthesis, semicolon. This is for the string search. Character star search, parenthesis, character star target, comma, character ID without an asterisk or star, searches for the character string. The next line is void main with empty parentheses. Next is the character name with empty brackets equaling quotation mark A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, ending quotation mark, semicolon. Next is character A and 21 in square brackets, semicolon. Then character C, semicolon. The next line reads character asterisk or star PTR1, comma, star PTR2, semicolon. Next we have string copy, strcpy, and then name, comma, and A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L in quotation marks. This part of the statement is in parentheses. The next line is also a string copy line. A, comma, GHI. Then we have a PTR1 statement equaling search name, comma, A. The next line reads C equal G. PTR2 equals search name, comma, C is our next line. We have now made pointer 1 equal to pointer 2. The next part of our program segment reads character star search, parenthesis, character star target, comma, character star ID. Left brace. Now we'll enter return string string, parenthesis, target, comma, ID, in parenthesis, semicolon. This statement searches for the string GHI. A closing brace, character star search, parenthesis, character star target, comma, character ID is our next to last line in this segment, with the final line being return string character target ID.
A reference is a new type of variable supported by C++. A reference is actually an alternate name for a variable.
For example, this declaration defines two names for the same variable, normal and alias. Int normal, int and sign alias equal normal. The AND operator identifies the name alias to be a reference. The first statement declares normal to be an ordinary integer variable. The second statement declares alias to be a reference variable referring to the variable normal. In the program, the names normal and alias can be used interchangeably. They refer to the same address in memory. A reference is not a copy of the variable to which it refers. It is the same variable with a different name. Let's look at this program segment using normal and alias. Alias equal 15 semicolon, normal plus plus semicolon, C out, two less than signs, alias, two less than signs, single quote, backslash, in single quote, semicolon. With this program segment, the value 16 should be output.
A reference may seem like a simple idea at this point, but it is very important and widely used in function parameters of C++ and in building C++ classes.
Let's examine references in more detail. In C, there are two ways to pass a variable as a parameter. 1. Passing the variable itself, which causes a duplicate of the variable to be created when the function is called. This can be inefficient, especially for large arrays and structures. 2. Passing a pointer to the variable. This allows the function to access the caller's original variable. In C++, there is a third option, passing a reference to the variable. This is similar to passing a pointer, since the address of the original variable is actually passed, but the syntax of the function call and the called function is simpler. Let's look at the three ways to pass a parameter to a function. We'll use a large structure as the parameter called record. We have three functions: value, pointer, and reference. We've loaded the file sample8.cpp from the learning disk onto the computer. It's important to read the comments associated with this program. It will help you figure out exactly what we're talking about in our three functions: value, pointer, and reference. In the void main section, we see that we pass a copy of the variable, pass the address of the variable, and pass a reference to the variable. At the end of the program, and also near the beginning, we see that we have called by value, called by pointer, and called by reference. The call to the function value makes a copy of the parameter and passes it to the function. The call to function pointer passes the address of the record, as does the call to the function reference. Using a reference parameter allows us to use a cleaner syntax because we can skip the AND in the function call, and we don't have to use the hyphen greater than symbol within the function to address the structure members. When a reference is passed to a function, the original parameter can be modified by the function if the reference parameter is not declared with a constant qualifier. This can be misleading to people who read the program and assume that the function call without the AND on a parameter designates a call by value. You should document your program well to guard against this, or use pointer parameters for those that may be modified by the called functions. A reference can be used as a return value from a function. This makes it possible to use a function on the left side of an assignment statement. This can be used in dynamic memory allocation, operator overloading, and conversion functions.
It is important not to confuse the AND sign used as a reference operator with the AND sign used as an operator to take the address of a variable. When AND sign variable is preceded by the name of a type, it represents a reference declaration. Otherwise, the AND sign means the address of the variable.
The most important and powerful feature of C++ is the class. A class is a user-defined object consisting of both data and function definitions. Classes are the building blocks of object-oriented programming.
In our discussion of C++ classes, we'll define a class for dates and date manipulation. Before we do this, let's define a structure for dates in C.
We'll define the structure with this program segment: struct date, left brace, int month semicolon, int day semicolon, int year semicolon, a closing brace, and a closing semicolon. To store a date in our structure, we can use the assign values to the structure members. Struct date bdate semicolon, bdate dot month equal 11 semicolon, bdate dot day equal 23 semicolon, bdate dot year equal 1955 semicolon. If we want to print the date, we cannot print bdate by passing it to printf. We have to print the structure members individually. This method for printing is incorrect. Printf, open parenthesis, quotation mark, %2d slash, %2d slash, %4d backslash n, close quote, comma, bdate, close parenthesis, semicolon. This is the correct way. Printf, open parenthesis, quotation mark, %2d, %2D / %4D \n quotation mark, comma, bdate.month, comma, bdate.day, comma, and bdate.year, close parenthesis, semicolon. Alternatively, we can write our own print date function. It would look like this. Void print underline date, open parenthesis, struct date, star x date, close parenthesis, left brace. Static character, star m name, empty square brackets, equal, left brace, quote, 0, end quote, comma. Then the months January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, and November and December, all enclosed in quotes and separated by commas. And then the closing brace. Our last statement is printf, parenthesis, quote, %s, comma, %d, comma, %d, quote, comma, name, square bracket, x date, hyphen, greater than symbol, month, square bracket, comma, x date, hyphen, greater than sign, day, comma, and x date, hyphen, greater than sign, year, close parenthesis, semicolon, and then the closing brace.
We may have the need to compare dates to see if one date falls after another. This can be done by writing a date comparison function or by comparing the structure members individually. Other functions can be written to operate on the structure date.
When we define a data type in C and write functions for it, there are some disadvantages. First, validity checking does not always occur. For example, in our print date function, it's possible to print February 30th, 1992, or an uninitialized day that may be negative 14,356.
Second, once we've written the functions for date and used them in programs, the implementation of the data structure cannot be easily changed.
For example, suppose that we needed to save space and combine the day and month into a single integer from 1 to 365 day, or 366 for a leap year. This could be done only by changing all the programs that use the date structure and its functions. Every expression that uses day or month as separate integers must be rewritten.
It is possible in C to get around these problems with some programming effort. Class definitions in C++, on the other hand, make it easy to define and use new data types.
Let's make a class definition in C++ to handle dates. In C++, a class definition is similar to a structure definition, but a class definition contains both data and function members, not just data. We have loaded the file sample9.cpp from the learning disk. The class date contains 3 data members: month, day, and year. These data members are in the private section of the class definition. This means the programs using the date class cannot access the data members directly. They must go through the date's member functions. The member functions in our date class are date, the constructor, display, a function to print the date, and tilde date, the destructor. The constructor is a function used to create an object or an instance of the class, and the destructor is a function that destroys an object. The constructor is an initialization function that's called whenever an instance of the class is declared. The constructor can be used to initialize the data members and for checking the validity of the initialization values. In our case, the constructor will make sure the month is between 1 and 12, and that the day falls within the valid range for the month. It will also initialize the private data members' day, month, and year. Let's look at the member functions for the class date. The member functions come immediately after the class declaration. In the constructor, we accept 3 parameters for the month, day, and year. We assign these values to the private data members, month, day, and year. And we check the input values mn and dy for a valid range. The member function to print the date is similar to our C function to print the date. However, the private data members, month, day, and year, are printed rather than the parameters. The validity of these variables has been checked in the constructor, so we are assured of having a legitimate date. The destructor for our date class is a null function. We need a destructor function for the class definition, but in the date class we do not need to take any action when a date is destroyed. Now let's write a C++ program that uses the date class. Here we have the main program for date class. Void main, empty parenthesis, left brace, date someday, parenthesis, 9/12/1992. Then we have date old day, with the date 12/25/1942. Next, we have someday.display with the open and closed empty parenthesis, and old day.display, again with the empty parenthesis. Then we close our program. The declarations of someday and old day contain 3 values in parentheses. These are the parameters passed to the constructor function of the date class. The syntax of the function calls to the display member function is new to C++. In C, we used this form to display the date: print_date, parenthesis, and date, close parenthesis, semicolon. However, in C++, we use this form: someday.display, parenthesis, open and closed. The someday means we are referring to the object someday, and it's to be used in the call to the member function display. This seems to imply that there is a copy of the function display for each object of the class date, but that's not true. The same code for display is used for all the objects of class date. Only the data members of date are duplicated for each object. In a class definition, we can have member functions and data in the private and public sections of the class. In our date class, we place the data in the private area. This makes it easy for us to make modifications to the data structure without affecting programs that use our class. Since the date is not used as parameters in the call to display, we can completely change the structure of the data without having to modify our calling program. Member functions that are used only within the class can also be placed in the private section of the class definition. The public area can be thought of as the user interface of the class, even though it is actually the programmer who uses it.
In our date class, each date object is initialized when it is declared. This is not very flexible because it is likely that we want to assign a date at runtime. We need to have access to the data members.
We can do this in one of 2 ways. We can place the data members in the public area of the class, in which case they would be accessed much like a C structure. Or we can write a function to assign values to the members. It's usually better to write a function to access the members, because this insulates the main program from the internal structure of the data.
Also, things such as validity checking and type conversion can be added to the member access functions. Let's add member access functions to our class that get and set the month, day, and year.
We see the member access functions in the middle here. First, we get the month, the day, and the year. Then we set the month, the day, and the year.
Now let's add the functions to read and modify the month, day, and year.
We declare the function prototypes with the class declaration, and then add the number functions in the class body.
We can modify the constructor function to use these functions, so the code will not have to be duplicated.
Our constructor requires that an initial value for the month, day, and year be specified whenever a date object is declared. We can remove this requirement by overloading the date constructor and adding a function with no parameters. This constructor is used in addition to the original. It does not replace it. That way, we have the option of initializing the object when we declare it. This is on the learning disk as the file sample12.cpp. You'll want to study this file to get a better idea of how classes work. Now let's look at a program that uses our date class. The declaration of someday does not specify initial values, so the constructor without parameters is used. It's set to January 1st, 1900, immediately upon declaration. The date old day is set to December 25th, 1942 when it's declared, using the constructor with parameters. Using the member access functions rather than public data has two major advantages. First, it's easy to perform consistent validity checking. Second, and more important, it provides encapsulation for your program. Using functions to access the data members of a class allow you to hide the implementation of the class from the calling programs. If the implementation of the class is later changed or enhanced, it can generally be done without affecting the calling programs.
This is not true if the calling programs access the data directly. It is a good idea to use access functions rather than public data in C++ classes.
The next area we'll discuss is operator overloading. Now let's assign the value of the object old day to the object someday. Remember, old day and someday are occurrences of the date class. They are date objects. In other words, old day and someday are variables of the class date. But since a class has functions as well as data definitions, we call them objects. As our class is defined now, we must use the data access functions to assign the dates. We have replaced the constants in the cells to set month, set day, and set year with calls to get month, get day, get year. This is a cumbersome way to assign the value of one object to another. It would be nice if we could assign it across the equal sign in an ordinary assignment statement. In fact, with C++, we can define the equal sign or any other operator to work with an object. We can actually define any function with any operator, but common sense tells us to use functions similar to those existing for the operator. For example, our program would be very confusing if we defined the plus sign to be a subtraction operator. Now let's look at an operator definition for our date class. In the class declaration, we can add this statement to declare an assignment operator. Date operator equal parenthesis date, parenthesis closed, semicolon. This is the prototype for the date assignment operator equal. The keyword operator followed by the equal sign means that we are defining the operator equal. The first date is the data type of the result of the operation. The second date is the operand, the data type of the object, to the right of the equal sign. In the body of the class definition, we define the operator much like we do the member functions. Now we can change our main program to assign old day to someday using a simple assignment statement. This is not only easier to write, but the assignment is recognized at once by nearly anybody reading the program. Now, if we run the program, it will display December 25th, 1942 twice, once for someday and once for old day. Microsoft C++, Borland C++, and most other implementations of C++ come with extensive class libraries. You can use these libraries in place of or in addition to the C++ function libraries.
For example, Microsoft C++ comes with an extensive foundation class library for Windows programming, which greatly simplifies programming C++ for Windows.
As we said at the beginning of this tutorial, you won't be a C++ programmer after watching this one tape. However, you should now understand the fundamental concepts you need to know in order to write C++ programs.
Don't forget that you can rewind the tape to review any of the programming sections. Also, most of these programs are included on the ViaGraphics Learning Disc, so you can take your time in reviewing them.
That concludes this video tutorial, Programming in C++. We at ViaGraphics would like to thank you for choosing our company for your computer training needs.
Remember, if you plan to learn C++ or any other computer software, there is no better way than through video training from ViaGraphics.
Welcome back to Silicon Mountain Training. Hello, I'm Noreen Hart, and this is the second part of the Lotus 123 series. In this program, you will learn final graphs, creating databases, and an introduction to macros. The material is divided into three major sections. The first segment is how to create file graphs and access the print graph menu. The second segment is creating a database, modifying and maintaining data records, and using the sort and query operations. The final part of this program is an introduction to macros. We'll include some simple macros to help to automate your spreadsheets. My goal is to give you a working knowledge of the advanced features so that you can use Lotus for more efficient presentations in the working environment. Now let's start by doing a quick review of graphs and their components. In our first tape, we discussed 5 types of graphs. When you choose Type from the Graph menu, 5 options are displayed. When you select one of these options, the graph type is set and the graph menu is automatically restored. All graphs have 2 axes, the y-axis, which is the vertical left edge, and the x-axis, which is the horizontal bottom edge. The exception to this, of course, is pie graphs. The origin of graphs is the intersection of the x and y axes. Use a zero origin in your graphs to avoid misinterpretation of graph results. These are the minimum requirements for creating a graph. At this point, you can view a graph. Now we will show you how to enhance the appearance of a basic graph. When you start to enhance your graphs, you should check frequently on the results. You can do this simply by using the F10 key, which will instantly redraw the graph with any updated information. To add descriptive information to a graph, you can use a few of the options such as legend, titles, and data labels from the Options menu and the X option from the Graph menu. The legend option is used to label the different symbols or colors assigned by the program to each data variable in the graph. They are permanently displayed at the bottom of the graph below the x-axis line. You can't relocate legends into another area. Next, let's look at the Titles option. These titles include 2 general headings that are automatically centered and placed above the graph. These titles are defined with first and second options. There are also titles for the x-axis, which is placed centered and above the x-axis legends. And the y-axis title is rotated 90 degrees so that it reads up the left side of the graph. The titles are entered the same way as legends. Using data labels allows you to place the actual data values that have been graphed or the labels contained in a range of cells within the area of the graph itself. When you use this option, you must specify the letter of the data variable to which these data labels are being applied. The cell range in the spreadsheet that contains the data labels, and finally, where the labels are positioned. There are 5 positioning options to choose from: center, left, above, right, and below. The positioning options only apply to X, Y, and line graphs. Let's try using these options. First, let's create a spreadsheet with some data in it. Type 5 lines down and 5 lines across of whatever figures you want. Save the file as test and press enter. Next, we will create a graph type and then use the legend option. Then type /graph type, choose X for the XY graph, and then X for your X range. Type A1 through E1 and A for the A range. Type in A2 through E5. Now choose Options, Legend, A range, and type in the word Data. Press enter, then quit once. Now let's view the graph. You will notice a symbol representing the numbers in the graph and the word Data is beside the symbol. Use F10 to leave the graph and return to the menu. Now, assign titles to the graph. Since we are still in the graph menu, choose the Options menu again and use Titles. To define first heading, type F and type in Test Data and press enter. Choose Titles again and define the second heading the same way. Type for X, Y, and line graphs, then press enter. Now, press Escape to get back to the main graph menu and use View to see the new changes. F10 will allow you to leave the view screen. Finally, let's select Options, Data Label, choose A, and type in A2 through E5. Press Enter and select Quit. Press Escape to go back to the main graph menu and View to look at your graph. Press F10 again to exit. Let's save this graph and print it. At the graph menu, press Save and call this graph Lotus 1 and press Enter. Our file is now ready to be printed. All graph printing is controlled from a separate print graph program. This can be accessed from the Lotus Access System or directly from your DOS prompt. If you started Lotus 123 by using Lotus as the startup command, you can exit the program with /quit yes command and then press the right arrow key to print graph and press return or type P. If you started Lotus 123 by using 123 as the startup command, you can exit the program with the /quit yes command and then type pgraph at the DOS prompt. We will assume that you started with the Lotus Access System menu. The first time that you use the print graph program, you will have to configure your system to work with your hardware. Check on the right side of your screen under Hardware Setup. After the setup is correct, you can go to the menu and select Image Select. The screen will change and display all of the .pic graph files you have saved. Choose Lotus 1 and press Enter. The screen will automatically go back to the menu. Make sure your printer is online and your paper is aligned to the top of form. Select Go. The screen at this point will show the word Printing. The speed of your dot matrix printer will probably be slower and laser printers will generally produce faster results. Now you've completed a final graph and a printout of your work. By experimenting with the various options, you can produce professional business graphs. Now let's go on and design and create a database. First, a database consists of 3 basic components. 1, the single row, which contains the unique descriptions for each of the items in a column, is referred to as the field names. 2, the columns that contain the individual items of data are called fields. 3, a single record can be defined as 1 row of fields. When designing your own database, you should first decide what information you need to track and maintain. Now determine the best way to split up that information into separate fields for each record. After making all of these decisions, try and think up all the types of reports that you may want to produce from your database. This will help you determine what fields must be kept in individual columns. The last step in creating is to come up with field names to record columns that describe the data items. The field names should be unique and should fit within a single cell from the first row of your database. Since the database is created and maintained within the Lotus worksheet itself, you can construct any type of formula that allows you to perform calculations based on data in other fields of the same record. After you have planned your database, you can input your data. To help you understand how this process works, we will create a database for a mailing list. Select an area to work in and enter field names across the first row. Keep in mind, all field names should be unique. Any repetition confuses Lotus when you search or sort the database. You may want to adjust your column width to accommodate any field name that may be longer than the default column width. Use the /worksheet column set width option. Type in a number or use your right arrow key to increase the column width. To get better spacing and avoid crowded columns, insert blank columns to change the spacing between fields. This is done using /worksheet, insert, and column. After you've changed your column widths, entered your field names, and added spacing columns, you can add your records. Now, let's try entering 5 or 6 records of names and addresses. Type the last name in column A1. Move over to the next column using the right arrow key and type first name. Move again and type address and keep typing until you have finished with the field name state. Now you've designed and created your own database. Maintaining your database is simple. The process for modifying fields in a database is the same for modifying the contents of a cell in any spreadsheet. You can either retype the information or, by using the F2 key, edit the entry. To add and delete records in a database, use the same command for inserting and deleting rows in a spreadsheet. Insert a row under A3 using /worksheet insert row, and then press enter and type in a new name. Now we're going to delete row A3 by using /worksheet delete row, then press enter. To add a new field to a database, go to the next available column. In our case, this will be F1. You can then fill in the field for each record. Let's name this new field zip code. Type in some new zip codes. Selecting /data sort produces options for sorting. To sort the database, you must first designate a data range. This must be long enough to include all of the records to be sorted and wide enough to include all of the fields in each record. Do not include your field name row in this range. The data range does not necessarily have to include the entire database. If part of the database already has the organization you want, or if you don't want to sort all of the records, you can sort only a portion of the database. After selecting the data range, you must specify the field for sorting. The primary key will sort the records you designate as the first sort. The secondary key is next, and the last question will be the sort order. Choose ascending or descending order. Let's do this on the database you have created. Start by using /data sort data range and type in A2 through F6, then press enter. Use the primary key, enter, and select column A2. Then press enter. On the top left side of your screen, you will see A or D. Select A, press enter, and the last step is go. This will sort your first column with the last names into an alphabetical listing. Your database should be alphabetized and in an A to Z order. The secondary key is optional. If your database contains enough of the same last names, you may want to sort with the secondary key to sort the first names. You can add a record to an alphabetized name and address list database without having to insert a row manually to place the new record in the proper position. Simply add the new record to the bottom of the database Then expand the data range and sort the database again by last name. You can sort more than 2 fields. However, it involves several steps. You can bypass this limitation by using the program's string capabilities. For example, suppose you want to resort the last name, city, and state. You can sort the records to first focus on city, then on state, and then by last name. Certain rules must be followed to achieve this. First, you must create a new field and enter a string formula. Second, all fields joined in the string must be labels or converted to labels. Next, if the contents of the stringed fields are not the same size, you must make adjustments to the string formula. Then, you must copy the string formula to all records in the sort. Finally, after you complete the string setup, you will sort on the new field. To illustrate the concept of using string capabilities, we will sort the records in your database. As the first step in the sort process, we will create a new field and enter a string formula. Enter the field name, new sort, in cell G1. Then enter the formula apostrophe plus E2 and quotation mark, space, space, quotation mark, and D2 and quotation mark, space, space, quotation mark, and A2 in cell G2. Next, you adjust your column width to accommodate the entire string. Press slash, worksheet, column set width, and use your arrow key to extend the column or type in a number. Now copy the formula down to G6. Use slash, copy, enter, So far, you have entered the string formula and copied to all the records. Next, change the new sort column from labels to values. Specify the range G2 through G6 as both the range to copy from and the range to copy to. This step converts all the formulas to values. Press slash range value G2 through G6
and the range to copy to
as the same.
Setup of the string sort is now complete. To begin sort operation, choose slash data sort data range and specify the range A2 through G6. Notice that you have included the new field with the string formula. Select primary key and choose A2. Then choose ascending order.
Press G for go and watch the field sort. You should now have the listing of state as your primary sort, city as your secondary sort, and the last name alphabetically. You have learned how to use the main data menu sort option to reorganize your information from the database by sorting records according to key fields. Now we will learn how to use the query operation. This is the menu's other data retrieval command used to search for records and then edit, extract, or delete the records you find. Let's use your database and suppose an address needs to be changed. To do this, you select /data query. You can use the first three options to specify ranges appropriate to the search conditions, input, and criterion, which give the locations of the search area and the search conditions, must be specified in all query operations. The output range will be used only when you select a query that copies records or parts of records to an area outside the database. Determine the input range that you would like to search. Whether you search all or only a part of the database, you must include the field name row. To establish the criterion range, enter in a blank column the field name, and underneath that, the contents of a field you are trying to find. For example, in our database, I have an address of 123 Main, and I want to change this address. First, I would type in a blank column, in this case, H1, the field name address, and underneath, the address I want to change. This is the range you would specify in the criterion. Now we'll go back to the data query menu. The last two options indicates the end of the current search operation. Reset removes all previous search-related ranges so that you can select a different search location and condition. Quit returns you to the main data menu. The four middle options perform search functions. Find moves down and positions the cursor on the records that match given criteria. You can enter or change data in the records as you move the cursor through the item. Extract creates copies in another area of the worksheet, all or some of the fields in certain records that match given criteria. Unique is similar to extract, but identifies that some of the field contents may be duplicates of other cell entries in the same fields. Unique eliminates duplicates as entries are copied to an output range. Delete erases from a database all the records that match given criteria and shifts the remaining records to fill in the gaps that remain. Before selecting unique or extract commands, you must also specify the output range. To search for the data 123 main, I would select Find from the Data Query menu. Remember to first designate the input range and the criterion range. Press Find, and the line will be highlighted. The cursor will rest on the first record that meets the specified criterion range. You can use the down arrow key, and the next record that has the same criterion will be highlighted. To end the find operation and return to the Data Query menu, press Enter or Escape. The Find command has limited use, especially in a large database, because the command must scroll through the entire file if you want to view each record that meets the specified criterion. As an alternative to Find, you can use Extract to copy to a blank area of the worksheet only those records that meet the criteria. However, before you extract data, you must define an output range. The output range must be large enough to retain all the records that you've extracted, or extract will abort. The unique command is used to copy into the output area only a small portion of each record that meets the criterion. For example, if you wanted a particular state, you would specify the field name and under that put the name of the state for the criterion. Next, press Unique and your output range would contain all the records of the particular state you have chosen. If you want a fast alternative to delete certain records from your database, you can simply specify input and the conditions for the criterion range and then use the delete operation. Our final segment in this program is Introduction to Macros. The first step in creating a macro is to outline its functions, then copy these into a set of keystroke and command instructions that can be read by Lotus 123. Finally, decide where to locate the instructions on a worksheet. You will often begin this process by going through the command keystrokes manually and writing down each command and prompt you experience. After you have written this, you can duplicate any necessary keystrokes into a Lotus 123 macro expression. All macro keystrokes and commands must be entered in the worksheet as labels. This means your macro entries are always prefixed with an apostrophe so that they can be entered in the cell as label mode. Before you can run a macro, you must assign a range name to the first cell in the macro. In 123, this range name must be an apostrophe backslash followed by single letter A to Z. Our first macro will change all the columns to width of 20. The command would be /worksheet global column set width to 20 tilde if done manually. If you follow this procedure, you will create your first macro. Start at the bottom of the spreadsheet and type in the macro column apostrophe / worksheet global column 20 and a tilde. Now we need to name our macro. Press /range name create, then type in \A and press enter. The range should only be the actual macro itself and not its range name. To activate this macro, press the Alt key and the letter A. Your worksheet should now have 20 spaces in each column. And that's all there is to writing macros. Look for our final program in the series of Lotus 123 on advanced macros and Lotus command language. The tape will explain macro libraries, documenting, and debugging the programs. The command language will show you how to customize and automate your spreadsheets. I want to thank you for joining me and viewing this program. Look to Silicon Mountain for all your computer training needs.
Welcome to the Fix Video Training Seminar. Let's get started by turning on the laptop computer. Follow along as we walk through the process of downloading and uploading inspection information directly into the Empress database. During this process, we will be working in Windows 95, the new operating system loaded on your laptops. As Windows 95 loads, you will see the desktop, the workspace where all applications run. On the left side of the desktop are icons. Icons are representations of applications or files. You'll notice one of the icons is the Windows 95 tour. If you are unfamiliar with Windows 95, take a few minutes to complete the tour. Start this application by placing the mouse pointer on the icon and double-click. If double-clicking is awkward, click on it once and press the Enter key. Once this screen appears, pause the video while you take the tour of Windows 95. When you complete the tour, click on the Exit button. Another box appears. Click on Exit Tour. Before we start the field inspection software, plug the modem into the laptop and the telephone jack. The telephone line must be an analog or data line. Pause the video if necessary. Now that you've plugged in the modem, double-click on the FIS icon to start the application. Remember, you can also click once and press Enter if double-clicking is awkward. When the Empress splash screen appears, press any key to start the indexing. When the menus appear, click on the Utility menu. Highlight Communication Support and press Enter. The field inspection software reminds us that we need to plug the modem in. Press any key to clear the message. Now the inspection software closes and the communication software is activated. Notice that we're back at the Windows 95 desktop. We're going to see a login box. Your user ID should appear. This is the letter I followed by your inspector number. Below that is the password field, where the cursor is already positioned. Type in your password. In the lower portion of the box is the phone number used to connect to the database, and some options you may need. If you are dialing in from a phone that has call waiting, click in the box to disable call waiting. Call waiting will interrupt the transmission of information over the telephone line. If you're calling from a telephone where you have to dial a number to get an outside line, click in this box and type the number you need to get the outside line. If you need to activate pulse dialing, type a P in this box. Now click on the OK button. The communication software initiates the connection with the Empress database. This connection can take up to 2 minutes. This software establishes a real-time connection between your laptop and the database. The connection is verified and a window appears. Click on the File pull-down menu to see what information we can download. Is it for a new inspection, or do we need to download a previous inspection for viewing or editing? The download procedure is identical whichever we choose. For the purpose of this exercise, let's choose Download Inspections for Edit by clicking on it. After a moment, a window appears with the list of facilities in your state or region. You can maximize this window to fill the entire screen. Click on the Maximize button in the upper right-hand corner of the title bar. Let's take a moment to review this window. You'll notice that the list of facilities are displayed in different colors. The blue text indicates that I downloaded that inspection previously. If the text is gray, that inspection has been downloaded by another inspector. The inspections in black are available for downloading. When you click once on a facility, it is highlighted. It is important to note that 2 inspectors cannot edit the same inspection at the same time. To search for a specific facility, you can use the Filter By feature. Click on the down-pointing arrow to display the filters. Click on the Name filter. Note that the blinking cursor moves to the filter value field. You can type part or all of the name. Let's type the word women. The execute button appears. Click on it. All the facility names that match the filter criteria appear. Now, let's select a facility. Double-click on one of the facilities that is on your screen. When you move the highlight bar off of it, you'll see the facility name is red. To deselect a facility, you can double-click on it again. Take a minute to practice searching for an inspection, select it, deselect it, and select it again. Pause the video while you practice. Once you have selected a facility, click on the Exit button. This is the button with the yellow and red door in the upper left side of the window. A box appears asking if you want to download the inspection. Click on Yes. Another box asks if you want to disconnect from FCS, the communication software, after the download. The download will take anywhere from 3 to 10 minutes per inspection. Yes disconnects the laptop from the database. No maintains the connection to the database so we can download other information or use email. Click on No so we can see some other features in the communication software. The downloading will proceed. The window displays the names of the inspection we're downloading, with the progress indicators displaying the amount of information transmitted. Pause the video while the inspections download. After the download is complete, the FIS Communications Support window appears. From this window, the Utilities pull-down menu gives you access to the email software called Exchange. This is one way to access email. If you click on the Help pull-down menu, you can activate the Online Help. Online Help is explained in detail in the FCS User's Guide. Click on the File pull-down menu. There are two exit options. This exit will return you to the field inspection software, while this one exits without returning to the field inspection software. Select Exit and Return to FIS. This takes us back to the inspection software. Press any key to start the indexing. As you know, you must run a compliance report prior to uploading an inspection to the Empress database. Let's click on the Reports pull-down menu and select Compliance Report. Highlight the facility that we downloaded for editing and press Enter. The report appears on the screen. Press Escape once and again to clear the report and the print preview. The software prompts you to print the compliance report. Click on Yes and print the compliance report. Pause the video while the report prints. Press Escape to close the Select Facility window. Now let's upload the inspection that we downloaded for editing. Click on the Utility pull-down menu and select Transfer Inspections to FDA. The reminder to plug in the modem appears. Press any key to clear the message. The box appears displaying all the inspections on your laptop that could be uploaded. Highlight the inspection we downloaded, press the space bar to select it, then press Enter. The field inspection software closes and the communication software loads. The login box appears. The software displays your user ID, so type in your password and make any adjustments for dialing you need. Now click on the OK button. The same dialing procedure we saw earlier is initiated. The communication software initiates the connection with the Empress database. The connection can take up to 2 minutes. Once the connection is established, the upload window is displayed. Click on the OK button to confirm the upload. A box appears asking if you wish to exit the communication software after the upload. Click on the Yes button. The software will disconnect after your laptop has uploaded the inspection. It is important to disconnect after uploading and downloading because there are a limited number of modem lines into the database. So be considerate of other inspectors who need to dial in by disconnecting when you can. This window functions like the download window, with the names of the inspections displayed and the progress indicators across the bottom. Downloading checked out information. Uploading checks the information back into the database. Uploading takes longer than downloading, anywhere from 8 to 20 minutes per inspection. Pause the video while the upload finishes. When the upload is complete, the field inspection software is initiated. Press any key to re-index the data on your laptop. This erases the inspection you just uploaded from your laptop. Select the Quit menu and choose Exit. Now that we have downloaded and uploaded inspections, let's use email. Double-click on the email icon on the desktop. This opens Microsoft Exchange. This is another method for accessing email. Using Exchange, we can send and receive email messages to and from other inspectors, as well as DMQRP staff. Keep in mind, electronic mail is intended for official governmental use only. This window is called the Viewer. You can maximize it to fill the entire screen. Click on the Maximize button in the upper right-hand corner of the title bar. Across the top of the window is the title bar. Below is the button bar, which contains buttons that execute specific commands. Beneath that, the window is divided into two panes. On the left are the folders that contain messages. Click on a folder to display its contents. On the right are the messages contained in the selected folder. The Deleted Items folder holds messages marked for deletion. When you exit Exchange, all the messages in the Deleted Items folder will be erased. The Inbox is the folder into which incoming messages arrive. The Outbox stores messages you are sending until you deliver them through the dial-up connection. We'll go over that in more detail shortly. The Sent Items folder keeps a copy of every message you sent. Finally, there are the Favorites folders. These are bulletin boards. Every inspector can read and respond to these messages. The two topic-specific folders are about Empress, the database, and Tech Tips for software. To pull your incoming messages down from the network, click once on the Tools menu and highlight Synchronize. From the menu, select All Folders. A box appears telling you that the software is dialing the network server. Enter your password and click on the OK button. When you work on your laptop, you are working independently of the network. When other people send you messages, they establish a network connection and upload the messages. When you dial in using the synchronization command, all the messages that have been sent to you are downloaded to your laptop. Now, click on the inbox. You will see all the mail sent to you. The messages have different type and symbols to indicate their status and contents. The bold means that you have not read the message. If the type is not bold, it would mean you have already read it. The paperclip means that there is a file attached to the message. Let's read a message. Double-click on the message from the help desk that says Introduction to Exchange. The top has the to and from information, and there's the body of the message. To close the message, click on the X in the upper right corner. Now, let's open the message from the help desk called Important Memo. This message has a paperclip next to it. Notice the WordPerfect file attached at the bottom. Move the mouse pointer on the file and click once with the right mouse button. From the pop-up menu, you can choose to open the file, print the file, or save the file. To learn more about file attachments, read the FCS User's Guide. Right now, let's close the message by clicking on the X in the upper right corner. Let's delete the message we just read. Click on the X on the button bar. This moves the message from the Inbox folder to the Deleted Items folder. When you exit Exchange, the message will be erased. Now let's send a message. Click on the New Message button. It is the one with the envelope on it. A window appears. To address the message, click on the To button. This window shows all the people to whom you can send mail. Scroll through the list and find your name. We're going to send mail to ourselves for practice. Highlight your name and click on this To button. You can select as many names as you wish. If you wanted to copy someone on the message, highlight the name, and click on the CC button. When you've selected all the names you need, click on the OK button. Now, click in the Subject field and type a subject. Click in the body of the message and type a note. When you're done, click on the Send button. This is the large button with an envelope on it. The window closes, and the message is in your outbox. Click on the outbox to display its contents. Notice that the text is italicized, meaning that this is an outgoing message. You can read more about Exchange in the FCS User's Guide, including sending file attachments, sending internet messages, and formatting text. Let's talk about the outbox for a moment. The messages are waiting for us to reconnect with the network. To send the message we've prepared, click on the Deliver Now button. It is a button with a hand holding an envelope. A box appears that is similar to the one we saw during synchronization. The difference is that this process transfers messages up to the network. Enter your password and click on the OK button. Exchange will disconnect from the server when it is finished. You'll see that the outbox is now empty. This completes our work in Exchange. To exit, click on the X in the upper right corner of the title bar. On occasion, Headquarters will initiate a file transfer protocol, an FTP. An FTP may occur while using the communication software, either when you connect with the network or disconnect from the network. This is a non-interactive process. FTPs can either download files from the network or upload files from your laptop to the network. Usually files will be downloaded, such as software upgrades or WordPerfect templates. On the screen, you will see a progress indicator displaying the percentage of data being transferred. We don't have to worry about moving the files. The FTP does that for us. When it is done, we're returned to the communication software. Now let's shut down the computer. Click once on the Start button on the taskbar and choose Shut Down. From the box that appears, click on the Yes button. do not shut down the computer until the screen tells you to. This concludes the training video. This video covers the basics of FCS and Microsoft Exchange. For detailed instructions, read the FCS User's Guide. If you need additional assistance, call the Help Desk at 301-827-1241. Now we can turn off the computer.
Coming up on this program, we show you how to get connected. Find out how to choose an internet service provider or online service. Discover the newest form of communication, electronic mail. Learn how it all began. And see how business, organizations, and individuals are putting themselves onto the World Wide Web.
Don't just get onto the net, get into it. It all happens thanks to funding by U.S. Robotics, makers of modems, telephones, and other information access products. Proud to join you in support of public television. U.S. Robotics, the intelligent choice in information access.
Hello, I'm Leo Laporte. Get ready to get connected. We're going to show you how you can travel all over the world without ever leaving home, thanks to a new technology that allows us to link our home computers through a vast communications network to thousands of other computers all over the world. This is the Internet. You know, no one knows for sure how many people are accessing the Internet. We do know it's in the tens of millions worldwide, but that means that most of you are still not connected. Now, if you're like most people, you've probably heard of the Internet, but do you know what it can do for you and what it is? Possibly you're itching to get online, but you need someone to walk you through the process step by step. Well, in this program, we're going to show you some things you could do if you had Internet access. Then we'll perform the steps needed to get online. We'll even show you how to start using some important Internet tools to help you find your way around. So let's start by taking a little look at a few things you can do on the Internet.
On the Internet, you have access to computers all over the world. It seems only natural, then, that you'd find a world of topics. Special communications software links these computers for you. Half the time, you don't even know what computer in what country is sharing its information on your screen. What you find on the Internet can be anything from high-tech to just plain silly. Let's start with reference works. Remember those clunky old encyclopedias? Well, they took up an entire bookshelf and they were outdated, well, instantly. Well, now you can have up-to-date electronic encyclopedias online. And if you don't find what you're looking for in them, you can start a search for information right from the source. But be ready for a wild ride. Your search could take you anywhere. Want to know even more about a topic? One of the earliest uses of the Internet was the formation of specialized users groups. You could check them out, see if there's a topic covering your interest. These are basically a collection of email conversations and data transmissions between different people, all with the same interests. Eavesdrop a little. Then when you think you found the right group, join in with a comment or a question. Don't be shy. Feel like playing some games, but none of your nearby friends are available? Among the millions of people on the Internet, you'll surely find someone ready to match their skill and wits against you. Your new opponent may become your new best friend, or an email pen pal. Ah yes, email. Along with every Internet access account comes an electronic mail address for electronic mail or email. That's mostly how you'll communicate, and communicate you will. Many folks have used the Internet to rekindle friendships with old classmates and military buddies, or get your whole family online, no matter where in the world they are. You'll be able to keep in touch, share files, even send pictures and sound. Letter writing has never been more fun.
But let's back up a little. We said there's a lot of information available. So where is it, and how do you find it? There are a number of places you can start, including some free services that are constantly checking the internet and indexing what they find. This is one of those services. It provides two ways to find what you're looking for. You can use its powerful search program to find key words, or point and click your way through an extensive catalog of topics. You'll find links to thousands of internet sites and discussion groups on this index covering almost any topic under the sun. Interested in business, education, government, recreation, science? It's all in here. This list is broken down into a dozen or so broad categories. You can drill down through the categories to narrow your search. Now, here's an example. Let's say we're looking for information on Japanese architecture. Start by clicking on the Arts subject heading. That takes us to the next level of categories. The Architecture subheading lists more than 250 locations. We're looking for Japanese architecture, so here it is, Japan. Click again, and we found a list of sites that refer to Japanese architecture. Okay, this looks interesting, but it appears we've narrowed the search to a title and a short description. Now here's where you get ready for the marvel of the internet. When you hover your pointer over these highlighted entries, you'll see an arcane internet address displayed at the bottom of the computer window. This particular one gives us a clue that this is a link to another computer. In fact, we're now just one mouse away from entering a computer in Japan. Click it, and here we are. Japanese-style modern architecture in Nagoya. The text and photos could be coming to you from the other side of the earth. In fact, they are. But they also exist right now on the computer in front of you. You'll soon find yourself going to the internet for any question you have. Looking for a new chili recipe, but willing to try something a little different? Well, get on the internet. Search for the word chili. In minutes, you'll be served up a collection of recipes, and probably more than you ever wanted to know about chilies. The internet also gives you access to thousands of businesses. Start your shopping trips right from your computer, or check the internet for customer support before you buy. Governments worldwide are reaching out to their people through the internet, and for once, you're likely to find it's a two-way street. You can find information and send your opinion. News? Yeah, there's that too. Up to the minute, of course, but with access to the background stories and complete archives as well. You know, information is an empowering asset, and there's no denying that today's internet has transported us at nearly warp speed into the information age. So stick with us as we help you, too, get connected and feel the power of the information revolution. We've entered the second phase of the computer revolution. The first phase was to put a personal computer on your desk and in your home. The second and most important phase is to connect that computer to the rest of the world. The global network of computer systems, also known as the Internet, is only as far away as the nearest phone line, and all you need is a computer and a modem. Hi, Vicki. How are you? I was in the neighborhood and I wanted to check my email. Do you mind if I borrow your phone?
Sure. Come on in.
The word modem is a combination of two words, modulate and demodulate. That's what a modem does. It takes the data from your computer and turns it into sound so it can be sent over standard phone lines. That's that screeching noise you hear when your modem is talking to another modem. Now there are three basic kinds of modems, starting with this one. This is an external modem. It plugs into your computer using this, a modem cable. These are generally the easiest to install. The internal modem right here is a little less expensive because you're not paying for the packaging. This plugs right into your computer and has another advantage. It doesn't take up any desk space. Finally, if you're using a portable computer or a laptop, you'll find these very handy. This is a credit card size modem called a PC card modem. It just plugs right into the laptop and this plugs into the wall. Speaking of which, that's the next thing we've got to find, a phone jack so I can plug my computer in. I think there's one down here. no matter what kind of modem you get, you'll still have to plug it into the phone line before you can make a call. Now, the thing to remember is that while you're using the phone, nobody else can call you in or out. So that's why a lot of people who spend time online get their own second phone line just for telecommunications. I know it's got to be around here. Oh, there it is. All right, now all we've got to do is plug the other end, into the computer, like that, and I'll be ready to get my email. Now, there's one thing to keep in mind before you go modem shopping. You'll probably be faced with a barrage of acronyms and specifications. There's only one thing you really need to know, and that's something called V.34. V.34 modems transmit and receive data at 28,800 bits per second. That's about 480 words every single second. Now, of course, you can only go as fast as the modem you're calling, but nowadays, almost all the services you'll be calling use 28.8 modems, V.34. The next step is to get the software you need. Now, the simplest kind of computer software for modems is called a terminal program. All that does is take your typing, send it out over the line, and then display anything that comes in over the line on your screen. If you're calling a commercial online service, you'll want to use their specialized software. All the big online services, America Online, CompuServe, Prodigy, and the Microsoft Network, use specialized software that makes it a little easier to get online. In fact, if you buy a new computer, you'll find most new computers come with this software pre-installed. So now that you've got your modem and your software, who are you going to call? Well, that all depends on what you want to do. Most communities have local bulletin board systems, or BBSs. These are usually run by individuals as a public service, and they cover all sorts of topics. A bulletin board system is a great place for people with common interests to get together. And the best thing about a BBS is it usually only costs $1 or $2 a month to join. But by far, most people spend their online time on the big commercial online services like America Online, CompuServe, and Prodigy. There, for about $10 to $20 a month, you can exchange electronic mail, join discussion groups, even download files like recipes or pictures of the grandkids. You can even get on the internet. In fact, it looks like I've got the email I was waiting for, my grocery list from my wife. No matter who you call, the first step is to go out and get a modem. Once you do, you'll find a whole new world of people, information, and ideas has opened up to you. And after all, the best thing you can do with a personal computer is communicate. Okay, pop quiz time. What new business enterprise could you start up using a few phone lines and a single computer? Well, you could become an internet service provider. Actually, we're not so much interested in how to become an internet service provider, or ISP, but rather how to select one. But to do that, we thought you should know a few things about what an ISP is and what an ISP does. Let's start off by talking about how to get connected to the internet from your home. You need a few important items. Let's review them. First, obviously, you need a computer. The internet is now rich with multimedia files and presentations, so if you don't already have a computer, but you're planning to buy one to get on the net, you'll want to look for a computer that has multimedia capabilities. Then, of course, you need a modem, like this one. This is an external modem. They come also in internal flavors, as you may remember. We talked about the modem a little bit. It's what takes the digital language of your computer and sends it out over the phone lines. You connect your modem to your telephone line. If you have a separate jack, you just plug it right in. If you don't, well, you can plug the phone into the modem and the modem into the wall. Either way, you'll be set, once you connect the modem to your computer, to dial out. In fact, all you have to do now is turn on your computer and you'll be on the internet, right? No, wrong. There are two important things lacking at this point. First, an internet service provider. The other, as you'll see, is appropriate software. But in many cases, the software you need to get started is available from the company you choose. So let's start there. Now, an internet service provider is the person that's going to answer the phone, the modem call, on the other end. So, and by the way, this is an important item, you want to make sure you pick a local internet service provider or one with a local phone number. That way you won't be spending a lot of money on toll calls. All right, now let's set up an account with an internet service provider. You got any ideas? Who do we call? Well, in many cases, if you buy software in a store, like Internet in a Box, it'll actually come with some sign-up software that'll set you up with an internet service provider in your area. And many ISPs get their customers by word of mouth. In fact, that's the method I recommend. If you know some friends who are already using the net, ask them. So I have a number a friend gave me. Let's try that and actually sign up for internet service so you can see what's involved. These are the kinds of questions you should ask before you get an internet service provider.
Thank you for calling PrimeNet Services for the Internet. My name is Bill. How can I help you?
Yeah, hi, I'm interested in getting internet service.
Oh, good. That's what we do here.
Great. Can I ask you a couple of questions before I sign up?
No problem. What can I answer for you?
First of all, do you have a trial period or...
Yes, sir. We have a 7-day no-obligation trial period. You can cancel prior to the end of the 7 days and you won't be billed.
Now, I'm kind of new at all this. Could you have any hand-holding, technical support?
Yes, sir. We have a fairly large technical support staff. We're ready to help you at any time you need it.
Yeah, I'd like to get an account. What do I do next?
First thing we need to do is pick your username.
Oh, well, how about Leo? That's my name, yeah.
Leo? Okay, and now we'll need to select a temporary password. You'll be able to change it later.
And a secret password. Secret password. How about? Excuse me a minute. Porky.
Porky. That's P-O-R-K-Y. Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot. You've been great. All right. Bye-bye. It's just that simple. Now I'll be able in 10 minutes to call up and download the software. Now I picked this internet service provider because they're pretty typical. They have pretty good technical support, a great connection to the net, they offer software, and they have a local phone number. They're located in Phoenix, Arizona, but they've got nodes in 22 cities and they're expanding rapidly. Now if you're in a hurry, this is a really neat thing, the company will actually let you connect to their computer and immediately download the software. You'll be online tonight. That includes a browser like Netscape Navigator or Mosaic and an email package. It's very complete. Or, of course, you could wait for the software to be shipped to you on disk. Now, whether you download the software or whether you wait for it to be delivered, you will need to install it according to instructions. Again, depending on your computer or software, that's going to vary. So do check the manual, follow it carefully. And when it's all installed, well, we see we have quite a collection of software here. There's the Netscape Navigator. Let's just click and boom. We're online. Welcome to the Internet. There's more than one way to get on the Internet. The largest Internet service providers of all are the three major commercial online services. There's CompuServe, America Online, and Prodigy. Now, these companies provide content of their own as well, like special interest groups, online chat areas, and research databases. But they also provide access to the Internet. Now, this may not be the most inexpensive way to get on the net, but it probably will be the easiest. And for those of you who don't live in big cities, the online services may be your only way onto the net. The special content that's available from these online services is presented in a controlled environment, but some of the services carry additional surcharges. Though their reference databases may be adequate, they lack the interactive links to other computers and databases that you'll find on the Internet. And since these special areas exist only on their own computers, they're solely available to their own paying members. The information on the online service is not shared with other Internet users. Within the past year or two, these online services have each begun providing some form of access to the Internet. But, at least in one instance, that access isn't as complete as you might get from a regular Internet service provider. So you need to collect and compare features and prices. You might find that the integrated software provided by these online services and the members-only benefits make them a good choice for you. Then be sure to use the free trial offer most services provide. Most will give you at least 10 free hours to take it out for a spin and see what you like and don't like about each service. Because the three big online services each have millions of subscribers, you may find them a little slow during peak hours. Now, that's usually from just after supper time to around 10 o'clock at night, local time. On the other hand, their large subscriber bases allow them to maintain local number access from hundreds of large and small cities around the world, something that's convenient if you travel a lot and need to send and receive email while you're away from home. Now, all three online services cost around $10 a month. For that, you'll get 3 to 5 hours of access time each month. Additional time will cost you $2 or $3 an hour. Now, for the casual user of the internet, that probably adds up to something around $25 a month. That's not bad. But if you're anything like me, you'll use up those 3 to 5 hours in a single week. If that's the case, it would probably be much more economical to choose an internet service provider that offers flat rate pricing. That means you pay only one monthly price no matter how much time you spend online. In most cities, you'll pay around $15 to $30 a month for unlimited access to the net. With a flat rate service, there's nothing keeping you from browsing the net to your heart's content. Well, except for your spouse, maybe. I'll be right there, honey. Now, the most popular service on the internet is electronic mail. If you have an internet account, you can send a message to anyone else on the net almost instantaneously. And the best part is, it usually doesn't cost a cent. When you sign up with an internet service provider, you'll usually get some software, including a program to send and receive electronic mail, or email. As a matter of fact, the first email you receive is usually a welcome letter from your internet service provider. But you'll soon be logging on to find regular mail in your inbox, I promise. Now, we all know how to send mail the normal way. Insert your mail into an envelope, address the mail to the recipient, include your return address, then add the correct amount of postage before sending it on its way. Well, email works much the same way, except we use different addresses, and there's no postage. When you sign up for your internet account, you select your username. Your service provider is your host and also has a name, so generally your email address is a combination of these two names, like this: username at hostname. To start getting email from others, you need to let them know what your email address is. And to send email to someone else, you must know his or her address. More and more people are putting email addresses on business cards, letterhead, all over the place. In a few years, not having an email address will be like not having an answering machine. If you're a new user and have friends who are already on the internet, give them your new email address and ask them to send you a test message. That's a good way to get started. Well, look, here's a new message now. Yeah, it's from me to you, welcoming you to the new world of the internet. You did give me your address, didn't you? Once you have an email from someone, sending a reply is one of the easiest things to do. In this case, just click on the reply button. Go ahead, you do want to do this, don't you? Just put your hand on the mouse. All right, got it. Now move the pointer to the reply button and click. Great. The email software opens a new message window ready for you to type your message to me. Now don't be shy, type me a line. Hey, you did great. Oh, and by the way, I'm glad I could help. Now, depending on your software, you'll either send this message now or put it in an outbox for the next time you log on to your service provider. This is set up to send right away, so click on the send button, and in a few minutes it'll be delivered to my internet service provider's computer, ready for me to read your message. No postage, no delays, and no telephone tag. You can also create an address book of email addresses. Then you only need point and click to start a new message to someone on your list. After a while, your inbox will start to fill up with messages you've already read, and your outbox will have a lot of your replies and new messages you've sent. You can always delete messages when you're through, but you'll also want to set up mailboxes to save old messages. Mailboxes maybe for messages from your family, your friends, club members. You set it up any way you like. It's your computer after all. Soon you'll discover other email possibilities, like attaching computer files. When you send documents, you'll want to make sure that the person you're sending them to can read the files you created. If they do, well, you now have the ability to send long documents and multimedia files with the click of a mouse. Electronic mail has changed corporate America by giving employees direct access to the executive suite. And as more and more of us get email addresses, It will change the way we communicate at home, too, whether it's writing to your member of Congress or to a pen pal on the other side of the world. Email is the best way yet to stay in touch.
The World Wide Web is one of the areas of the Internet that has been exploding as more and more businesses, organizations, and people find their way onto the net. The web provides a way for small and large businesses alike to attract an international audience.
Moran Graphics in Toronto, Canada, publishes books on how to use computer hardware and software. They use an award-winning visual learning technology to transform the black and white world of computer education into living color. Moran Graphics, a family enterprise, was started 10 years ago to offer graphic training materials to corporations and schools, replacing the traditional books filled with text. The visual grammar of the Moran Graphics books has a very carefully targeted audience.
Moran Graphics computer books target beginners. We've made the books look so simple and easy to use that most people are surprised at the amount of information they can cover.
Though the books appear very simple, the topics they cover are useful to business as well as individuals.
Our writers go through the software and evaluate all of the important information that a new user would want to know. We use colorful graphics and accurate screenshots to make it fun and interesting to learn about the software.
Each double-page spread completes a single task, and playful cartoon characters cavort across the full-color pages.
Well, Discman is our colorful analogy that helps to guide new users along in using the new tasks in the software. So most people think that computer manuals are really boring and stale, and our approach and our Discman is really changing this perception. We are starting to receive numerous Discman fan mail through the email, internet, as well as through the viewer response. It's quite interesting and overwhelming, really, when you put it all in perspective.
That's right, even email. The Moran family has now taken their company onto the World Wide Web.
Because the internet is really an international tool, we're finding we're getting requests that we never dreamed of in the past. We're getting requests from Asia, Australia, Europe. Because the internet is such a widely powerful marketing tool, we're having lots of success in areas we never dreamed possible.
Neil Moen, a high school student, is their telecommuting webmaster.
We present ourselves like any other book publisher. So it's not necessarily a little guy. I mean, we're right up there with all the big guys. We have online ordering information, pictures of our books, anything somebody who's interested in our company would want. We're just one click away, just like, you know, a Fortune 500 company might be one click away.
The site uses the latest techniques to add animated graphics and titles, and features the Blazon bookmark, the Moran Graphics links to other valuable and interesting sites.
Well, basically, the Blazon bookmark serves two purposes. One, it helps to lure people to our site and keeps them coming back. And second of all, it's our quote-unquote gift to the internet.
There truly are no prime locations for a business on the internet. And as Moran Graphics is proving, they can use the World Wide Web to compete with the big guys. In Toronto, Canada, this is Susan Newman.
But some websites are made available as a public service, a way to help you learn how to improve the quality of your lifestyle and keep you safe at home.
With the rise in crime, many people all across the country are asking themselves what their chance of being robbed might be, or attacked, or even murdered. Is there something in your lifestyle which could actually increase your risk of being a victim of crime? Well, there's a website on the internet which allows you to rate your risk and get immediate results. The man behind the website is Lieutenant Ken Pence at the Nashville Police Academy, but you don't have to come all the way to Tennessee to reach him. After 23 years on the police force and working 16 years as a SWAT commander, Lieutenant Pence is ready for a change of pace. He's taking a wild ride on the information superhighway. Lieutenant Pence, who's affectionately called Lieutenant Fu for his expertise in martial arts, has developed a website where you can find out if you're a prime target for crime. It's called Rate Your Risk.
You just say a little bit about your lifestyle and where you normally travel and how you travel and things you normally do Do you go out and take friends home from bars? Do you go out with prostitutes? Do you walk alone? Do you carry a gun?
Your job can also play a part in how you rate.
For example, if you're a police officer or a judge, or if you fired somebody lately, you get extra points for that.
Answer all the questions, and in a moment, your risk is calculated. The higher the score, the greater your risk.
And then it tells you, in a humorous way, what you might want to do to reduce those risks.
And what people find out is sometimes surprising.
Most people say, well, I never thought of that. Or, gosh, I'm going to change some of the things I do. I have people tell me that it didn't save their life, but it made them feel safer, and they're doing things now that reduce their risk.
Rate Your Risk is just the beginning of how those traveling on the internet can learn about crime and how to protect themselves. By linking to a website, you can learn the latest in self-defense techniques or the basics in law enforcement.
They can see why you can't just go out and arrest people off the street.
You can also learn about the Nashville Police Department's latest tools of the trade through virtual reality movies. You can also take part in the fight against crime.
They'll have an ability to pop up email and send it to a detective who will be able to work on the case. And they'll be able to report minor thefts over the internet like they're doing over the phone now.
Lieutenant Pence says about 2,000 to 4,000 people a week are accessing Rate Your Risk, evidence that people on the information superhighway are interested in keeping the streets safe. On the internet, in Nashville, Tennessee, I'm Celeste Gonzalez.
Have you ever wondered how this whole internet thing got started? Well, believe it or not, we owe it all to the Cold War.
The seeds of the internet were planted 25 years ago when the U.S. Defense Department funded research on a computer network for the Cold War. They first set out to establish a system to allow easier communications between research facilities in the military-industrial complex. The next step was the creation of a computer network that could survive the loss of any number of its nodes in the event of a strike by enemy nuclear missiles. Should one communication center be destroyed, all the others in the network could still communicate with each other. Thus, in 1969 was created the first network, ARPANET. Perhaps the most significant legacy of this achievement is the common language of today's internet, TCP/IP, a communications protocol for routing packets of information along multiple paths. Over the following years, additional networks were created all over the country and interconnected with all the others, creating, in effect, what became the Internet, or network of networks. Soon networks in other countries were added, together with new tools, facilitating the transmission of documents over networks with vastly different types of computers. In 1989, the World Wide Web was created in Geneva, Switzerland, at CERN, the European Laboratory for Particle Physics. Tim Berners-Lee wanted to exchange scientific papers with his colleagues all over the net. He created the web as a way for scientists to link documents. With one click of a mouse, it was now possible to connect from one place to another, giving birth to the notion of navigating the network. In 1992, Mark Andreessen and a team of programmers at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications in Illinois wrote Mosaic. Mosaic added the capability of displaying graphics as well as text. Today, Mosaic, and its offshoots like Netscape, bring text, pictures, audio, and video to the Internet and make it as easy to use as the telephone. There's one other thing that had an incredible impact on the Internet as we know it today, and that was the High Performance Computing Act of 1991. This act, which was promoted by then-Senator Al Gore of Tennessee, authorized the expenditure of billions of dollars in government funds into building a high-speed Internet backbone network. And it was instrumental in abolishing any remnants of anti-commercial policies, opening the Internet to a broad spectrum of commercial, government, educational, and personal uses. This act has served as a model for similar developments in countries all over the world, and the Internet, as we now know it, was born, spawning the communications revolution in earnest.
You know, when ATMs were first put into service, people were afraid to use them. Well, that's pretty much what's going on the internet right now. People are afraid to use their credit cards for fear the numbers will be stolen. Now, that's the single biggest impediment to the expansion of commerce on the net. Companies who do business on the net are aware of this security loophole, and they're doing everything they can to close it. Today, it's possible to safely transmit private information like credit card numbers, providing you're using software with built-in encryption, like the Netscape Navigator. Navigator lets you know your transaction is secure by displaying this icon at the bottom of your browser screen. When your session is not encrypted, you'll see this icon instead. Not every business online offers secure transactions, so if you see this symbol, buy at your own risk. Yet secure transactions on the internet are critical to customer acceptance. That's why more and more companies are offering solutions. For example, the CyberCash Secure Internet Payment Service allows you to make online purchases risk-free. Once you establish a CyberCash account, you'll be able to use electronic cash to pay for things on the net. Here's how it works. Imagine you're shopping at a CyberCash merchant's website and you see something you'd like to purchase. You fill out a form, click the Submit button to send it to the merchant. The merchant's server sends back an automatic summary to check the order for accuracy. If everything looks good, click the Pay button to launch the CyberCash wallet program on your machine. The software encrypts your payment information and sends it to the merchant. When the merchant receives your order, the payment information is automatically forwarded to the CyberCash server. The merchant never even sees your credit card number. CyberCash then sends the payment to the merchant's bank without using the internet. It's the bank which actually requests authorization from the user's bank or credit card company, and the approval code or denial code is returned to CyberCash, which passes it on to the merchant. Throughout the entire process, your transaction is secure, and believe it or not, it only takes about 15 to 20 seconds. CyberCash is available from any site running the CyberCash Merchant software. So far throughout this program, we've looked at a lot of websites, sites created by companies, educational institutions, government agencies. But you know, many of the most interesting web pages are the ones created by people just like you and me. In fact, that's my personal web page right there. That's my family. It's a great way to display your kids' pictures, your family album, whatever you want on your own web page.
A home page is a file you place on the web, and anyone else online can access it. The information you include is entirely up to you. A typical personal home page, like this one belonging to Karen Weber, contains basic information about the author and his or her interests. Here's a brief description of Karen, hypertext links to her favorite sites, and a link to a recent photo of herself. Karen's goal, like that of most personal pages, is to create a page where people can find out more about her and can then explore the world as she sees it through her website. Here's another page, this one belonging to the Reese family. We see descriptions of John, Dee, Drew, and Gina. Also included are links to information about their hometown and schools, and of course, links to all of their favorite sites. When you establish a home page, you can include pictures of your family, copies of your resume, and links to sites that involve your favorite hobbies and interests. You can also include a direct link to your email so you can hear from anyone visiting your page. And to learn about new links that you can add on to your page. Browsing personal home pages is a great way to learn about other people and to find your way to net sites you might never have otherwise discovered. But home pages can also be used by entrepreneurs to promote and enhance small businesses. This page, for example, belongs to Revolutionary Computer Solutions and was created to provide information about this new company's software products and also to give new customers a place to go for support and enhancements for the software. Really, just about anyone can establish his or her own homepage. In fact, you don't necessarily have to be human to have your own site. Scout, a very cyber-savvy dog, has her very own page with photos. links to other dog sites, and even a link to her own email. Email, though, will probably be forwarded to her through Dana Bragg, the human who helped Scout get her start on the Internet. So if you or your pet have something to say, get yourself a personal homepage and connect your opinions to the Internet.
You know, there's really no limit to what you can do with your own website once you give it a try. You'll find a host of new utilities that will allow you to use photos, graphics, even audio and video clips. Your friends and family will be amazed. If you thought you bored them with your home videos, wait till they see your webpage. Well, there also comes a time when you have to log off. If the Internet is something new to you, we hope we've inspired you to get connected. If you're there already, maybe we've given you some new ideas and approaches. I'm Leo Laporte. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you on the net.
Don't just get onto the net, get into it. It all happens thanks to funding by U.S. Robotics, makers of modems, telephones, and other information access products. Proud to join you in support of public television. U.S. Robotics, the intelligent choice in information access.
Libby Weaver. Thank you for selecting Keystone Learning Systems for your software training needs. In this introductory course, we felt it appropriate to take a minute and provide you with a few helpful hints. These suggestions will aid you in getting the most from the training. While effective learning can take place by simply watching the video and then practicing what you learn later on your computer, we suggest you use your TV and PC together. This allows for a hands-on approach where you can practice as you learn. In this see it, hear it, do it environment, you follow the actions taken on the video and pause the tape as you need to practice. You also have the option to rewind and review. On the back of each video cover, you will find our reference system. Each topic and number corresponds directly with the number on the actual video in the lower right-hand corner. If you need to find a subject, fast forward to that area on the tape. You can also use the search features on your VCR to locate specific sections. Keystone Learning Systems also offers keynotes with many of our courses. Keynotes are quick reference booklets that complement our video training. They provide information in a concise, easy-to-follow printed format. Please refer to the back of your Keystone catalog for a sample or call us for more information.
Hi, I'm Carrie Lynn with Keystone Learning Systems. Welcome to Beginning PageMaker 6.5. In this tape, we're going to talk about how you get started with PageMaker, the elements that are on your screen, how you use help, how you work with the tool palette, how you modify and manipulate shapes, how you work with views, entering text, the story editor, simple paragraph formatting, and then we're going to take it and put it all together by combining objects and text. In this section, we're going to go ahead and open up PageMaker, discuss the elements that you see on your screen, discuss master pages, and templates. The first thing that we need to do to open up PageMaker is single-click on the Start menu, which is normally located in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. You can single-click and let go and then use the mouse to go up to the program. Then you'll select the Adobe, and then from there you'll see PageMaker 6.5, and depending upon the size of your screen, you may either see the next pop-up menu on the left or the right. Go ahead and select Adobe PageMaker 6.5. At this point, just single-click, and we'll begin to load the program. Depending upon the speed of your computer, you may find this goes faster or slower than my screen. Now to begin with, you're going to see a couple elements that are on your screen to begin with. For instance, the tool palette is located normally on the left-hand side of the screen. If you're familiar with any older versions of PageMaker, you're going to notice that this is significantly different. There are several more tools that we have to use, and we'll go ahead and learn about those in this section. At the bottom of your screen, you're going to see the control palette. This palette will give us more information about the objects on our screen, and we'll also discuss this later. To open up a new document, you'd simply need to click on the File menu, then select New, and you can click on that to open up the Document Setup dialog box. From here we have several different choices that we can make. For instance, the page size. We can choose either a standard letter, which is 8.5 by 11, legal, which is 8.5 by 14, and we have a multitude of different document sizes to choose from. If you're interested in something, go ahead and click on it. You'll see the dimensions show up in the dimensions, and you can change the orientation of the page to either tall or wide. You'll notice that once you click on wide, it simply flip-flops the values in the dimensions. Let's go ahead and return our page size back to the letter. We'll keep it at tall. Double-sided allows us to work in documents that we would use when we're putting together a book. For our case right now, all we need to do is uncheck the double-sided. But before we actually move on to the next option, what I'd like to have you do is click again in double-sided and notice what's happening in the margins. You'll see inside and outside when double-sided is chosen. When you uncheck double-sided, you'll see the margins change from left to right. Try that again. Now if you uncheck facing pages while double-sided is on, you won't notice any change. Facing pages simply allows us to view two pages at the same time when we're working in PageMaker. If we have facing pages off, then we'll see one page at a time. So let's go ahead and take double-sided and turn that off. Let's go ahead and adjust our margins so that all of them are the same. At this point, the only one that's slightly different is the left margin. We can go down with the mouse, single-click, and drag over the 1 to highlight it, and then using your keyboard, type in 0.75. And then we select OK. We now get a picture of a page on our screen. This page is going to allow us, or this is what we're going to use to create our document. We have a couple more things that we need to talk about. For instance, the title bar is located at the top of your screen. Depending upon if your window is maximized or minimized, you may notice the title, which is now Untitled 1, will change and become part of the window or a floating window if we have this screen like this, and you can see the Untitled located here. I'm going to go ahead and close this other palette so that we can see the top right-hand corner of this window. If we maximize it again, we're going to notice that title goes back up to the very top. It also gives us maximum viewing. Speaking of minimize and maximize, we have two choices. If you look over on the right-hand side of your screen, you're going to see a little bar. The next box will change depending upon what you've got selected. Right now it's 2 boxes, and then we have an X. The little bar minimizes, the second one maximizes, and the last one closes. And you also have an exact duplicate of these 3 buttons on the actual window. If we want to minimize just the window we're working on while leaving PageMaker, the shell or the application open, we simply click on the minimize. I'm going to move my control palette out of the way a little bit so that we can see down here. If I want to open up that untitled window again, I simply click on the what used to be the minimize icon. It's just changed a little bit, and it reopens it back up. Now if I click on the minimize for the whole application, which is the very top one, it's going to minimize PageMaker. And if you're working on another application, for instance Microsoft Word, you could then go ahead and work on that application without having to have PageMaker be a distraction. If you want, or when you choose to want to work on that application again, you can simply single click on it down in the Start menu, down on the status bar, and it will go ahead and open back up. If you want to close PageMaker, you click on the very top X. If you want to close just the window you're working on, you click on the bottom one. You can also close the application by simply clicking in the upper left-hand icon and selecting Close. You can accomplish this by double-clicking as well. You can close the window by clicking on the lower icon in the left-hand corner and also then choosing Close. Or once again, you can double-click. The scroll bars are located on the left-hand side of your screen as well as at the bottom. There are 4 different ways to use the scroll bars. The first way is to click on the arrow either at the top or the bottom of the scroll bar, and with each single click of the mouse you're going to notice the screen moves up. If you click at the bottom, each time you click the screen's going to move down. You can actually click on the box that's located on the scroll bar. You click, hold down with the mouse, and you drag. Wherever you let go, you're guesstimating where you're going to end up on the page. So try that again, move it down. And if you put it right in the middle, you should have your page almost be centered. It might take a little bit of practice. The next thing that you can do is click on the scroll bar itself. If you click down underneath the scroll box, you're going to notice that your page moves up a rather large amount. What it's doing is showing you one size or a screen size at a time or a window size at a time. So if you click above the scroll bar, you're going to move up, and below you're going to move down. This is very effective when you're reading a document like in Microsoft Word and you want to see the next part of the text that you haven't read. You can simply click down underneath that scroll box and it will show you the next screen. In PageMaker, in a smaller view, you might not necessarily find that you're going to use this feature as often. You have the same option down here on the horizontal. And one of the things that you may have noticed is as we're navigating around our screen, we have a tremendous amount of white space located on the left, the right, and the top and the bottom of our page. In fact, if we take the scroll bar and drag it all the way to the top for your vertical and all the way to the left on your horizontal, you're going to notice that you don't see any part of your page at all. When I first began using PageMaker, this often confused me until I figured out that what it is there's an area called the pasteboard. And the pasteboard gives us a practice area to work on. We can either try something out before, we can store things there. I oftentimes use it when I'm working with clients and I'm not quite sure maybe what particular logo they may want. So what I'll do is just give them several samples out on the pasteboard, and then when we're ready we'll move them onto the page. We've got the rulers, which are located on the left side of the screen as well as the top. These are going to show whatever measurement system that you're using. Most people are more comfortable with inches, so that's what's going to go ahead and show. If you're working with picas or points, which we'll discuss later, then it will show you that incremental measuring system at that time. PageMaker can be used for many things. A lot of people use it for advertising or marketing. Included in some of those projects that you can use it for are brochures, newsletters, business cards, letterhead, and almost anything that you can think of. If you're looking to do maybe a CD cover, you can do that in PageMaker as well. The next thing that we're going to cover is some templates that PageMaker automatically has built in. These templates are going to give you a very good head start on getting a document put together. Okay, to find the templates that are located in PageMaker, they've moved from previous versions and in my opinion not quite as easy to find, but once we show you the way, you'll hopefully be using them frequently from here on out. If you go to the Window menu located at the top of your screen, then you're going to go to the Plugin Palettes, and you're going to see a pop-up menu to the right, and in there is going to be something called Show Scripts. Now, so far you haven't heard anything about templates, and we're getting to that point here in just a bit. If you scroll down on the list in the installed scripts or the script palette, you're going to see a folder that has templates to the right of it. You can double-click on that to open it up, and once you do that, you're going to see that there's many different choices available to us. These are pre-formatted documents that are going to go ahead and give us a starting point for the projects that we want to work on. Let's see if we can find one that is going to work for what we want to do. Let's go ahead and pick an invoice. So all you do is you double-click, and it will open up after you see a lot of activity happening. Don't worry, it's just doing its thing. And at the end, we'll see a PageMaker document with a shell that we can use to start putting together a template. I would encourage you to go ahead and explore many of the different templates that are available. You'll find that they'll make using PageMaker, at least in the beginning, a lot easier. Now that the invoice has finished going through the script, which means it's running a series of steps to accomplish this, we might want to use our scroll bars to take a look at what this invoice looks like. For the sake of viewing, I'm going to go ahead and close the script window. And you can take a look. Now if we move over to the right, I see some red type. This red type is going to be kind of a hint or a tip about this particular template. It says fonts used in this template, Helvetica, this is a non-printing tip, meaning they've taken this box and made it non-printing. So if for some reason you did want to leave it there, you could, and it wouldn't print. And if we continue to look down and explore the document, and click on elements, don't click and drag, but just go ahead and simply click using your pointer tool, you're going to kind of get an idea of how this document is made up. Another way we can do this is by going to the Edit menu, which is located at the top of your screen, click on Edit, and choose Select All. This is going to show you all of the text boxes that make up this document. You might want to scroll down and take a look. Now, an additional piece of information that we haven't talked about that you will see on your screen is located in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. This is how you change between your master page and the document page. The one that's black is the one that's selected. Right now, number 1 is dark. That means that we're on page 1. If we click once on the R page, that stands for the right master. You'll notice that when we look at this page, there isn't anything on it. A master page allows us to have an element show up on multiple pages. For right now, all we need is the elements that show up on the document page number 1, and so we don't need to use anything from the master page, and that's why the script didn't create anything on it. If you want to modify something on this invoice, you simply need to click on the T tool, which is the text tool. To do so, you click once, let go, and then move on to your page. You're going to notice that as your mouse moves over text, it changes from the pointer to what's called an I-beam. If you notice, the I-beam has a horizontal line slightly up from the bottom. That will, in essence, be the tip of your pointer. So if you want to highlight the word invoice, we'll move the toolbar here, tool palette out of the way. You can then type in something else. Now you're noticing that the text is actually flowing over some of the other text that I've got. To correct that, all we're going to do is click on the pointer, click back on the text, and we'll learn about this a little bit more. Learn more about this a little bit later on. We're just widening the text box, and we're doing that by clicking and dragging. And eventually, if you drag far enough, we drag to about 4.5 inches, you'll see that this will now fit on one line, and the information now lines up. We've figured out how a script runs and then create the document. The next task is to actually move around the document by changing our views. we can increase the size of the document or what we see of it, and we can reduce it. This allows us to get a far-away view as well as a close-up in case we want to work on some details. Let's go ahead and take a look at that now. To change the view of our document, we simply need to go to the View menu, and you can click once and let go, and then use your mouse to navigate around inside of this menu. We can zoom in, we can zoom out, we can actually change the document to actual size, which is going to be equal to 100%, or we can choose Fit in Window. And the last one is Entire Pasteboard. Let's take a look at each one of these. If we zoom in, we're going to be zooming in by a small increment. We can go back to the View menu and select Zoom Out. We will move out by that same increment. If we go back to the View menu and choose Actual Size, this is going to blow the document up to 100%. If we choose Fit in Window, it's going to take the document and shrink it to fit in the window. One of the nice things about PageMaker is that if you change the size of your window, which we first need to minimize the window, so if you go to the right-hand side of your screen and click on it's actually the Maximize button, but it will allow us to make it a floating window. We can then go down to the bottom right-hand corner of our screen and change the size of the window. And you'll notice that the document is adjusting as we change the size of the window. So the smaller it is, the smaller it makes a document. This only happens when you're in the Fit in Window view. So as we make it larger, the document will also increase. So let's go ahead and move up to the top right-hand corner of this window and click on the Maximize button again, and we'll see the document adjust. Now heading back to the View menu, we then have the option of Entire Pasteboard. Remember, we talked about the pasteboard being an area that we could work in while not actually working on the actual document. And there is a tremendous amount of area. Look at all of that white space that's around that document. We can store, work, try things in this area. It's like working on your desk, and you have all of this area to work with. Now, if we want to return it back to Fit in Window, we can simply go back to the View menu and select Fit in Window. The next option on the View menu is the Zoom To. Here we're going to have some predefined sizes that we can use to move around and change the view within our document. We have 25, 50, 75, 100, 200, and 400%. Now 400 is going to be pretty big. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. You're going to notice that the elements on your screen are very large. It hasn't altered the size of the page at all. It simply has brought the document closer so that we can view it in more detail. I have found that for myself, this is a great view to work in when I need a lot of detail, but it's a little bit hard to navigate around simply because the document is so close. So I use this view rather sparingly. If we go back to the View menu and select Zoom To, we can also choose 100%. This is, if you look at the shortcut, this is Control-1. This is the same shortcut as actual size. Let's go ahead and try using our keyboard to activate that. You hold down your Control key and you hit the 1 key. You've now actually changed your view to 100% or actual size without having to go and access the View menu. Let's go ahead and change it now back to Fit in Window. And now that you're familiar with how to read the shortcut, that little symbol is the Control key, and that's a 0. So in the future, when you want to use the keyboard as opposed to using the menus, simply look at the symbols located on the right of the command and try them out. And that, for instance, the entire pasteboard shortcut would be the Shift key, the Control key, and the 0 key. So to do the Fit in Window, we're going to hit Control-0, and that takes the document and makes it fit within the window. In this section, we covered how to open up PageMaker, what the elements that you see on your screen are, as well as how to open up a template and change your views. In this section, we're going to discuss help. Help's a very important feature that we can use in many different ways. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the 4 different ways that we can use it. The Help menu is located at the top of your screen. All you have to do is, it's at the end near Window, click once on it, and you'll see Help Topics, Shortcuts, and About PageMaker. Let's go ahead and go to the Help Topics. You'll notice that we can also access Help Topics by hitting your F1 key located at the top of your keyboard. Normally, your Help screen will show up with the Contents tab visible. This is like a table of contents, like when you're reading a book. You can simply click on an item, or actually double-click on the item, and it will open it up, and you'll have several different topics to choose from. One of the topics that we'll be exploring are the palettes. So if you double-click on the palettes, we're going to notice that there's Toolbox, Control Palette, and several different other ones available to us. As we talk about in the next section, the Toolbox and how to use the different elements, we'll be taking a look at the Toolbox Help topic. To use this, all you do is you click on an element and it gives you an idea of what that specific tool does. Now, one of the things that Help has is you might notice above the word Toolbox there is a green underlined word Palettes. That's a jump topic. All you have to do is click on it once and it jumps you to that specific topic. And for the instance on this one, it takes us to Palettes and it shows us the multiple palettes that we can access Help on. Let's go back to Help Topics. We can close one of the elements in the table of contents, and you'll see that it will close the book, so to speak. If you double click on it, you'll notice the little book opens. Okay, so that's one way of using Help. The next way is the index, or the next tab. This is if you need to find something specific that you can't find within the contents. You can type in a word. We can type in Help. It will then allow us or take us to an index entry, Help command, which we can then click once on and click on Display, or we can double click on it. And this will tell us a little bit more about that specific item. We can hit the back button located next to the Help Topics button within the Help window, and it will navigate us backwards within Help. We could print a specific topic if we'd like, and there are some additional options that we can choose as well. We could copy a topic, print one. We can change the font to small, normal, or large. We can always choose to keep Help on top, meaning that on top of anything that's open on our screen, which includes other applications and windows. And we can choose to use our system colors. We can navigate forward by clicking on the two arrows at the far right of this, and we're going to see that we're navigating right now because we were in the palette section of Help. We're navigating through the palette Help screens. And we can click on different elements as we go and have an explanation. If we hit Help Topics again, located in the upper left-hand corner of our screen, it's going to take us back to the last place that we were at, which was the index. Okay. We could highlight Help command, which is the last thing that we were taking a look at, and type in something else if we wanted to. We had just recently talked about views, so let's go ahead and take a look at the View command. View will get us close. We might find that navigating through this particular part of the index, we might find the topic that fits a little bit better. If that's the case, you can just simply use your mouse to click on it once. So if we say Viewing Custom View Area and select Pages, and then select Display, we're going to get some additional information about this specific topic. At the bottom, we're also going to get jump topics that allow us to jump to a different topic that may be associated with the current Help topic that we're viewing. And all you do is click on them. Let's go ahead and go back to Help Topics, and let's talk about the third part of Help that is available to us. It's the Find tab. This is slightly different. This allows us to enter in a series of words, for instance, like a concept. And what we can use here, if we want, is eventually we're going to be interested in creating a color library. So we can type in color library, and it's going to show us in window number 2 some of the matching words that it found in our search. So you can click on one item and look at the topics that show up under it, and do this repeatedly for the 3 that show up. The second and the third library bring up a topic, creating your own color library. We can single click on that. It's already selected, so there's no need to do that. But if for some reason you wanted to choose something else, you just use your mouse and click on it. Once you've selected the choice that you're interested in, click on the display button, and it will walk you through the steps on how to create a color library. And we will discuss this in video 3, in the advanced video. So we'll go back to help topics. Now we talked about 4 different ways to use help, but there's only 3 tabs. There's one more option that I want to talk about. For now, what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and cancel out of this, and we're going to cancel out of the help. The 4th way is context-sensitive help, and we're going to take a look at that now. Context-sensitive help actually requires you to use your keyboard. What we're going to do is hold down the Shift key on your keyboard, and then hit the F1 key, and you should notice that your mouse is now a question mark. Instead of being a pointer or something else, there's a question mark. How you use context-sensitive help at this point is you're going to go up into one of the menus, whichever one you have a question about. So you might want to take a look through all of them and see if there's something in specific that you want to know about. Then you just simply go down, you highlight whatever item it is that you have a question about, and you let go. And that will take you immediately into help about that specific topic. That's going to save you from having to navigate through help to find the answer to your question. At this point, let's go ahead and close help. In this section, we discuss the 4 ways to use help. One of the most important things about help is that it can help you to answer your own questions. So whenever you get stuck, don't forget that help is available. And the 4 different ways that you can use it are the 3 tabs that are located within the help window, as well as context-sensitive help, which you access by holding down the Shift key and the F1 key. In this next section, we're going to go ahead and discuss the tool palette, the variety of different tools that are available to us, how to use them, and how to modify them. We still have the invoice open on our screen. If we want to save this invoice before we begin to have our discussion about the tool palette, we need to create a folder on our hard drive which will allow us to save our invoice into. To do this, you can actually do it from the Save screen or the Save dialog box. Let's go ahead and go to the File menu, select Save. From within the Save screen, we need to navigate to the C drive, which we can do by clicking on the pull-down list and choosing C. Your default will normally be the PageMaker 6.5 folder. And we can create a new folder here called Training. We also need to remember to change the name of our file or our invoice. And so now let's just go ahead and call it Invoice. And what we want to do is we want to take this file and put it inside of the Training folder. So we'll go ahead and double-click on the Training, and then we'll save the invoice inside of the Training folder. We can see that we're in the Training folder by looking at the top of your screen, and you'll see the Save In and the Training. Go ahead and select Save. We'll notice if you look at the title bar at the top of your screen that we can see a path to where this document's located. It's located on the C drive, in the Training folder, and it's called Invoice. The .p65 indicates that it's a PageMaker 6.5 document. Now let's talk about our tools. As we discussed in the previous section in Help, we can access Help about the tool palette and then click on the individual elements to see what each tool does. Let's go ahead and do that now. Remember that the Help menu is located at the top of your screen at the right of your menu bar. Go to Help, select Help Topics. We'll go to the Contents tab, then go to Palettes, then choose Toolbox. Now what you see in front of you may not look like there's a lot of information about the toolbox, but if you click on each individual tool, you're going to get a little pop-up box that's going to explain more about that specific tool. So why don't you go ahead and navigate all the way down through the help. And I find that it's better to click on one tool, and then when you're done reading the text, click away, and then click on the next tool. The toolbar is broken up into several different categories. We have shapes or drawing tools down here located in the bottom 6. You'll see actually there's sections. There's a box around the lines and the squares and the circles. We then have some navigational tools. The pointer tool, the text tool allows us to create text, the cropping allows us to work with graphics, and the rotational tool allows us to actually manipulate the rotation of an object. The bottom part of the tool palette is going to be tools that allow us to move around within our document. The hand tool allows us to move as if we're using the scroll bars, and the magnifying allows us to click in a specific area of our document and increase our view to that area. So once you're done exploring help in the toolbox, just go ahead and close the help screen, and we'll go back and now actually begin to use many of these tools. The first thing that we want to do is we really don't need the invoice document anymore, so let's go ahead and close that. Go to the File menu and select Close, and we're left with PageMaker open, but no document open. So the first thing that we need to do is go to the File menu and select New. And this time, for the sake of variety, let's go ahead and change the orientation of our page from tall to wide. Wide is also the same as landscape. Tall is also the same as portrait. So if you see any of those words used in any other application, that's what they're referencing. We're going to go ahead and turn double-sided off, and let's change our margins to make them consistent. We'll change the left margin to 0.75 and select OK. We'll now notice that our page is set up horizontally, or landscape, which is also wide. The first tool that we're going to go ahead and talk about is the line tool. The line tool is the third tool located on the left-hand side of your tool palette. To select a tool in the tool palette, you simply need to click on it once and let go. You'll notice that once you move your mouse onto the page, the icon will normally change based on whatever tool it is that you have selected. In this case, we're on a drawing tool, so the icon or the pointer is going to become a plus sign. To draw a line, you simply click once and continue to hold down the mouse and drag. If you don't let go of the mouse right now, you can change the shape of the line. You'll see those changes. Whenever you do feel that the line is what you want, you simply let go. You'll notice that a line will show up, and on either end of the line you'll have what's called selection handles. The selection handles will allow us to manipulate the line, either length, angle, and it also allows us to see the line is selected so that we can manipulate the width of the line, the color of the line, and a variety of different things. Let's go ahead and click a different tool now. The perpendicular line tool is right next to the line tool. It reacts just a little bit differently when you use it to draw a line. Let's go ahead and try that. You click once, drag just like you did before. Now if you try to draw anything like a 15-degree angled line or just a very subtle angled line, you're going to find that you can't do that. You're going to be constrained to draw a horizontal, vertical, or 45-degree angle line. When you let go, you'll notice that once again you get the selection handles that are visible on either end of the line. Let's go ahead and go back to the pointer tool. And you'll notice that right now, neither line has the selection handles visible. That is because neither line is selected. To select a line, you simply use the arrow tool and you click once on the line. Now remember that the very tip of the arrow is your active or your hot spot. So use that to click on the line. Then you can move over a selection handle, click, hold down, and drag, and modify the line and change the angle. And if you want to actually move the line to a different place, instead of clicking on a selection handle, you click on the line itself, hold down, and drag. Let's try it with the other line. This is the constrained line that we used or that we drew. If you click on it and drag, you're going to notice that now it acts just like the other line. Yet when we first originally drew it, we were able to draw it only at a horizontal, vertical, or 45-degree angle line. If we do want to keep those properties or to have the line react in that same way, we can do so by holding down a key on the keyboard, the Shift key. You hold down the Shift key with one hand, use the mouse with the other, and continue to hold down the Shift key while you're doing this. You click on the selection handle of the line, and you try to now resize it. You're going to notice that it acts like the constrained line when you originally drew it. You do need to remember to let go of the mouse key before you let go of the Shift key. Let's try this with the diagonal line, or the line that we drew over on the left-hand side. Hold down your Shift key, click on the selection handle, and now try to reshape or resize that line. You're going to notice that it acts just like the constrained line. So no matter which line you draw or use to draw your lines originally, whether it's the line tool or the constrained line tool, if you hold down the Shift key when you're resizing the line, you'll find that it will have those constrained properties. If you don't hold down the Shift key while resizing the line, it will work and act just like the original line tool. Now, lines in themselves actually can be more interesting than just simply drawing them and resizing them. We can actually change the width of the line. To do so, we're going to access the element menu at the top of our screen, and we're going to have some choices for the stroke. The stroke is the line width, and you're going to see that you have several different choices available to you, and they're kind of giving you samples of what those choices are going to look like. Pick whatever looks interesting to you, and then let go. You should notice that your line has now changed or adjusted based on the choice that you made in the element menu. Let's try it on the other line. This time let's pick something a little bit different. Going back to the element menu, choosing stroke, and we have a different line. Now you may find that the options that are available to you isn't the option that you want. You may want something a little bit more specific. In this case, you can go to Custom. Anytime you see 3 dots, it means that's called an ellipse, and what it will do is pull up a dialog box. So don't expect a pop-up menu to appear. Simply select Custom, let go, and here we can choose the style of the line that we want, and then we can choose the weight. Now the weight is with points. 72 points make up an inch. So if you wanted a half-inch line, you could do 36 points. Select OK, and now this line is going to be a ½ inch wide. If you want to see this line in more detail, although it's pretty large as is, you could go to the View menu and either zoom in, go to actual size, or actually choose one of the predefined zoom values, for instance 200. And you're going to see that line in much more detail as the view is increased. Let's go ahead and use our keyboard to change our view back to fit in window. That's Control-0. And we'll see the line on our screen. Now let's go ahead and choose the other line. One thing about views, when we're wanting to see the detail about the lines, is all we have to do is have the line selected. And remember, you can tell it's selected by clicking on the line and the selection handles will show up. We then go to the View menu, and we can change the value of the zoom. And with whatever line was selected, when we change the value of a view, it's going to go ahead and bring that specific item to the center of our screen. It'll save us from having to scroll around the screen to find it. Let's go ahead and return back to Fit in Window, Control-0, and then let's talk about some of the other tools that are available. The next tool on the tool palette that we're going to discuss is the rectangle tool as well as the circle oval tool, which is called the ellipse tool. The next tool on our tool palette that we're going to go ahead and talk about is the square tool or the rectangle tool. You can draw a square or a rectangle, and we'll use a shortcut that we used earlier to do that. But first, let's draw a rectangle. Remember, to select the tool, you single click and let go. Move on to your page, you'll see the plus sign. Click and drag. And based upon how you move the mouse, you'll either get a very obvious rectangle, or you may get something a little bit more like a square. Let's go ahead and draw a circle. Click on the circle tool or the ellipse tool. Click once, let go. Move on to your page, and you draw a circle. Now let's talk about selecting the circle or the rectangle. To do so, you need to click on your arrow tool. So go over to your tool palette, click on the arrow tool, and try to click on your circle. Now, if you click in the middle of your circle, you won't see that the circle becomes selected. If you click on the edge of the circle, you will notice it becomes selected. PageMaker, when you first originally draw shapes in PageMaker, it comes in like a wireframe. So it's transparent, almost as if you could reach your hand through it. So to select an item, you need to click on the wire or the frame or the edge of it. And once you do that, we can manipulate this object just like we did the lines. We can click on the circle and drag it. We can click on one of the selection handles. Now in a circle it's a little bit unusual because the selection handle doesn't actually lay on the edge of the circle when it comes to the corners. But clicking on the corner of the circle does still allow you to manipulate the shape of the circle, and we can change the shape to fit more of what we might have in mind. Let's go ahead and adjust the color of the circle. We already know where that's located, but we didn't really do that when we were working with the lines. We can change the fill to a different pattern, and yet still we haven't talked about color. So let's go ahead and change the pattern, and then we'll talk about colors. Paper is going to be white. Solid is going to be a solid of whatever color you've chosen. And then we have a variety of different patterns available to us. So for now, let's pick a pattern. Do the same thing with your rectangle. Go up to the element menu, choose fill, and this time let's choose solid. We're going to notice that with the objects either filled with a solid color or a pattern, that we can now click within the middle of the shape to select it. Let me show that to you again. I clicked over in some white area to deselect any objects I had selected, and then I clicked back again on the shape, and I've selected it. Now I can just simply click anywhere on it and drag it, and I will now move the oval. The same thing with the rectangle. Now let's talk about that color that we talked about recently. We're going to go up to the element menu, and if you look under fill, you won't really see anything that has to do about color. If you look under stroke, you won't see anything there either. If you go to fill and stroke, that's where we're going to be able to see the option of changing the color. We can change the fill, which is going to be very similar to the fill menu or the fill option under the element menu. We can change patterns, color, solid from here. To change the color, all you do is click on the downward pointing arrow or the pull down menu for the color and make your choice there. So I'll go ahead and pick blue. The tint is the shade of the color. If we have a solid fill and blue, it means we're going to get a very solid, intense blue. If we don't necessarily want that, we can change the tint, and that's going to show us predefined values in increments of 5%. If we don't like that specific value, let's say we wanted 72, we can just type that value in ourselves. We can also change the color and the weight of the line around our shape. To do that, we're going to modify the options under stroke, which we can make a little bit thicker, 4-point. We can change the color to green, and we can change the tint if we wanted to. Let's, for now, leave it as the way that it is, select OK, and we'll see our changes reflected on the screen. Let's repeat this for the oval. We go back up to the element menu, select fill and stroke, and then make the changes based on what it is that we would like to do. If you don't want that pattern anymore, you can change it to a different pattern. We can then add a color to the pattern itself. and we can change the tint. If we wanted to, we could get rid of the line or the stroke, and we can select OK, and we can see what that looks like. Most of the times when you're using a pattern, a line or a stroke around the edge is going to help the eye to keep that pattern. It's going to help you visually look at that shape. So let's go ahead and modify the stroke or the line weight so that we can add one around the shape. To do that, we went up to the element menu, selected stroke, and then chose whatever it was that we were interested in changing it to. We just got done discussing the rectangle and the ellipse tool. If you look right next to those tools on your screen, you're going to notice there's another rectangle and another ellipse. We're going to go ahead and talk about what the differences are between those two tools and the ones that we just got done discussing. The tool to the right of the rectangle tool is called the rectangle frame tool. It will allow us to draw a rectangle just like we just got done doing. However, when we get done drawing that, we're going to have a big X in the middle of it. The difference between this tool and the rectangle tool is that this particular tool can hold a shape inside of it. We can put text into it, or we can put a graphic. We're going to learn more about that later on. But for now, let's talk about how we can change the fill and the stroke of this particular shape. And you'll find that it is exactly the same as the regular plain old rectangle. It has some handles that are in addition to what we are used to seeing on the rectangle. Let me go ahead and get my arrow tool and we'll take a look at that. If I select both items on my screen, you're going to see that the rectangle at the bottom doesn't have what's called a window shade that our rectangle frame tool does. The window shade handle indicates that this can hold text, and that's why that is there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the circle, or the ellipse frame tool as it's appropriately called. We can simply draw an ellipse. It will also have these little handles indicating that it can hold text. We can also manipulate and change the fill and stroke of the circle just as we did the other one. Now you might wonder, at least on my choices, why my circle didn't fill with a color. Let's go ahead and take a look at what my choices were, and we'll talk about why that didn't occur. We're going to go back up to the element menu, choose fill and stroke. We had a fill of none and a color of none. If we change the fill to solid, but our color is still none, let's take a look at what that does. There's still no color. Let's go back up to the element menu, choose fill and stroke, and this time let's change the fill to solid and the color to blue, and then let's select OK. And now we will see that our shape will have blue. That's a solid fill. Now when we were working with lines, we held down the Shift key to constrain the line as we were editing or drawing. We can do the same thing when we're working with squares and circles. In fact, the Shift key is what is going to allow us to make a perfect circle or a perfect square. To do this, all we do is click on a shape, and your arrow tool is the tool that you should have selected. Click on the rectangle that we drew near the bottom of our screen, hold down your Shift key, and then click on one of the handles, the selection handles, and begin to resize the shape. You're going to notice that it snaps or constrains it to be a perfect square. Now remember, the key is that you absolutely have to let go of the mouse before you let go of the Shift key. Let's try that with one of our ovals. Click on one of your ovals, hold down the Shift key, click on one of the selection handles. You can either click on a corner or you can click on one of the middle ones. If you click on one of the middle ones, you're going to notice that it still converts it to a circle, but the shape reacts slightly different than if you click on a corner. Try both ways. Next, let's go ahead and just for practice, do this with the other shapes we've got on our screen. Hold down the Shift key, click on a handle, and then reshape the shape. Let's go ahead and do that with the square. Hold down the Shift key and begin to reshape, and you'll have a square. Now remember, to move an element on your screen, you simply click anywhere in the middle, especially if it already has a fill applied to it. You can do that. If it doesn't have a fill, then remember you need to click on the wireframe or the edge of the shape. It's important when you're changing the fill and stroke of a shape that you have the shape selected. There's another option that you can use in addition to that, is that you can change some of those preferences before you draw a shape, and then every shape that you draw after that will have that same fill and stroke. Let's take a look at that now. As we've already discussed, you can click on an item and then change the color and the fill and the stroke about that specific item. If you don't have an item selected and you make changes, this is what we're going to see how this can actually help us. We go to the element menu and we either change the fill right now or the stroke right now. We can also go into fill and stroke and make several choices within this window. Let's go ahead and change the fill to a solid. Let's try yellow. And we'll take the stroke of the line and leave it black, but let's change that to 2 points and select OK. We aren't going to see anything happen on our screen right now. What will happen is when we draw shapes from here on out. So if we go over to the tool palette and click on the square tool, and then we click and drag a square or a rectangle on our screen, we're going to see that it's filled with yellow and it has a 2-point border or a stroke around the edge. If we click on the rectangle frame tool and we repeat this, we're going to notice that it is also filled with yellow. So if you're needing to draw a shape that has a certain color and a certain fill repeatedly, it's certainly within your best interest to go up to the element menu and to modify the fill and stroke so that every shape that you draw in the future has those elements. And we'll try the circles just to show that they also are affected. And this time, try drawing a circle holding down the Shift key. You'll find that as you draw the shape, it automatically constrains it to be a perfect circle. You can also do this with any of the squares. In fact, you can do this with any of the drawing tools. Now let's say that we actually don't want our shapes to be drawn with yellow anymore. The next step that we would have to do is to turn that off. So let's go ahead and select our arrow tool again. And in doing so, we've deselected or unselected everything that's on our page. If we have an item selected, like the square or rectangle, then any changes that we make will affect just that particular item. If we don't have anything selected, any of the changes that we make to the fill and the stroke are going to affect items that we draw in the future. So to return this back to the way that it was, we're going to go to the element menu, choose fill and stroke, and change the fill from solid to none, and the color from yellow to none, and change the stroke from 2 points back to 1 point, and select OK. Let's test and make sure that this works. We're going to go over to the tool palette and select the rectangle tool, and this time we're going to draw a perfect square. Remember, to draw a perfect square, you hold down the Shift key. So I'm going to hold down the Shift key on my keyboard before I begin to draw a square, let go of the mouse, then let go of the Shift key, and I will have drawn a square. Notice it's not filled with yellow, nor does it have a 2-point stroke. It's also see-through, as we talked about earlier. So what I did is I went and changed to the arrow tool so that we can move this shape around. And you're going to see that as we move it over other items, it's transparent. There is no fill. The next thing that we're going to talk about is the polygon shape and many of the settings that we can use to manipulate that specific shape. Let's go ahead and take a look at that now. The polygon tool is located underneath the ellipse or the circle tool. And how you select it is just like you select any other tool. You simply click on it once, let go, and then move on to your page. Now the challenge for us is to find a place where we can actually draw the shape. Let's go ahead and use the pasteboard. To do so, we're going to move down to the bottom of our screen and take the scroll bar and move over a little bit. We're going to find that when we move back onto our screen, we still have the pointer, which is a plus sign, and we're still going to be able to draw the polygon. So we're simply going to click and drag, and we're going to end up with a polygon. This particular shape we can actually modify and make it look completely different than it looks now. To do this, all we have to do is go up to the element menu and choose polygon settings. This is going to open up a dialog box which is going to allow us to manipulate this shape. Let me move this box over just a little bit so that we can see what changes are made. We can also see this within the preview. So we're going to go ahead and change the number of sides. If you know the number of sides, you can simply enter that value in, or you can use the arrows on the scroll bar, or you can drag the scroll box itself. I think ending up with about 9 or 10 sides would be good. We can then also make a star out of it, and that's the next scroll bar down. So go ahead and start insetting some of the star, and you'll see what happens in the preview. And then you can select OK once you've gotten the shape to look the way that you want. And then you'll immediately see the changes on your screen. Now, one thing about PageMaker, if you haven't already noticed, is that the tool that we just got done using, if we go back over to the tool palette, the polygon tool is the one that we were just using and that we drew the shape with. It's also what is still selected. If you want to move a shape or manipulate the size of a shape, you will have to go back up to the arrow tool, as we've been doing, click on it once to select it. And in that process, everything becomes unselected. And then for us to change this specific item, or this polygon, we're going to have to click on it again. Remember that if we click in the middle of it, it's transparent, so it won't be selected. To change the color and the stroke of this particular shape is the same that we've been doing for the circles and the squares. We're going to go back up to the element menu and choose Fill and Stroke. And here we can make the changes that we want that will affect this polygon. And now we have a star that's filled with blue with a black border. Let's try drawing another polygon. This time we're going to use the polygon frame tool. And we're going to draw one right underneath the one that we just drew. Now this time I began drawing the shape, and you can see I'm manipulating and changing it right now. If you hold down the Shift key at any point during drawing the shape, you're going to be able to constrain it, and in turn this will keep it proportional, much like we did with the squares and the circles. Once we're done, we let go of the mouse, then we let go of the Shift key, and then it's business as usual. We go back to the element menu, choose polygon settings, and then manipulate the polygon based on what it is that we're looking for. And then select OK when you're done, and then your shape will now have those changes. Let's go back up to the element menu and then make some changes with the fill and stroke. And this time we have a much different looking shape, one because of the polygon settings, and two because of the fill and line choices that we made. Let's go back and select our arrow tool. And we'll go ahead and move that particular polygon on top of the polygon that we drew first, and kind of get a combination of both, which will give us a different shape. The next thing that we want to talk about is rotating graphics. To do so, you have to have the object that you want to rotate selected. This is obviously going to work better with squares or rectangles. Circles we're not going to see much of a rotation on, but let's go ahead and select one of the squares that we have on our screen. And then the rotation tool is the one that's directly under the arrow tool on the left-hand side of your tool palette. Click once on it, let go, and now you don't actually have to physically click on the shape to rotate it. It's already selected. All you have to do is click somewhere on your screen, and that's going to become the axis or the rotational point. You simply click, hold down, and before you begin to move your mouse a lot, what I'd encourage you to do is drag to your right. That's going to drag a handle. The longer the handle, the more control you're going to have. So as you begin to move your mouse, you'll see the shape move. If you take that handle and drag to your left, the thinner the handle, the more you're going to be able to spin the shape and the faster it's going to move. So when you're first beginning to use the rotational tool, I highly encourage a much longer handle. When you're done, you simply let go of the mouse, and then you'll see the shape as it's rotated. Let's try this again on a different shape. The first step, again, is to click on your arrow tool, and then click on your shape. The next step is to click on the rotational tool. Then you click anywhere on your screen. You can actually click on the shape itself, drag your handle to the right, and then rotate the shape. And we're going to use our scroll bars to move the screen over so that we can see the shape that we just rotated. The last thing that we can do is all of these squares that we've drawn have square corners. They're not rounded. There is an option to make those corners rounded, and we're going to go ahead and talk about that now. To do so, we first have to be able to select the shape. And to select the shape, we need to go back and get our arrow tool again. We're going to click on the arrow tool, click on one of our squares, and we have two choices about how we can change the roundness of the corners. The first choice is to go up to the element menu and choose rounded corners. Here we have several different choices, 6 to be specific. The top 3 aren't going to be as noticeable as the bottom 3. So let's go ahead and pick the middle bottom and select OK. And we're going to notice that the corners of our square have rounded. If you really can't see that, what you can do is change your view to something larger, and you'll see it in more detail. Let's go up to our View menu and go to the Zoom to and choose 200%. And then we'll scroll around a little bit, and then you'll be able to see the corners or the rounding of the corners in much more detail. Let's go ahead and talk about the second way that you can access the rounded corners dialog box. You can double-click on the rectangle tool itself, which will pull up the rounded corners. And we can choose a rounded corner and select OK. Now that didn't actually change the shape that we were on. What it did do, though, is change the roundness of the corners of the shape that we were to be drawing. So let's try that again. We're going to go back and get our arrow tool. We're going to double-click on the rectangle tool. It will pull up the rounded corner option, and we can choose the one that we're interested in, select OK, and then we can begin to draw our shape, which will automatically then have the rounded corners. Now if we want to manipulate the big yellow box that we had originally changed the corners on, let's go back to the arrow tool, click on the shape. Now remember, it's filled with a solid yellow, so we don't have to actually click on the edge. We can click in the middle of the shape and it will be selected. We can then go back to the element menu and choose rounded corner and pick something different if we wanted to. In this section, we talked in detail about which tools on your toolbar allow you to draw shapes and then how you manipulate those shapes once you've actually got them drawn. We've talked about rounded corners, polygon and polygon settings. We've also talked about the polygon frame tool, the rectangle frame tool, and the ellipse frame tool, and how they differ from their counterparts, the rectangle, the ellipse, and the polygon tool. In this next section, we're going to go ahead and discuss how we select multiple items on our page, how we can make changes to them, as well as how we can group them and work with them. We're zoomed in right now as we were focusing on the rounded corners, let's go ahead and change our view, which we can do by hitting the Control key and the 0 key on our keyboard, and it will zoom us out. We have many different shapes that we have drawn on our document. We've had much practice with selecting one shape. Now we want to get some practice on selecting multiple shapes. Let's go ahead and go over to the Tool palette and select the Arrow tool. We're going to talk about the different ways that you can select items on your page. The first way that we already know about is to simply click and select an item. You know it's selected by simply looking at the edges, and you'll see the selection handles show up. We also know that those selection handles themselves allow us to change and manipulate the size of the shape. We've talked about the Shift key allowing us to constrain the shape as we draw it to like a perfect square or perfect circle. That Shift key will also allow us to select more than one item at a time. So by continuing to hold down the Shift key on your keyboard, you can click on a circle and another square, and what's going to happen, if you haven't noticed, is that each item is now selected at the same time. With all three of these items selected, you can click in the middle or on any of these three items, hold down and drag, and you'll notice that all three items will move at one time. Now if you click off of those items, in white space for instance, you'll notice that they become unselected. And if you try to move the square, you will only move the square. You no longer have the circle or the blue square selected, so they won't move as well. The additional thing that you use to select multiple items for is to delete multiple items at the same time. To delete a single item, you simply click on it and you hit delete. To delete multiple items, you simply need to have multiple items selected. So let's click on our line and our other square or rectangle, and remember that this particular rectangle isn't filled with a color or a pattern. So in order for us to select it, we have to click on the wireframe or the edge of it. Now what I just did is I unselected an item by continuing to hold down the Shift key and clicking on it. If for some reason I had selected an item that I really didn't want added to the selection, I can unselect it and then move on to the one that I am interested in. At this point, we want to delete both of those items, so we'll go ahead and hit the delete key. We'll delete the wireframe rectangle, and we will delete the other wireframe square that we drew. One of the things that we do have over here on the pasteboard is that polygon. In fact, the two polygons that we were working on. We moved one on top of the other. If we click on the center one and drag, we're moving only that individual polygon. If you want to select both polygons, we know that we can hold down the Shift key and select both polygons. And then when we move, they both move. Now, if every time we want to move the polygon, we always have to select both items, that can become tiresome. To prevent that, what we can do is group them. We find that option or feature under the Element menu, and we select Group. Once we do that, the items are considered one, and now if we deselect and then we click on one of the items and we move, they both move. If we size the item, they both size. This is a nice feature if you've created an element and you always want to move all pieces of that element at the same time. Let's repeat this with these two circles that we have. We'll take one circle and move it on top of the other circle, and then we'll select both circles and group them. Now they're considered one element, and we can manipulate both of them at the same time. If we go back up to the Element menu and we choose Fill and Stroke, we're going to notice that many of the options are blank. The reason they're blank is because each of these circles has a different stroke and a different line. They have a different fill and a different stroke. If we want to make both of them be exactly the same, then we can modify one of these choices. And once we do that and select OK, both of the items will both be filled with blue. We can modify the stroke the same way, and we can make the shapes have the identical same color. Now if we did that, we wouldn't see the shapes on top of one another. So probably want to keep the tints a little bit different if you're going to be working on the same color. The next thing that we want to do is talk about a second way to select more than one item at a time. To do this, I'm going to recenter our document within our window, and then we're going to talk about what's called the selection box technique. The selection box technique requires no tool other than the arrow tool to be selected, and all you do is you simply click in a white area outside of whatever it is that you want to have selected, and you drag. You're going to get a dashed or a marqueed or a marching ant line. Many people call it many different things. Whatever you completely surround is what will become selected. So when I let go, I had completely surrounded this square and this circle, and so consequently both became selected. At this point, with both items selected, I can move and manipulate those two items. If I want to add yet a third item, I can go back to the technique that we just learned, which is called the click, shift, click technique, which means that you click on an item, you hold down the shift key, and then you click on another item, and you repeat that for as many items that you want to select. In this particular case, we already have 2 items selected, so we hold down the shift key, click on the third item, and now all 3 are selected, and we can move or manipulate all 3 elements. Now if we adjust the selection handle or manipulate the shape of one item, unless they're grouped, it will only manipulate just that one item. Unlike the polygon that we had grouped, and when we manipulate or change the size, we manipulate both items. The next thing that we want to talk about is when you're dragging an item, you have 2 different ways that you can drag it, or 2 different views that you'll see when you do drag it. If you click on the circle and you immediately begin to move it, you're going to get a box or an outline. And then when you let go, you'll see the circle. If you click on an item and hold down and just pause before you begin to move it, you'll actually see the whole shape move. Let's try that again. If we click on our line and immediately begin to move it, we're going to get the representation of a box for where the line's eventually going to be. If we click on the line again and wait just a brief moment before we begin to move it, we'll actually be moving the line. This will help you get a clearer idea of exactly where you want the line before you let go. We've talked about selecting items. Once we have items selected, we have an option called lock. We can lock an item so that we no longer can move it. Let's go ahead and talk about that and see how we can use it. Once you have an item exactly where you want it, you can lock it, which means that you won't be able to move it unless you unlock it, which is kind of helpful when you're either 1, beginning, or 2, if you're working on a document with somebody else, or 3, when you simply just accidentally move things over your screen, which I do frequently all the time. How you do it is you simply select whatever it is that you want to lock. So let's say we want to keep these 3 elements in that exact same place. We have all 3 items selected. We go up to the element menu and we choose lock position. You won't see anything happen necessarily, but what you will notice is that when you go to select the item to move it, you're going to see a padlock. And we also cannot manipulate the shape. So you can try it on all 3 shapes, and you're going to notice that not any of the 3 can you move. Now let's say you do get to the point where you do want to have an item move again. All you have to do is go back up to the element menu and select unlock. And then you'll gain access to that shape just as you originally had, and you can modify the shape as well as the location. Now we've talked about locking and unlocking an item, and down here on the polygons we talked about grouping them, but we didn't actually discuss ungrouping them. So let's go ahead and click on those 2 polygons and talk about ungrouping them. To do so, we go up to the element menu and we select ungroup. It will return these 2 items back to each individual, and we can select one polygon and move it independently from the other polygon. And if we wanted to return it back to a group again, we would simply put the polygon in place. And when you're moving an item, one trick that we haven't talked about is the arrow keys on your keyboard. Once you get an item either fairly close to where you want it, or maybe you're just tired of using the mouse, you can use the arrow keys on your keyboard to manipulate the location of that item or that object. Once you get it in place, I find that I'll get an item in the general place and then use the arrow keys on my keyboard to fine-tune it. After that, we can use the selection box if that's what we're comfortable with. Select both items. We can hold down the Control key on our keyboard and hit the G key, which is the shortcut for group. And then once again, these items are grouped again. When you're moving an item across the screen, one of the things that we haven't talked about is that, in fact, this also happens with your mouse, you can actually see a little dotted line up on the rulers letting you know where you're at. And if you move your mouse slowly, you'll see those show up. If we click on an unlocked item, we're also going to see the boundaries or the edges of that shape show up on the ruler. This is going to allow us to accurately position an item on our page. Next, let's talk about how to select all of the items on our page, and then talk about some specifics of locking a shape and what you can and can't do. To select all of the items on your page at one time, you can either draw an enormous selection box, or you can simply go up to the Edit menu and choose Select All. This will select all of the items on your page. If for some reason you wanted to select all but one, you could then go to the Edit menu, choose Select All like we've done, and then hold down your Shift key and deselect the one item that you don't want selected. You can combine the selection techniques to give you the options to make sure that you have whatever it is that you would like to have selected. To unselect, remember, we just click off in a white area or the pasteboard. And let's talk about some of the locked items that we have on our page. Remember, to check and find out if an item is locked, we simply need to click on it, and if the padlock shows up, it's locked. We could also check and find out if it's locked by going to the Element menu, and if Unlock is the only option that shows up, then it's locked. You might wonder if you can change the fill and stroke of an item that's locked, and the answer is that yes, you can. All you have to do is select the item that's locked, go to the Fill and Stroke dialog box, change the fill to whatever it is that you'd like, and then change the stroke. The locking will only lock the position of your item, not the contents. In this section, we talked about drawing tools and the differences between those and the frame tools. We also talked about how you can change the fill and stroke of an object on your page. We also talked about selecting objects and the different ways that you can do those. In addition to that, we talked about locking objects that are on your screen. In this section, we're going to talk about the 3 different ways that you can get text onto your page. The first way is your text tool, the second way is the story editor, and the third way is importing text. To start this next section, let's go ahead and start with a blank document. To do so, we're going to close this particular document that we're working on. And at this point, I don't think saving changes is something that we need to do. So let's go ahead and select No. And then to start or open up a new document, all we need to do is go up to the File menu, select New, and then we'll undo the double-sided option. We'll leave the orientation as tall, and we'll change the margins back to, on the left side, 0.75. If you haven't already noticed, the Document Setup dialog box always comes in with the same options. It doesn't remember the previous settings that we had, so you're always going to get a fresh start. We'll go ahead and select K at this point, and we're going to have a blank document for us to work on. The next thing that we should do is maximize this particular window so we can gain the most space that we can. The next thing that we want to do is talk about the very first way that we get text onto our page, And to do that, we want to go ahead and access the text tool that's located on your tool palette. It's the tool that has the T on it. Click once on it to select it, and then move on to your page. You're going to notice that we get that I-beam. And there's two different ways that you can use the text tool. The first way is to simply click within your margins, and the margins are the blue lines that are running vertically on either side of your page, as well as the pink lines that are running horizontally. We've clicked once, and we can type in some text. But before we do that, what I would like to do is change the view of my screen so you can see the text as we type it. To do that, we simply go up to the View menu, and we select Actual Size. And then we're going to begin to type the text that you see on your screen. And then we'll fix some mistakes after we get done. For instance, I made some mistakes when I was typing and didn't include spaces. And actually, I didn't include a period at the end, so we'll add that in first. And then we'll use the I-beam and position it between the H and the A. Once you've moved it there, you click, and then the insertion point will move between those two characters. I then will hit the space bar, and it will allow me to add a space between those. If you continue on, I can use my arrow keys and move the insertion point over one letter at a time until I get between the comma and the F, where I have, once again, I'm lacking a space. So go ahead and add that space in now. I'm going to use the scroll bars located at the bottom of the screen to move this window over so that I can see the beginning of my text. Now to see the text block itself, we want to go ahead and click on the arrow tool and then click on the text block. You're going to notice that you get selection handles, and if we were to see the other side, we'd see selection handles on each corner, as well as we're seeing the window shades that are above the word they on my screen. Let's go ahead and go over to the right side of the text, and we'll see the selection handles on the right side. These selection handles work much like the shapes that we just got done manipulating. We can click on them and drag, and we'll modify the shape of the text box. Now if we want to move the text box to a different location, we simply click on the text and move it. You can click on the window shade and drag up, and that will simply move the top of the box up and the bottom will follow. The next way to get text onto our page using the text tool is to first select the text tool and then to click and drag a box. Not a rectangle, but a box using the text tool, and then let go. This will set up the boundaries of the text, and then we'll repeat the text that we had previously typed. And you'll notice that as you type, the margins are going to be a little bit narrower, so the text is going to wrap. You do not need to press the return key at the end of each line. The computer will automatically wrap the type. We can go back and get our selection tool or the arrow tool and click on the text, and we're going to notice that the selection handles are in a narrower location, indicating the box is narrower. We can also change the dimensions of the box by simply clicking on any of the selection handles and clicking and dragging. We're going to move that second box out of the way, and we're going to modify the top box, and we're going to reduce the margins. Now I've reduced it to the point where we're getting only about 3 or 4 words per line. And in doing this, I also caused the remainder of the lines to not show up. You can see that as indicated by this red upside down arrow or triangle located in the bottom of the window shade, or in the middle of the window shade at the bottom. All you have to do to see the remaining part of the text is to click down and hold down, remember to hold, and drag. Now let's go ahead and shorten that back up again, which will give us the red mark again. Now if you accidentally clicked once you probably got an icon that looked like this. This particular icon is called the Manual Flow Loaded Text icon. This means that any of the text that we couldn't see in the previous story has gotten loaded up into the cursor and we could click and place it again. If you accidentally get this icon, it's actually very easy to return things back to the way that they were. All you do is go back over to the tool palette, click on the tool palette, and when you move back onto the screen, you're going to notice that you now have the pointer tool again. Any of the text that you had quote unquote picked up is now returned back into its original location. And you can see that by simply clicking and dragging down, and you're going to see that all the text shows up. Now let's say you wanted to do that intentionally. All you have to do is we're going to shorten that again, and we're going to pick up the remaining lines of text that we can't see. And then we're going to go over an area to the right, and we have two choices. We can click and drag a box, and the remaining amount of text will now be in a separate text box. And let's go ahead and go back to the first text box. We're going to click on the plus sign that's in the window shade at the bottom and expand that all the way open, which will in turn take all the text that was over on the right and return it back into the text, into the original text box that we had originally split it from. And to set this example back up again, we're going to take that window shade, move it up, we're going to pick up the rest of that text, and then we have the second choice of how to place this text, and that's to simply click. It will create a text box that is the width of the margins. We can once again click on the original text box, drag it open, and if you don't get it all the way, just continue to drag it again, and all the text will reflow. And in fact, if we go up to the Edit menu and choose Select All to select all of the elements on our page, we'll notice that we still have only those two text boxes that we originally started with. Let's set this up one more time. We're going to click in some white area to deselect the text boxes, click on the original text box, reduce the size, pick up the remaining text, and then draw another text box, and we'll see both pieces. Now what I want you to do is hold down your Shift key on your keyboard and click on the first text box. This will allow us to view both text boxes at the same time. What I want to show you is that the plus sign located in the bottom part of the window shade, there's also a plus sign located in the top part of the window shade on the second text box. This is indicating that the text is linked or continued to another text box. The plus sign will go away once all of the text is flowed back into the original box. Notice now both are empty. To save ourselves some time, let's go ahead and copy the text that's within our text block so that we don't have to constantly be retyping it. To select all the text, all we have to do is click on the text tool located on your tool palette and then click and drag over the text, and you will then highlight it. To copy it, all you have to do is go to the Edit menu and choose Copy. And then what we want to do is go back to the arrow tool, click on it once, which will unselect everything that we have on our page. The next place that we would like to go is to the Edit menu and choose Edit Story. The Edit Story window is like a little mini word processor that's the inside of PageMaker. Let's go ahead and take a look at that now. The Edit Story window, which we accessed by going to the Edit menu and choosing Edit Story, allows us to type in some text and then place it onto our document. It also allows us to take text that's existing in our document and edit it. To paste or to use that text that we had copied back in the document, all we need to do is go to the Edit menu and choose Paste. And at this point, we could go through and modify this if we would like. So we can say amused all the time, because we all make mistakes. What we want to do is close out of the Edit Story window, and we can do that by either double-clicking over here on the icon that's to the left of the File menu, or clicking over here on the X on the right-hand side. Either way, once we do that, PageMaker is going to give us a message. It's going to say the story has not been placed, meaning that the text that we see here wasn't typed in the original document. So to place it or make it appear in the original document, we're going to go ahead and click on Place. And then we're going to get that, what is called that manual flow text loaded icon, and we can click and drag a box, and the text that we had edited and changed within the Edit Story window is now going to appear within this box. Let's go ahead and get rid of the other text that's on our page. Remember, we just simply click on it and hit delete. This is the text that we had created or modified within the Edit Story window. To return back to the Edit Story window, we can either, one, have this text box selected, go to the Edit menu, and choose Edit Story, and then modify at will. Or we can, with the arrow tool selected, triple click on this text, which will automatically take us into the Edit Story window at that time. Some of the things within the Edit Story window that are very helpful are some of the utilities that we have available, like spelling, finding and changing items. We can display paragraphs if we go to the Story menu, and that allows us to see spaces. If you look closely between your words, you're going to see little dots. Those little dots aren't periods or dashes. What they are is little indicators indicating that there is a space there. If we go ahead and add a couple spaces in between a word, we're going to see that we have 3 spaces. This is a good way to check to make sure that you haven't accidentally added additional spaces without intentionally meaning to do so. The next thing within the Edit Story window is we can actually flip-flop between the Edit Story and the Edit Layout. We do that by going to the Edit menu and choosing Edit Layout, which will return us back to the document and allow us to edit the text within the actual framework of the document. Let's go ahead and enter in a misspelled word and do a spell check. We can laugh fondly. Fondly is not a word. Let's go ahead and make sure that we can't spell check from within our document. And you'll notice that spelling is grayed out, meaning that it's not available to us within this particular view. However, if we do go into the Edit Story window, we'll see that it is available to us. We go back up to the Utilities and check and select Spelling. From here, we have some choices that we can make. We can choose to see alternate spellings, meaning if it finds a word that's misspelled, it will give us some choices. The next thing that we can choose to see is duplicate words, if, for instance, you've accidentally typed one word twice. If we have what's called a book, we can check all of the publications in that book, which is many different documents put together, or we can choose to select or search just the current document that we're in. We'll discuss this in a later tape. We can also choose to search the current story, meaning just this particular text box, or we can choose to check all of the text boxes that are located in our document. For this particular time, we only have one story, so it wouldn't make a difference if we had all stories or current stories selected. So either one's going to work just fine. If we then click on the Start button, we'll then find, or PageMaker will go through and check the spelling, and it's going to find that word fondly, which actually should be fondly. And then we'll select Replace. And we'll notice that the word was highlighted that it had found that was misspelled, and then we also get to see the changes made once we selected Replace. We can then close the spelling by simply clicking on the X. Now, to get out of the Edit Story window, we can either click on the icon to the left of File, the X on the right-hand side, or go to the Edit menu and choose Edit Layout. We've talked about 2 ways of getting text onto our page, using the text tool and the story editor. The third way we need to talk about is placing text. Let's take a look at that now. Before we begin to place text, we need to take the files that are on the disk that came with the video and move them inside of the training folder that we created a little while ago. To do this, we simply want to minimize the PageMaker application, and we're going to do that by clicking on the Minimize button located at the top right-hand side of your screen. Click once, and it will collapse the application. I've already opened up the floppy information. You can do this by opening up My Computer and then double-clicking on the floppy drive, which should show you the contents of what's located on the floppy. Let me go ahead and close this other one. Now the next step is to find the training folder. To do that, we need to go back to My Computer, double-click and open that up, open up the C drive, and then inside of the C drive is the training folder. And just for the sake of keeping things neat, let's go ahead and close the My Computer window, and we'll move these two folders side by side. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to select all 4 of the items that are on our floppy disk. And actually the technique that we just got done using is the same technique that we use in PageMaker for a selection box. You simply click in some white space and drag, and it will select the items that you touch. And in PageMaker you need to completely surround them. Once you have them selected, you can click on them once and drag them into the training folder, and you'll see a copy screen that will show up as the items are copying from the floppy drive to your training folder. And then the copy is complete. To return back to PageMaker, we simply go activate the taskbar at the bottom of the screen, and we click on the Adobe PageMaker icon. This will open PageMaker back up and return us back to where we were. Now to place an item, we simply go to the File menu and select Place. The next task will be to find the item that we want to place. It's bringing us into the training folder that we had originally created, and it's also where we had saved the invoice that we had created when we were first learning about templates. Inside of the beginning folder is some text that we want to place. Let's go ahead and place the IUA text. It's going to bring up the text filter. At this point, there are no changes that need to be made, and we'll select OK. Notice the icon that we're getting is similar, and we've already seen this one before. Remember, the 2 ways that we get text onto our page is by simply clicking and dragging a box, and if we collapse that, and I pick that text up again, I can click it once and it will display a text box that's the width of the margins, and it will also show me all the text that I had just recently picked up to place. In this section, we talked about the 3 different ways to get text onto our page. The first way was the text tool. The second was the story editor. And the third way was using the place command. In this section, we're going to talk about simple paragraph formatting. We have 2 text boxes on our page. And oftentimes, after the text has either been typed or placed, you have the desire, or you would like to, change some of the way the text appears. Something maybe about the font, or maybe bolding or italicizing something. So let's go ahead and talk about how you do that. The first step is to click on the text tool on your tool palette. The second is to be able to select the text that you want to change or manipulate. So let's move to the text box at the top left-hand corner of our screen, and we'll highlight the word lesson. To manipulate or change something about this text, we'll go to the Type menu, and we'll see that we have many different choices. One of those is the font. And PageMaker 6.5 has set up the font menu a little bit different than you're probably used to. They have a more pull-down menu at the top of your font list, which will allow you to access your list of fonts. The next thing is to simply choose the one that you want. Arial Black is a nice, bold font. It may not be appropriate for what you're looking for. So if that's the case, you simply need to go back and continue to make the selections until you find the one that you'd like. The next thing that you might want to do is to change the size of the font. In this case, let's go ahead and select everything within our story, which we did by simply clicking and dragging. And we'll go to the Type menu, select Size, and we can see that the size that it's currently set to is 12. We might want to make it 24, which will certainly make it larger. Now at this point, our 2 text boxes are overlapping. Let's go back and get our arrow tool click on the second box and change the width. Remember, you do that by simply clicking on the selection handle and dragging. Next, we can click back on the original text box that we were modifying, go back to our text tool, and at this point, select the word blessed, and let's see if we can't find a font that's a little bit more appropriate. Remember to use that more at the top. Let's go to the nuptial script. That's probably going to be a lot more scripty, more appropriate. If for some reason we wanted blessed to be on its very own line, we can put the insertion point between the D, the space, and the A, and hit the return key, which will force the text to move to the next line. The next option that we want to explore is let's take a look up at our type menu and see what other choices we have available. We have something called leading, which allows us to manipulate the space in between the lines of a paragraph. We have type style, which allows us to modify the bold, italic, underline, strike through, reverse. We have tracking, which is how the characters relate to one another. In other words, the space in between the characters. We have horizontal scale, which allows us to change the physical size of characters, the width of the characters. And then we have a lot of these choices wrapped up into dialog boxes. This is what the character allows us to do. In the character specifications, we'll be able to change the font, the size, the leading, horizontal scale, color of the text, tint of the text, and a lot of different options all in one spot. Let's select OK just to simply cancel out of this window. Let's go ahead and try making a couple of these changes on some of the text. Now remember, anything that you want to change needs to be selected. So consequently, if we want to change the word laugh, maybe we want to bold that, we need to select the word laugh. Now the way that I just did that was by clicking and dragging over the word. The other way that you can do it is by double-clicking on the word. You then go up to the type menu, select type style, and choose bold. And the text will now be bolded. If we want to italicize it, we simply need to go back up to the type menu and select italic. Now if we wanted to do more than one style change, we might want to choose the character dialog box and make a couple choices down here under type style. We can then select OK, and those multiple changes will happen at one time, saving us multiple trips to the type menu. Now, another technique for selecting text, which I want to use over here on the second text box, is called the click-shift-click technique. We learned about this in the objects, right? When you got the arrow tool, you held down your shift key, and you clicked on multiple items. Something kind of similar here on your text. You click once at the beginning of the text that you want to select, you hold down the shift key, and then you click at the end, and it will allow you to select a block of text. This is very effective if you want to select multiple pages of text within a word processing document. It's also very effective if you want to select a couple lines of text and you don't want to waste your time by clicking and dragging. With Investments Unlimited of America selected, we can make that italic by simply going up to the type menu, choosing type style, and choosing italic. While we're in this paragraph, we can also adjust the space in between the lines by manipulating the leading. We do that by going up to the type menu and selecting leading. And auto is defined as 120% of your font size. So if your font is 12, your leading automatically would be 14. So what we would want to do is if we know that our font is 12, then our leading, if we want to increase the space, should be higher. So let's choose 18. And you'll notice that there was only a slight shift in the amount of space in between the lines of this paragraph. Let's go ahead and do that again, this time choosing a value larger than 18, 24. And we're going to notice that the text is now increasing, or the width between the text is increasing. Now some of the text is not visible anymore, and that's because we've changed the amount of space that the text takes up within the box, but the box itself hasn't increased. So to work with that, we simply need to click on the arrow tool, click on the text, and drag down. Now what has actually happened is the space in between the first line and the second line is all that was impacted by our leading change. To impact everything within the story, we need to select all of it. So let's go ahead and do that. Remember, we can either click and drag or select all. And select all is going to be found up under the Edit menu, and then choose Select All. Now if we go back to the Type menu and choose Leading, we're not going to see a check mark next to any of the options, and that's because we have mixed leading within our paragraph. So let's go ahead and choose 14. We're not going to see a big difference. Let's go back up here and choose 24. And you're going to see a much more significant change to the amount of space in between the lines of the paragraph. So if you want to change just one line, or the space between one line and another line, you simply select any part of that one line and change the leading. And it will impact the space between that line and the next. If you want to impact everything within a story, you select all, you go back up to the Type menu, choose Leading, and then choose a value, and it will affect all lines within your paragraphs. The next thing that we want to take a look at for the simple formatting of our paragraph is let's return back to the Type menu and take a look at the Paragraph dialog box. Here we can choose to indent the text on its left edge, the first line of a paragraph, or the right edge. For simple editing, we might want to just indent the whole left side by 1/4 of an inch, and then select OK. What we're going to notice is that this particular paragraph got moved over by 1/4 of an inch, but Blessed didn't. I don't know if you remember, but Blessed actually has a return after it, which makes it a separate paragraph from the text down here. We can actually see this in the Edit Story window, so let's go ahead and click on our arrow tool, triple click on our story, which allows us to go into the Edit Story window, display our paragraphs, and you're going to see that there is a paragraph or a return mark after Blessed, and that's what's allowing this paragraph to be differently formatted from the Blessed paragraph. We can close the Edit Story, and we can see how that got changed. Now over here on our paragraph to the right, a lot of times when you're using a typewriter, you'll hit the Tab key when you begin to type a paragraph. You don't necessarily have to do that anymore. What we want to do now is actually go to the Edit menu and select all of our text and go back to the Type menu, and this time go to Paragraph just like we were, but within the paragraph, instead of changing the left indent, what we're going to do is we're going to enter in a value for the first indent, which is actually only going to indent the first line within a paragraph. Let's select OK and see what that looks like. So instead of having to hit your Tab key at the beginning of typing the paragraph, you can go into the paragraph formats, enter in a value for the first line, and that's going to allow you to indent the first line of each paragraph that you have selected. Remember that anything that you get selected gets changed, but if you don't have it selected, it won't get changed. Let me show you an example of this. Because paragraph formatting affects the whole paragraph, it doesn't make a difference where you are within the paragraph. As long as you're within a paragraph, it will get changed. If we go to the Type menu and we choose Paragraph, and then we modify the first line value to maybe 1/2 inch and select OK, we're going to notice that this paragraph is now different from the bottom paragraph. And that's because this paragraph was selected, and it was selected by default because we were in the paragraph. But the second paragraph we weren't in, we didn't have selected, so it consequently did not get changed. If we want to change everything back to the way that it was, we can select all, go back to the Type menu, choose Paragraph, and this time the first line value for the indent is going to be blank. The reason is because one paragraph is different than the other. If we enter in a value of 0.25, we'll override the choices for both and return both of them to 1/4 of an inch. In this section, we talked about how to format a paragraph. We talked about how you italicize and how you bold things, as well as how you manipulate the indents of a paragraph. In this last section, we're going to go ahead and combine the elements that we've learned throughout the video. We're going to take an object and put it with some text. As we discussed, in this section we're going to take an object and combine it with some text. To do this, let's go ahead and start with a clean slate. To do so, let's go ahead and close the document that we're working on. And actually, before we close it, let's go ahead and do a save or a save as. If a document doesn't have a title already, you can use save or save as interchangeably. Once you've given the document a name, though, you'll want to continue to do a save to simply update the document. We'll call the document text samples or text sample. We'll make sure that we're in the training folder and we'll select save. Then we'll go to the file menu and select close. The next step is to simply open up a blank document. We can do that by going to the file menu and selecting new, turning off double-sided, and let's adjust the margins back to 0.75 and select OK. And now we have an overview of the document. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and combine a graphic with some text. First step is to draw the graphic. Go ahead and draw a box that takes up about the top half of your page. And let's go ahead and take the box and fill it with a solid black. The next step is to take some text and put it over the box. Now we're going to draw a text box over the black box. This will ultimately be called a reversed box. The next step is to type the text, but if I hit a character on my keyboard, we're going to notice that we can't see the text on our page. So what we need to do is go to the View menu and try maybe actual size. We're still not going to be able to see the character that we just typed. So what we need to do is we need to go to the Type menu, choose Character, and in the character we have the choice of changing the color of the font. Let's change it to white, which is going to be the equivalent of paper, and select OK. Now we should be able to see the T. Okay, so we have the T, and when you make something or change the color of the text to white, basically what you're doing is reversing it. So if we select reverse from the type style, it's in essence doing the same thing. So we can type in some text and say this is a reversed text box. Put an exclamation mark. And if we zoom out by going to our View menu and select Zoom Out, that may not zoom us out enough, so we may want to go back to the View menu and select Fit in Window. We'll highlight the text, and right now the text is a gray bar, which is the equivalent of Greeking. The computer does that because it can't display the text at the size that our window is, as well as the size of what the text is. So it just converts it to a gray bar. The text is still there. If we go to the Type menu and choose Size, we can then make the text larger, and 48 points probably wouldn't be bad. And we can see this is a reverse text box. One more additional thing that we can do with respect to paragraph formatting is to align the text. So we can center it by going to Alignment and choosing Align Center. We can then actually click on the physical text box and move it down. That is a combination of an object with some text. In this section, we talked about combining objects and text. In this tape, we talked about how you get started with page making, the elements that are on your screen, how you use help, the tools on the tool palette, how you work with shapes, how you modify your views, how you enter and manipulate text, how you work with a story editor, how you do simple paragraph formatting, and how you combine text and graphics. In the next section, we're going to talk about importing graphics, advanced paragraph formatting, styles, and much more. I really appreciate you joining us for this video. I'm Carrie Lynn, and I look forward to seeing you on the next one.
We hope you've enjoyed this training session and, more importantly, increased your knowledge and productivity. Keystone Learning Systems offers hundreds of courses including MS Office, Novell Perfect Office, NetWare, Lotus Smart Suite, Lotus Notes, Power Builder, Corel Draw, PageMaker, and many, many more. Each is designed to accelerate your learning curve and increase your productivity. Each makes a nice addition to your computer training library. Call us today if you have any additional questions or would like to place an order. Our phone number in the United States and Canada is 1-800-748-4838. And if you're calling from somewhere else in the world, please dial 801-375-8680. Thank you.
Any reproduction of this training video, in part or in whole, is unlawful and strictly prohibited without the prior written consent of VIA Graphics Corporation. Included with your videotape is the course index. This contains reference numbers which will allow you to quickly access sections and topics with ease. In order to use this, you should reset the counter on your VCR to 0 now.
The Teach Yourself series from VIA Graphics, designed to teach you to use your computer the fast and easy way.
I'm David Cooper, along with Jessica Renslow.
Windows 95 was a real improvement on Windows 3.1. Using Windows 95 made accessing our programs and documents much easier and integrating the internet better than ever before.
Those of us who have become accustomed to using Windows 95 are about to find out how much easier Windows 98 is. But even if you never upgraded to Windows 95 and will be making the switch from Windows 3.1 to Windows 98, you are in for a pleasant surprise.
With Windows 98, we're going to see internet integration like never before. We can boldly claim that taking a look at what Windows 98 has to offer is nothing short of exciting.
In this tutorial, we'll look at the Windows 98 desktop to see what's different, and we'll check out the icon highlighting and single-click launching.
We'll see how Windows 98 integrates the internet like nothing else before, as well as the new power managing features of Windows 98. We've made a default installation of Windows 98 to our PC. For this tutorial, you have the option of following along with us or just watching and enjoying the ride.
We'll get started by giving you a sneak peek at the newest technology on the market to help you prepare to use it.
One of the many improvements of Windows 98 is its power management. One benefit of this power management is its dramatic decrease in startup time.
When restarting Windows, we'll be pleasantly surprised to find that it only takes a few seconds. In addition, any programs that were left open when we choose to restart the computer will be restored within those few seconds.
Another advantage to this power management is more powerful multitasking. With the necessary hardware upgrades and few advanced settings, we can multitask using more than one monitor.
This means that if we want to see more than one of the applications running at the same time, we can, by attaching more than one monitor to our hard drive. Now that's powerful.
We haven't yet updated our computer to show you some of the power features, and it's probable that the average person won't be hooking up to more than one monitor for their computer.
But everyone can enjoy the faster starting Windows 98. Although we need special additions to our computer for the ultra-fast startup, ordinary people will still notice an improvement in startup speed. We've already started our computer and are looking at the Windows 98 desktop. Right away, we can see a difference from the Windows 95 desktop. There are several more shortcuts placed on the desktop by default, and on the right side of the window is a long tool palette. Depending on the extras you install with Windows 98, you may have even more to see.
Windows 98 gives us the option of double-clicking shortcut icons to select them in a traditional way or using a single-click method.
Those of us who were previously using Windows 95 will probably find this to be a big improvement once we get used to the difference.
As we think more about how Windows 95 functioned, we know that the shortcut icons were not automatically highlighted when we placed the mouse pointer over them.
In order to select an icon, we'd have to click it once. To open the application or file symbolized, we had to double-click on the shortcut.
With Windows 98, we can say goodbye to double-clicking the desktop icons because Windows 98 has the option of being web-based.
We're going to take a moment and show how Windows 98 uses single clicking. This will involve adjusting some settings. We're going to demonstrate without a great deal of explanation, so please refer to the Learning Windows 98 tutorials for more detailed lessons. Depending on the settings of our desktop, we may or may not have the single-click launching activated. To activate this, we choose the My Computer icon, then the View menu. From this menu, we select the bottom command, which is Folder Options. The Folder Options dialog box now appears. With the General tab selected, we see options for the Windows Desktop Update. Notice that we can use the Web Style, which makes our computer look and act like the World Wide Web. Classic Style, which makes our computer default to classic Windows settings. Or Custom Base Settings, which acts like a I choose none of the above sort of setting, so we make up the way we want things to look ourselves. Right now, Classic is selected, and a preview of it appears in the box above. To show the single-click feature, we'll click the radio dial beside Web Style. Notice that the preview box above now reflects this style. When we choose Custom Style, the preview readjusts. For our purposes, we'll select Web Style, then press Enter. Now we can close the My Computer window by clicking its Close button. Right away we notice the difference between using Windows 95's traditional methods for selecting and the single-click method. First of all, the titles of the shortcut icons are all white and underlined. This shows us that each icon is already part selected, so that instead of needing to double-click one to open it, as we did using the traditional Windows method, we can simply click once. Notice that by clicking the recycle bin one time, its window opens. Now to close the window, we'll click the Close button. But before clicking it, notice how tooltips for the buttons appear. This is a nice improvement over Windows 95. This single-click method may take a little getting used to at first, but after a little use, it's very likely to become the preferred practice. If you've been running Windows 98 along with us through our discussions, you may have noticed the monitor automatically began power saving and shut off.
This is an advantage many people had the option of setting with Windows 95, but Windows 98 does a better job of letting us know the feature is actually there because it is selected automatically.
To see where we set this power saving feature for our monitor, we click the Start button, go to Settings, then the Control Panel. We can also use the Control Panel icon on the desktop to access the Control Panel. Before we select this option, this is a good time for us to notice the new options available in this flyout menu. The Control Panel and Printers options were always available in Windows 95, but the Taskbar and Start menu options were only available for the Taskbar in Windows 95. In addition, the Folders and Icons, Active Desktop, and Windows Update options are all brand new for Windows 98. In fact, if we highlight the Active Desktop option, we will find the settings we can choose for the desktop. They are the same options we just used when setting our desktop for the web style. This flyout menu confirms that we are using the web style by adding a check mark beside the style. If we were to look at the other startup commands, we'd find each flyout is updated for Windows 98. But we won't look at them right now. Instead, let's choose the Control Panel option. The Control Panel window now appears. If this window is its restored size, we can click the Maximize button. This gives us a good look at Windows 98's new features. The game controller, power management, telephony, and users are all new. And of course, anyone having additions to their system will see other specialized folders. For this exercise, we want to select power management. Since we're using the web style, this only requires one click of our mouse. With the Power Schemes tab selected, we see the Power Schemes is always on. At the bottom of this dialog box are two more options. One is to turn off monitor, and the other is to turn off hard disks. Because the turn off monitor option is set for 15 minutes, our Windows 98 will automatically conserve the power on our monitor if we don't perform any actions for 15 minutes. The only exception is if our monitor does not offer this technology. In that case, the monitor would not automatically shut off. By clicking the drop-down arrow for Turn Off Monitor, we see there are several time frames to choose from, ranging from after 1 minute to after 5 hours or never. We'll keep 15 minutes selected here by clicking the drop-down arrow again. Now that we understand why our monitor may have shut off, we can press Enter. Then close the control panel window.
When our monitor shuts off, it looks as if it were actually turned off because the screen becomes black. To revive our monitor, all we have to do is to move our mouse or press a key as we would when a screensaver is in use.
As we see, the screen has shut off itself, but we can revive it by just moving our mouse. The window now returns to normal. While we're here, let's do one more thing. We want to look at the Start menu one more time to show the new commands. When we click Start, we immediately notice a few changes. First of all, the Favorites folder is added here for easy access. In addition, the top of the menu offers commands to create a new Office document, open an Office document, or open the Windows Update for more information. You can learn how to create a variety of new Office documents by watching our Learning Office 98 tutorials, which will be available in 1998. Now we'll open some of the commands of the Start menu to point out new commands here, starting with Favorites. This folder offers a quick way to access our favorite places. This can be a website or somewhere on our hard drive. We see default favorites including channels, cool sites, links, Microsoft software and service, software updates, Internet Explorer 4 components, My Documents, and the Windows Update. There are flyout menus with more choices on many of these. Now we'll select the Documents folder. This is the same setup in Windows 98 as it was in Windows 95. The documents that are listed here depend on what files we have most recently opened, in addition to the README file. Because we haven't created or opened any folders yet, there are not any here. We've already looked at Settings, so we'll highlight Find. There are new commands here as well. They include using Microsoft Outlook, on the Internet, and People. Again and again, we will find that Windows 98 does a great job of integrating the Internet. Now that we've taken a look at the new commands in the Start menu, we can close it.
You may pause the tape now to practice on your computer.
Let's review what we covered in this chapter. We learned about Windows 98's new power management, and we saw how Windows 98's new icon highlighting works.
We demonstrated the difference between the single-click and traditional double-click methods by changing our desktop setting to web style.
And finally, we showed the power management feature of monitor shutdown. The reason Windows 98 is so much more web-based is because of how the Internet Explorer's web browsing advantages have been integrated with it.
With Windows 98, we have the advantage of linking to the Internet from anywhere on our computer. To get the most out of Windows 98, please make sure that you have internet access.
Some of the cool things we can do include being able to access the internet through web channels on our desktop and make subscriptions to sites. The links bar on our desktop is also customizable, and we can add an Explorer bar.
Another advantage is a Content Advisor, which helps us with security zones for safe web browsing.
As we look at the Windows 98 desktop, we see the first signs of this web integration. Of course, we see the Quick Launch toolbar across the top as we did in Windows 95, but there is a new toolbar as well. This Links toolbar offers us shortcuts to a variety of websites, so we can access them without needing to open our browser first. When we pass the pointer over links, we see the tips about the link appear automatically. There are shortcuts that take us to Pointcast News, Warner Brothers Entertainment, Disney Entertainment, NBC News, the Microsoft Network, Lifestyles and Travel, Entertainment, Business, Sports, News and Technology, as well as the Microsoft Channel Guide. These links are all to the Internet, so we must have Internet access to use them. Since we happen to be on a network, we'll click the Entertainment link. The Internet Explorer 4 window appears. From here we can see more about AudioNet, Hollywood, or the comics. To see the Hollywood information, we'll click its tab. The left side of the window immediately updates with more hyperlink channels, and Hollywood stars' names begin flashing on the right. What we are looking at is a pretty cool advertisement that is beckoning us to subscribe to the entertainment channel. To subscribe, we simply click the Add to Channels button. Notice that when we move the pointer over here, the channels that did appear on the left of the window slide out of sight. Since we aren't going to subscribe at this time, we'll place the pointer back over to the left side. This causes the panel of channels to reappear. Now we'll click the Sports button. 3 more hyperlinks appear below this. We'll choose the ESPN Sports Zone channel. An advertisement for this now appears on the right side of the window. We could continue to look at the channels, but now that you've seen how they work, it's your choice whether or not to subscribe. To exit from here, we'll click the Internet Explorer's Close button. This takes us back to the Windows 98 desktop.
The new Links toolbar will help everyone to access websites much faster. It will help parents and children to find fun sites right away. And it will help anyone who is new in using the internet to jump right in and get some use out of it.
Anyone who is already hooked on the internet will be happy to know that the links bar is customizable. This means that if we don't want one of the current links, we can replace it with one we'll use more.
What's more, we can add new toolbars to the desktop so we can have as many links as we want.
We've been talking quite a bit about the Windows 98 links bar, but we can also have an address bar on the desktop. This is a bar that allows us to type the address we want to go to. Our browser takes over once the address is entered, and we can see the page we want right away.
To add the address bar, just right-click an empty area on the taskbar. Then choose New Toolbar command. From the flyout menu that appears, select Address. A field will appear on the taskbar where we can enter a web address.
So much of what's new in Windows 98 focuses on web integration. We simply cannot stress the necessity of having an internet connection while using Windows 98.
Other new features include the active desktop, autocomplete, and improved listing of favorite websites, improved history and tracking of websites we visited, support for all major internet standards including ActiveX and Java, and improved performance with dynamic HTML, which makes web pages richer and more interesting.
The active desktop of Windows 98 lets us put active content from web pages or a channel onto our desktop.
We can keep stock updates, news, weather, sports, and any information from the web that we want to update from.
To use the active desktop, users must first install the Windows Desktop Update.
The autocomplete feature automatically completes previously visited web addresses as we type them. If we enter viagraphics.com to see the ViaGraphics website, then 2 days later go back to the ViaGraphics website, we will only have to type part of the web address.
As soon as we have the V entered, Windows 98 will begin trying to match the address up with ones we visited in the past. This enhancement will allow us to access websites faster, and it won't be as important for us to memorize the addresses.
You may pause the tape now.
Let's review what we covered in this chapter. We used the links bar and explained how to add an address bar to the taskbar.
We talked about several of the new web enhancements in Windows 98, such as improved memory of the sites we visited, autocomplete, and the active desktop. By now, you have a pretty good idea about the amount of change Windows 98 has integrated from web browsing. So it's time for us to focus on the changes in the Internet Explorer.
Windows 98 Explorer and the Internet Explorer 4 integrated local and web-based resources in a single view. So let's begin by looking at the Windows Explorer. We could open the Windows Explorer through the programs in the Start menu, but instead we'll right-click the Start button and choose Explorer. The exploring window now appears. From this view, we can certainly see integration. The menus, the toolbar, the address line, and the links in the right panel of the window all resemble the Internet Explorer. As we pass the pointer over these folders and files, we see that the single-click method applies here as well. To open the Windows folder, we only have to click once. Now we'll open the Java folder with a single click. Notice how the address line shows our path to the Java folder. To go back to the Windows folder, we can either click the Back tool or the Up tool. Once we click one, we see the path update to our current position in the Windows folder. For more about using the Windows Explorer, see the ViaGraphics Learning Windows 98 tutorials, which will be available in 1998. The Internet Explorer enables us to browse in ways we've never browsed before.
We've already mentioned several times how the Internet Explorer has been integrated into Windows 98 for the look and feel of the World Wide Web everywhere we go.
When we have our desktop style set as the web style, then we have automatically integrated all these features. This means that the Internet Explorer has merged with our computer, so we have the ease of maneuvering through our hard drive as if we were on the Internet.
A couple of the most obvious commands we'll find throughout Windows 98 are the Go and Favorites menus, which can be used as if we were on the Internet.
While we're still demonstrating the Windows Explorer, we'll show how to use the Go and Favorites menus. With the Go menu open, we see commands for many of the tools in this window, such as back, forward, and up one level. But there are also commands that give us instant access to places on the Internet. These include the Home Page command, Search the Web, Channel Guide, Mail, and News. Other useful commands include My Computer, Address Book, and Internet Call. Most of us probably already know how we would use My Computer and Address Book, but what about Internet Call?
The Internet Call is one of the new features of the Internet Explorer. It's a part of the Microsoft new Net Meeting.
Net Meeting allows us to hold conferences over the web or a local area network. It allows us to place calls to anyone on a network or with a modem, to talk to someone over the Internet, even on video.
Net Meeting also allows us to work in a shared application with people who are at other locations.
When we select the Internet Call command, the Microsoft Net Meeting dialog box appears with a summary of what can be done with NetMeeting. By continuing through the Setup Wizard, using the Next button, we are asked to enter our personal and email information. We will quickly enter this, then continue through the rest of the steps. Since we're just entering this for a demonstration of what you can expect in Windows 98, we won't actually be testing our sound and video, but anyone who plans on using NetMeeting needs to have the hardware to set up these things. Once all our settings are entered, the Microsoft NetMeeting window appears. If you've already used Microsoft Exchange, you'll find this window looks fairly familiar. For now, we'll close the NetMeeting window. By opening the Favorites menu, we see standard commands from the Internet Explorer and Windows Explorer, such as Add to Favorites and Organize Favorites. But the rest of the commands are unique to Windows 98. They include Manage Subscriptions, Update All Subscriptions, and a variety of folders. For example, if we highlighted the Channels folder, we'd see a host of different channels that were also available on the desktop. When we select Business, then Quicken Financial Network, we are taken to this site on the Internet. This is another channel from which we can subscribe and add to our favorites. But we'll click the Back tool to explore the hard drive once again. It's plain to see that the Internet Explorer has had a dramatic influence on the Windows Explorer. For now, we'll close this window and return to the desktop.
Most of us use the Internet Explorer for browsing the web, but in fact, we can do much more with it.
The Internet Explorer can be used for organizing a video conference, browsing through the folders on our computer, reading email, posting messages to Internet news groups, publishing a web page, and much more.
Another real advantage to using Internet Explorer is that with its improved memory, we can add a website to our favorites.
And if we want to look at the page later on, when we're not even on the Internet, we can. Another of the Internet Explorer's advantages are its security features. These security measures can help us ensure that our children are not exposed to inappropriate material and save users from security breaches. We set our security measures by opening the View menu, then choosing Internet Options. The Internet Options dialog box has 6 tabs, including General, Security, Content, Connection, Programs, and Advanced. It's a good idea for people to set their options before browsing at all. For now, we'll focus on the new security features. At the top, we see a zone field. This is set for Internet Zone by default. While this zone is selected, the settings below reflect different Internet zones. By selecting the radio button beside the option we want, we can set the security levels according to our needs. Notice that levels range from high to low or custom. When we change the zone to Trusted Site Zone, the lower portion of this dialog box updates to show these settings. Again, the levels range from high to low or custom. By just looking at these settings, we see that Windows 98 has already set a default protection for us, which we aren't going to change at this time. The important thing to remember when setting up security is that we should set the protection levels for each zone that will affect us. If we ever want to clear the settings back to their defaults, we can choose the Reset button. But we won't do this right now. While occurrences of theft through the Internet are pretty much hit and miss, it's still a good idea to be cautious. The Microsoft Wallet can help us do just that.
The Wallet is a free download available from the Microsoft website. The easiest way to access it through Windows 98 is to open the Internet Explorer window. Choose the Help menu, then Product Updates.
This special website will determine what components we have on our computer already, then offer other Microsoft installations. These component downloads include the Internet Connection Wizard, Microsoft Chat 2, a variety of multimedia components, and of course the Microsoft Wallet. The Microsoft Wallet allows users to securely store credit card information in an encrypted form, as well as their shipping address information. The idea is that anyone who uses the Microsoft Wallet will be able to shop around on the web without worrying about safety, since they can easily post personal information from their wallet, which is encrypted. While still looking at our Internet options, let's select the Content tab. From here, we can enable the Content Advisor, use certificates for identification, and edit our own personal information. By enabling the Content Advisor, we are able to set a password so that our security settings cannot be overridden. Although we won't be entering a password now, if you want to do so, all that needs to be done is to enter the password in both boxes the exact same way. This will prevent the mischievous nature that thrives in many of us, especially children, from gaining access to inappropriate sites. Since we won't be adding a password ourselves, we'll click Cancel. Then press Escape to close this dialog box. This returns us to the Internet Explorer window. To download software through the Internet Explorer, we can open the Help menu, then choose Product Updates. This is an actual site on the Internet, so the Explorer takes us to the site. It takes a moment for the site to load. In the meantime, we'll want to be sure to have the Explorer window maximized to its largest size to see everything. The next thing we wait for is the Internet Explorer 4 setup to be initialized. This takes several minutes. We're speeding up the loading process that you see. Be aware that when you actually use this site, it may take quite a while. As the site loads, we see a listing of many add-on applications. But before we can download any of them, a dialog box appears asking our permission for the program to search our computer for the applications. By choosing yes, our computer would be searched. We won't be showing the download process, so we'll just close the Explorer window. When you decide to download this software, you can scroll down the window and choose the application you want. There are several listed here from the Internet Explorer browser to the wallet. Let's review what we covered in this chapter. We discussed how the Internet Explorer is integrated throughout Windows 98 and especially the Windows Explorer.
We discussed the Go and Favorites menu, then learned more about NetMeeting.
Finally, we demonstrated how to secure ourselves through the new features of the Internet Explorer and explained about the Microsoft Wallet and how to get it.
There are several ways to customize the Windows 98 desktop. Actually, we've already mentioned a couple of them.
You already know that the links bar can be customized according to the channels of your choice. You know that we can add an address bar to the taskbar, and you know that we can customize the desktop using web pages as backgrounds.
There are still more things we can do with our desktop. One of them is to customize the Start menu.
We click the Start button, then go to Settings. Now we'll select the Taskbar and Start menu command from the flyout. The Taskbar Properties dialog box will appear with the Taskbar Options tab selected. To customize the Start menu, we choose the Start Menu Programs tab. Here we find buttons to add or remove programs, as well as a button for more advanced changes. We click the Add button, and the Create Shortcut dialog box appears. Inside is a field where we can enter the path for the program we want included in the Start menu. But when we aren't sure what the path is, it's best to browse our system to select the program. With the Browse dialog box displayed, we'll select Scan Disk by selecting the folders we need to access it. With its path in the command line, we continue through the rest of the setup questions, choosing Next when we're ready to proceed. One of our options is to select an icon for the shortcut. Once we have one selected, we can click the Finish button, then press Escape. This takes us back to the desktop. To test that the startup menu has been customized, we click Start, then go to Programs. At the bottom of the window, we see the ScanDisk application we added with the icon of our choice. If we wanted to run this application, all we need to do is select it. Now we'll show how to remove an item from the Start menu. With the Start menu open, let's highlight the Settings command. Then choose Taskbar and Start menu. After selecting the Start menu Programs tab, we click the Remove button. The hierarchy of the Start menu now appears. We highlight the application we want removed from the menu, which is ScanDisk in this case. Then click the Remove button. As we can see, the menu is updated immediately. To check this in the actual Start menu, we click Close, then press Escape. Once back at our desktop, we choose Start and go to Programs. We can see that the program is no longer listed here. It is important for us to know that although we removed the item from the Start menu, we did not remove it from our computer. Any item that we add to the Start menu is simply made more convenient to access, and any item we remove is simply removed from this access area. Some of the things that make Windows 98 so entertaining are the new hardware and graphics, the TV viewer, enhanced multimedia, NetShow, and desktop themes.
If you enjoy pumping up your computer system, then you'll be pleased with the new hardware and graphics Windows 98 can support. These include DVD devices, force feedback joysticks, digital audio speakers, and recording devices.
In addition, the new plug-and-play capabilities make installing hardware easier. To help you understand the hardware that can be used with Windows 98, we're going to explain what some of the new devices are. First of all, there's the DVD player. The DVD player allows us to play DVD discs from a DVD drive connected to our computer. We can also use the DVD drive to play software and music CDs. Another new device is the Universal Serial Bus, or USB. In plain terms, it enables us to easily add multiple devices to our computer. The IEEE 1394 devices, or firewall, also enable us to add serial devices. And finally, the Accelerated Graphics Port, or AGP, will help us to view the intense 3D graphics that are available in more and more places. Windows 98 is going to be more family-oriented, especially with its new Internet features. To get the most out of this, it's a good idea to add the hardware necessary for advanced sound and graphics.
This brings us to another subject, the new TV viewer. TV Viewer is a program included with Windows 98. It combines broadcast and HTML content to deliver previously unavailable entertainment possibilities.
For anyone unfamiliar with HTML, it represents the hypertext markup language. Anytime you hear HTML, it's a clear sign that you're dealing with the World Wide Web and the pages available there. The TV Viewer enables us to view television as if we were on the World Wide Web. Clearly, this means that we have all the advantages of watching film, with the advantages of hyperlinks that allow us to quickly jump from one spot to another. With a TV tuner board installed on our computer can receive and display television and other data distributed over the broadcast networks using our television cable system. Additionally, we can receive internet content or other data services over the broadcast networks without tying up our existing phone line. We also have the advantage of continuous program guide listing of what's scheduled. Another entertaining feature of Windows 98 is NetShow.
NetShow allows us to receive networked streaming multimedia content from the web or an intranet server.
This may sound a bit confusing, but just imagine what an interactive CD-ROM looks like. We have the ability to jump from place to place or play a part through. This is what NetShow does with Windows 98.
We're benefited by being able to listen to radio or television news channels directly on our computer. Talk about service.
Let's review what we covered in this chapter. We learned how to customize the Start menu and discussed other ways for customizing.
We also discussed ways that Windows 98 will entertain us like never before, and the system improvements for this.
Finally, we filled you in on the TV viewer and NetShow. It's not over yet. We have more cool stuff to inform you about Windows 98, such as new system tools, help and technical support, hardware support, multimedia, enhancements, and internet connectivity. Beware, things will get a little more technical here. In this section, we'll be spelling out the new system tools in Windows 98. These include Disk Defragmenter Optimization Wizard, FAT32, the Windows System Update, System File Checker Utility, Windows Tune-Up Wizard, Dr. Watson Utility, New Backup Utility, and the new Accessibility Tools. Disk Defragmenter Optimization Wizard is designed to reduce load time for frequently used applications. This is done by logging file use and then rewriting the files in a contiguous space. This enables the utility to eliminate random access of the hard drive. Early tests show the utility is most effective on systems that have been converted to FAT32. This brings us to the question of what is FAT32? This is best explained by discussing what FAT32 does. It converts the partitions where data is stored in the CPU to FAT32 partitions, and it is a very, very big deal. FAT32 makes better use of the data storing partitions. It allows us to more effectively use disks, capable of containing over 2 gigs. With a FAT32 system, drive space is completely optimized, so we can hold more data and get it faster. The system also includes a graphical conversion utility designed to ease the conversion from the old to new format. The only catch of FAT32 is that any system not upgraded to FAT32 will be unable to read the drive. Another new system tool is the Windows System Update. This utility uses ActiveX technology to automatically update system files and drivers by downloading newer files over the internet. The System File Checker utility tracks changes made to important system files and enables the user to revert to previous configurations. The Windows Tune-Up Wizard schedules regular maintenance tasks such as scanning the disk for purging unnecessary files and performing disk defragmentation. The Watson utility is an easy one to remember. The new improved Dr. Watson 32 is the improved version of Dr. Watson, the Windows Error Debugger. When an application generates a General Protection Fault, or GPF, the Details button will now provide advanced technical information. This is going to help technical support teams to get users up and running faster, as will help application developers to find and fix bugs more easily. We can sum it up by saying that Dr. Watson 32 is designed to intercept software fault errors and display a detailed summary of how and why the error occurred. And finally, the new backup utility is improved to support SCSI tape devices. There are also new features for technical support. These include the Windows 98 Help Desk, System Troubleshooter, and the System Information Utility. The Windows 98 Help Desk links the user to both local and internet resources. The System Troubleshooter automatically performs a series of troubleshooting steps to determine configuration problems. And the System Information Utility aids technical support personnel by gathering and compiling system information. we'd also like to mention the Windows 98 Tour. Discover Windows 98 includes 3 tours, which are designed to help users become familiar with Windows 98. These include Computer Essentials, Overview, and What's New. Computer Essentials is a very basic tour for the first-time computer users. The Overview will help users who are upgrading from Windows 3.1, and the What's New tour highlights the new features in Windows 98. It will be especially helpful for anyone upgrading from Windows 95. The look of the Help window has also changed and has become more flexible. We are able to resize the window, resize either frame, and show or hide the contents and index frames. The new hardware support includes broadcast architecture, miscellaneous hardware support, multiple display support, IRDA support, and PCMCIA support. We've already touched on broadcast architecture a bit. As you know, Windows 98 allows users with an installed TV tuner board to receive television and other data signals from broadcast networks. We also have an interactive program guide that is continuously updated. Users can access programs directly from this guide. In areas where the service is available, users can receive internet content directly from these broadcast networks. In addition to viewing television programming from cable, over-the-air, and satellite networks, broadcast reception hardware can be used as a receive-only network device. We can receive true data broadcast of web pages, multimedia streams, and data packets from television stations and networks that provide this information. There is also support for hardware including the Universal Serial Bus, Accelerated Graphics Port, the Advanced Configuration and Power Interface, which is particularly useful for notebook users, and finally the Digital Video Disc. ACPI is a new power control specification that supports new hardware interfaces in future computers. Many OEMs are currently developing ACPI machines. In addition, the Windows Sockets 2, also known as WinSock 2, is the Windows 98 implementation of sockets. You may be familiar with the subject as it was first popularized by Berkeley Software Distribution, Unix. The BSD standard was adapted for Windows with the original Windows sockets. Windows Sockets 2 provides easier access to multiple transport protocols. By using the Windows Open Architecture model, Windows Sockets 2 defines a standard service provider interface between the application programming interface, with its functions which are exported from WinX2_32.dll. This means that Windows Sockets 2 support is no longer limited to TCP/IP protocol stacks. Don't get boggled yet, because there's still more. We also have the ability to use up to 8 monitors on a single computer with Windows 98's new multiple display support, as well as support for PC Card 32, 3.3 volt cards, and multifunction cards such as the Ethernet modem card. To use the new multiple display support, we need to have a PCI computer with 2 or more PCI display adapters and monitors. Once we've set up the supports, we can use the taskbar to multitask across the monitors. This is also a good time for us to mention the Icons tab. In Windows 98, we have full window drag, font smoothing, and other user interface enhancements that were only available with the Windows 95 Plus packages before. With Windows 98, this is all built in, and the Icons tab now appears on the standard display control panel. As for multimedia support, Windows 98 has Active Movie and MMX support. The Active Movie format increases the ability of Windows 98 to handle popular multimedia files including MPEG audio and video, Wave audio, AVI video, and QuickTime video. MMX support, made possible by Intel MMX technology, is the other new multimedia advantage. DirectShow 2.0 and DirectX 5 are other features that improve gaining and multimedia infrastructure. Windows 98 also offers us easier setup and faster shutdown. To access setup options, just go to the control panel. Windows 98 speeds up shutdown by eliminating some unnecessary procedures that were previously used for shutdown. For instance, Full hardware detection during the initial setup also uses the information on utilities that you have installed already and updates just those. If we look at Windows 98's performance as a whole, we'll find that it has faster system boot time, application load time, system shutdown time, and general system-wide performance. The Windows Tune-Up Wizard will automatically schedule regular time tune-up jobs to maintain the computer. As for Internet connectivity, there are several new features. We've already discussed most of them, so we'll be brief in this technical explanation. Some of the Internet updates include the integrated shell, improved dial-up, browser enhancements, channels, additional Internet tools, and support for PPTP. The integrated shell is the most significant change in Windows 98, and we've been discussing it throughout the tutorial. Improved dial-up networking now enables scripting and supporting the use of multiple ISDN or modem lines for increased transfer speed. Finally, point-to-point tunneling protocol enables us to securely connect with a server over the Internet. This is all made possible because of the new web-based driver and component update utility that helps reduce the cost of ownership by providing a simple, controllable update engine. Other features include WDM, Windows System Update, and the Windows Scripting Host. The Win32 driver model, WDM, provides a common driver model for both Windows 98 and Windows NT. We can use the new WDM with new classes of devices such as USB, HID, IEEE 1394, digital audio, DVD players, still image, and video capture off a single driver for both Windows 98 or NT. The Windows System Update will enable a network administrator to ensure that users have installed the latest drivers and file systems. And the Windows Scripting Host provides support for direct script execution. The Scripting Host is a tool that allows us to use ActiveX scripting, which includes both Visual Basic Script and JavaScript directly from Windows or from the command line, without the need to embed it in HTML documents. Another feature, the Distributed Component Object Model, also referred to as OLE DCOM, provides extensions for existing OLE interfaces. A package people may be interested in getting is the Personal Web Server package. There are improvements in this package that give an easier platform for sharing information on a personal website. The Personal Web Server package makes it easy to install the Microsoft Personal Web Server, Microsoft Transaction Server, Microsoft Data Access Components, and Microsoft Message Queue Client. The Microsoft Personal Web Server is a desktop web server that can be used to host a website on a corporate intranet or to develop and test a website before hosting the site on an internet service provider. The Microsoft Transaction Server supports creation of Microsoft Transaction Server applications. When we talk about a transaction server, this is in reference to a server operation that succeeds or fails as a whole, even if the operation involves many steps. The Microsoft Transaction Server also supports process isolation of applications. The Microsoft Data Access Components enable easy use of databases with supports for ActiveX data objects and the Microsoft Access Server. Finally, the Microsoft Message Queue Client allows applications to pass along transaction notification and continue processing without waiting for confirmation that the transaction has completed. Insert your Windows 98 CD in the drive. Click the Start button, then choose Run. In the Run dialog box, enter the letter of your CD-ROM drive, such as D, then :/add -ons /PWS /PWSsetup.exe. With the path entered, click OK. Then follow the directions in the Personal Web Server setup. Another new feature we'll notice is Scan Disk. Let's suppose that someone shuts down the computer without going through the proper shutdown procedures, such as in the case of a power loss or just being hurried and careless. The new Scan Disk will automatically fix errors on boot instead of notifying users and requiring keystrokes. This means that Windows 98 will reboot without user intervention. If it's necessary to run advanced data recovery utilities, the data will still be on the hard disk. The final improvement we'll expound on is the calculator. New features include factorial works for non-integers and odd roots of negative numbers.
That concludes this tutorial, learning what's new in Windows 98.
We've covered a lot of information in this tutorial. If you feel the need to review, simply rewind the tape and watch that section again until you are comfortable with the material. Our worldwide website address is http://www.viagraphics.com. Send your questions or comments on this tutorial via email to admin@viagraphics.com. For sales questions or to place an order, email sales@viagraphics.com.
We at VIA Graphics would like to thank you for choosing our company for your software training needs.
Remember, if you plan to learn about Windows 98 or any other computer software, there's no better way than through video training with VIA Graphics.
Welcome to Vipersoft, one of the leading companies in business. This video will teach you, the employee, what to do every day when going to work. Before we start, however, you may be asking yourself, what is Vipersoft? Vipersoft is a company who makes products for other businesses. So you could put it as a business for businesses. Now that we have that out of the way, let's begin. When you first enter the building, you are required to punch in at one of our punch-in machines. Then you will head to your work desk in the office room, where you will log in into your computer. Some of our computers are iMac G3 computers running Mac OS 9, or personal computers running Windows 95. You can find your login password on your identification card. Just be careful not to lose it. Once you are done with work for today, you may write your daily report and head on home. And yes, you have day offs on the weekends. Just like you would in school. The computers are quite simple. We have a bunch of pre-installed software on the computers. However, there are some things you should know. The computers are meant for business-related tasks only. This will mean the following: only go to websites that are business appropriate. You cannot download anything unless we tell you to, and the only email clients we use are Microsoft Exchange and Net.
There will be consequences.
Anyway, let's move on. When you log into Windows, you might need to look at your to-do list that we have provided to you via email. Looks like you need to get a lot of work done, Kevin. While Kevin is getting his work done, let's move on to Lesson 3. Like most businesses, you have a bunch of papers that are worksheets and forms. How many do you need to get done, you ask? 10,000. Now get to work with
Hello viewer, please excuse us for a moment, this training video is having some technical difficulties. And wait, what?
Before we continue, we need to mention some stuff. We were killed by the devil who kidnapped us because he wanted us to be his slaves, but we refused and were killed instantly. We are trying to save your life. Stop watching this.
Here at Microsoft have a punishment system for those who refuse and disrespect our company. Who would like to give it a try?
Congratulations, you completed the training video. We are sure you are going to be a good employee. Don't forget, your first day of work is April 22nd. Thanks for watching, and have a great day.